Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Nobuhle Hlongwa. I am the Dean and the head of the School of Arts at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. I would like to welcome you this morning in the colloquium, in this language colloquium organized by the University of KwaZulu-Natal in collaboration with the NIHSS. The theme of this colloquium is linked to the celebration of the 15 years of the language policy of the University of KwaZulu-Natal. And also we have linked our theme with the UNESCO Declaration of a Decade of Indigenous Languages 2022-2032. This morning, we will begin our program by calling upon the Deputy Vice Chancellor and the head of the College of Humanities, Professor Nhlanhla Mkhize, who is going to do an official welcome. And immediately after that, we will feel at home and then continue with our program. With that, may I now invite my DVC, Professor Nhlanhla Mkhize, to give us the official welcome. Professor Mkhize.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Professor Hlongwa, and a very warm welcome to all our panelists, our attendees. On behalf of the executive of the University of KwaZulu-Natal, I do want to give you a very special welcome. The University of KwaZulu-Natal is fully committed to the implementation of the language policy. And I am very, very pleased that over the past 15 years, we have been walking this journey with many of you and many of our sister universities in the country. I want to begin by presenting again some highlights from the vision and mission of the University of KwaZulu-Natal, which seeks to be a premier university of African scholarship. The university's language policy seeks to implement the university's vision and mission to be a premier university of African scholarship and its strategic goal to be research-led and to be a university of high international caliber. From its inception in 2004, and being cognizant of the knowledge power matrix, the University of KwaZulu-Natal took seriously the understanding that an African university cannot shy away from the question of the role of language in knowledge construction. We were also mindful that language is not a mere medium by means of which we communicate our thoughts to others, because that would be a very instrumentalist view of language. Rather, language is the very process by means of which higher mental functions, such as thinking, how our students think, cognition, memory, problem solving, attention, etc. Language is the process by means of which these forms are formed in the human being. That language is also embedded in an activity, and the speaking of a language is to participate in the life forms constituting the background life forms of the speaker. So when we have students coming to any university, they are not just mere bodies who are here to absorb information. No, they come with their own forms of life, which need to be recognized as a basis for further learning. So the exclusion of African languages from teaching and learning had the detrimental effect to exclude the experiential reality of the learner in the classroom and ultimately the death of these life forms. As I'm speaking to you right now, many information that was gathered over centuries, which is embedded in these languages, is dying. And it's going to be a very, very difficult and painful process, again, to dig very, very deep in order to retain this information. However, it is important also to recognize that in order for our learners to reach a very, very high level of understanding that was reached by other countries, we need also to tap into the indigenous languages. I can give several examples here, which will be familiar with most of you. Africa as a whole tends to lag behind when it comes to the development and dissemination of knowledge. For example, we contribute very, very little when it comes to the total knowledge share in the world, despite Africa being one of the largest continents. And this is reducible to a number of factors, and one of them is the oppression of indigenous languages. Let me give an example for all of us to ponder. Let us take, for example, some intellectual giants who will be familiar to us, intellectual giants such as Sigmund Freud, whose work permeates psychiatry, psychology, literature, etc. Intellectual giants such as Einstein, Bohr, and many others. Had they been instructed in IsiZulu or IsiXhosa to the exclusion of their mother tongue, would they have attained the intellectual milestones for which they were renowned? I also want to remind us that all free nations in the world tend to gravitate towards using their indigenous languages for the purposes of instruction. There was a time when English was not an international language, and to be scholarly, you had to be educated in Greek or Latin. There was a time when French was not a language of instruction. In fact, the French were educating their learners in Latin and other European languages until such time that their philosophers recognized the missing link. So we need to pay attention to this. On the continent as a whole, we have got several problems, including poverty and socioeconomic deprivation. Can we turn to indigenous African languages in areas such as science, technology, and use them as vehicles to end the social and economic marginalization of our people? So at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, we were also aware that the disconnect between the African learner and their communities poses several challenges for us, in the sense that we were producing learners who were disconnected from their communities and were unable to function effectively in those communities. The learners are not well equipped to play the historic role that has been played by several intellectuals in their own societies. They are not fully equipped to address themselves to the challenges of the continent, such as poverty, illiteracy, disease, while the community is marginalized from knowledge construction. We have had several arguments to the effect that African languages cannot be used as languages of science and technology, but we are also mindful of the fact that the very sciences that we are talking about originated and began on the African continent, including the hard sciences and the medical science. So how was it possible that the Greek philosophers would go and study in Africa? So with this background, we want to again celebrate the decade and a half of African languages at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you and wish you a very, very fruitful deliberation. I want to thank in a very, very special way our keynote speakers, Professor Siepe and Professors Alvarez Mosquera, who will be setting the tone for the conference. And with these words, thank you very much, and I wish you a very, very fruitful deliberation. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kabazela, for the welcome. Now we feel at home. Now we can now express ourselves and appreciate to be in this colloquium, and also to be among the giants who have walked this path, Prof. Mkhize. Colleagues, we have worked with Prof. Mkhize for a long time in terms of implementing the language policy of the University of KwaZulu-Natal. We are fortunate in that we have been we have been involved in the first committee that put together the language policy of UKZN in 2006, and in the review of the language policy in 2014, we were also involved, and we are currently in the third phase now, where we are now reviewing the language policy of the University of KwaZulu-Natal now for the third time, now taking into consideration the language policy framework for higher education. So with those, thank you very much, Prof. Mkhize. And colleagues, now allow me to introduce our first keynote speaker for this morning, Professor Asipo Siepe. Prof. Siepe is the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Institutional Support at our sister university, that is the University of Zululand. Prof. Siepe is currently the Deputy Vice Chancellor, as I've alluded to, and he holds an MSc from Wits University and a Master's in Technology in Education from Harvard University, Cambridge, Massachusetts. He also holds a PhD from the University of Northwest. He is a recipient of Harvard Fellowship and the Senior Research Fulbright Fellowship in the same university. Until recently, Prof. Siepe was a research chair at the John Langalibalele Dube Institute based at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. This followed a 9-year stint in government as a special advisor in a number of ministries, that is public service and administration, human settlement, communications, and defense, as well as military veterans. He is a leading intellectual and a humanitarian. Prof. Siepe is a prolific writer on matters of social and political interest. And he is a former columnist for both the Mail and Guardian and the Business Day. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome Prof. Siepe to give us the keynote address, the first keynote address for this morning. Over to you, Prof.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I take this opportunity to express my delight at being invited to this most important colloquium. But before doing that, let me acknowledge the leadership of the University of KwaZulu-Natal, Professor Nana Poku, Vice Chancellor and Principal of the university, and Professor Mtize, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, College of Humanities, Professor Nobushe Shongwe, Dean and the Head of School, the College of Humanities, and my own boss, Professor Mutose, had indicated that she wants to join this because she considers this to be a very important colloquium and something that we as the University of Zululand can learn from. But I also want to acknowledge and welcome to the colloquium also those members of my staff who may be online and those who are on YouTube. And of course, we also welcome and pleased that this colloquium is also joined by students. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for this invitation. This invitation has a theme that in itself says a lot. Celebrating 15 years of language policy of the University of KwaZulu-Natal and UNESCO declaration of a decade of indigenous languages from 2022 to 2032. Professor Mkhize, sort of, if I believed in some form of witchcraft, I would have thought that he had read some of my presentation. In which case, in terms of law, Professor Tonwa, the legal giants will say, I simply concur and I sit down. But knowing you, you will not let me go that easy. So let me touch on a few other issues that or amplify some of the issues that Professor Mkhize has mentioned. Well, first I must indicate that this colloquium comes 3 days after the celebration of International Mother Day on the 21st of February. This is an annual celebration which owes its existence to the 1999 resolution of the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization in UNESCO General Conference. This day of the mother tongue focuses attention worldwide on language preservation and everything related to one's mother tongue. For former European colonies, this colloquium and this declaration of 1999 assumes greater significance because they come at a time when Africans are still trying to redress the legacy of colonialism. Culture and language represent some of the enduring aspects of colonialism. I belong to a class of 1976 in Soweto that linked the issue of language to the broader struggle against apartheid colonialism. Indeed, this colloquium must be seen as part and parcel of that broader struggle for the total emancipation of African people. Central to language is, as Professor Mkhize did indicate, is our identity. It is who we are. We are what we speak. It is also about our place in the world. The stranglehold that the colonial powers have on the continent is perhaps more evident in many international forums. For instance, despite the fact that many world leaders are fluent in many languages, you'll find that whenever they address international forums, they tend to use their own mother tongue. The leaders of France, Russia, Japan, Portugal, Germany, Poland, etc., will never be found addressing people in a language that is not their own. They will resort back to their languages because it is a statement that they're making about who they are. Only African leaders would use the languages of their colonial masters. And that is itself an indication of a problem. Language is also about self-respect. If you don't respect yourself, don't get surprised when other people do not respect you. When the president of China stands up, he will speak in Chinese. The president of France will speak in French because it is a statement saying, this is who I am. It's about self-respect. I'll give you a simple anecdote to drive this point home. A few years ago, while I was working at another university, a colleague of mine was busy learning French. And I was intrigued and inquired, what is this fascination with the French language? And then he reminded me that he's going to France to attend a conference, and he will be spending another week in France. So I did indicate to him that that is very impressive. And I indicated to him that, yes, you need to learn French if you go to France, because the French are not there to serve you. But you, as my colleague, as my countryman, you have not bothered to learn my language. You have not learned to learn even one single African language, despite being born in this country, despite living in this country. And the reason is simple. You don't have to learn my language because I and you were socialized. I was socialized that, unlike the French, I'm here to serve you. So I do not have to worry about your language. You don't have to worry about my language. And fortunately, my friend understood, my colleague understood what I was saying. And of course, he was embarrassed. When he came back from France, he made it a business of starting lessons in an African language, because he understood that language is also about self-respect. And until such time that we use our languages, we must also understand that we are sending a wrong message. And I must also indicate that the reliance on languages that is not our own is perhaps most obscene when you come to the issues of justice. It is not uncommon or unusual to have a court presided by a judge who is African and who speaks an African language. And you find the accused, the prosecutor, the witnesses, and the interpreter speaking the same language. Yet the proceedings will continue to be transacted in a language that many of them barely understand. This by itself is a travesty of justice. No wonder you find that some of the accused get surprised and shocked when they say they are found guilty, because they thought they were there to tell the truth and the truth will set them free. But you find that whatever they said gets lost in translation. So we fail our people even at the most basic level, at the level of access to justice. A few years ago, more than a decade, I appeared in court to contest a traffic fine. And the traffic cop who was there insisted that the proceedings should be held in Afrikaans. And the magistrate was Afrikaans speaking. And when I insisted that it should be translated in English, they both indicated their unhappiness because they knew that in language, they find a mental home. So the point that Professor Mkhize had put are sharp and real. So this position that has been taken by the University of KwaZulu-Natal is in itself an act of courage, in the context of the travesty that is taking place on a daily basis. One only hopes that the precedent setting by Justice Mandisa Maya in writing one of the judgments in Sitosa is hopefully a suggestion or indicator that we will move away from this travesty of injustice. I must also point out that some of the perpetrators of this travesty are people at universities, in the academy. It is not very unusual, Professor Flongwa, to find supervisors who can barely string 3 sentences of an African language. And you are told that this professor is actually a promoter, a supervisor of a student on the issue of an African language. Anywhere in the world, this is considered to be a pedagogical scandal. But in South Africa, this is perpetuated by even universities that claim to be custodians of excellence. It is, yes, in this context that I say one must congratulate the University of KwaZulu-Natal for having had the foresight and also the courage as early as 2006 to bring on board language as part of its transformation agenda. In doing so, the university went beyond the usual advocacy rhetoric. It chose to walk the talk instead of simply being the one that simply says, no, but this, we should do this. And then I know your former Vice Chancellor, Professor Makgoba, always felt that whenever there's a problem in Africa and in South Africa, instead of doing something, we put a committee and we make sure that the committee is representative. But in the end, we do not come with anything. But what the University of KwaZulu-Natal decided to say, here is a problem, and this problem is real. Let's embark on resolving it. And that should be what all of us should be considered. And I say this was also an act of intellectual courage if one considers that the majority of what is presented as scholarship in our country and in the continent amounts to nothing more than mere mimicking of what happens in the colonial metropoles. Otunji could not have expressed this more sharply, and Professor Ukize touched on that. And Otunji says in his paper 2009, says, too often do we tend to investigate subjects which are of interest first and foremost to a Western audience. Most of our articles are published in journals located outside Africa and are meant, therefore, for a non-African readership. Even when we happen to publish in Africa, the fact is that African scholarly journals themselves are read much more outside Africa than in Africa. In essence, our scientific activity is extroverted. It is externally oriented, intended to meet the theoretical needs of Western counterparts and answer the question they pose. The exclusive use of European languages as a means of scientific expression reinforces this alienation. The majority of our country people are de facto excluded from any kind of discussion about our research outcomes, given that they don't even understand the languages used. The small minority who understand knows, however, that they are not the first addressees, but only, if anything, occasional witnesses of a scientific discourse meant primarily for others, unquote. Therefore, in adopting and promoting the use of African languages, the University of KwaZulu-Natal and others that have joined it have become game changers. One hopes that the very act would, and not that I hope, but I do think that this very act will, in itself and in the long run, transform our universities to become truly African universities as opposed to being mere outposts of European or Western institutions. Indeed, I couldn't agree more with the University of KwaZulu-Natal in its posture, which in itself is a confident posture of saying it wants to be a premier university of African scholarship. Because as we say at the University of Zululand, that an African university is different from a university located in Africa. An African university is that which in the first instance serves the needs of an African constituency and intellectually wears the investment of social environment, an institution which responds to the needs of the society in which it is located and helps to transform for the better the lives of the people in whose preoccupation and location it is embedded. To achieve this objective, the university needs to engage with the people, draw them into a creative dialogue about transformation and improvement of the existential circumstances of the population, and put knowledge and its process of production at the service of the people. It cannot do that if the language of engagement is very different from that of the people. My friend, Professor Pra, has always talked about that the African languages are about the mass participation of Africans. And when you have a small number of Africans who you think you're going to rely on to change the continent, then you've got it all wrong. Any development requires mass participation of the majority of those people, and it can only do so when the people transact their affairs in the most basic and natural language that comes to them. But I should say, colleagues, before we pat ourselves on the back for this understanding, we need to be alive to the fact that this challenge will not be walk in the park. It will involve a major struggle. Whereas we have been engaged in the political struggle for many years, the struggle that we are engaged on is a struggle about ideas. It is a cultural struggle. It's about who we are. And this struggle, as we know, that despite political independence, this struggle is only now being waged. It is a struggle about our dreams, about who we are. We should not underestimate, therefore, the impact of colonialism on the psyche of the oppressed. I've had the most disturbing engagement with some of the African scholars, highly educated, who will be the first to jump and say, but you cannot teach science in an African language. And yet these are the people who pretend, or perhaps in doing so, they are expressing their own lack of understanding of science. Science is about natural laws. And as I said in the past, nature does not write its laws in English. When I fall, I don't fall in English or French or Japanese. I simply fall. And when the scientific enterprise started, European countries asked themselves, how do we popularize this new understanding? And they all understood it very well, that you do that in your mother tongue. This is why anywhere you go in the world, in developed countries, you find that they've developed their economy through their own language. Language has become the bedrock. So, this is something that some of our colleagues who still think that they owe their intellectual affirmation elsewhere are unable to understand. So it will not be an easy walk in the park. And that's the first home truth. And therefore, we do need to have a clear-eyed analysis of the forces of resistance and their relative capacities to frustrate this project. It is not an accident that we still talk about this. Countries that were never colonized, this is not the type of discussion that they have, because for them, it is so obvious that it shocks them that we still have to engage. But what it shows is how much more we still have to do to take us forward. We must also understand, as experience has shown, that the post-colonial reality did not disappear at the moment of political transition. If anything, the coloniality and the colonial reality has been extended through what some call the neo-colonial character of the post-colonial order. And it is not hard to understand. First, this was easily achieved during the colonial era. Colonialists ensured that the native culture first is dismantled and replaced by cultural instruments that will serve the colonial project. Until these instruments are identified and dismantled, the system of coloniality will remain unchanged. This is why Audre Lorde could put it so beautifully to say, the master's tools will not dismantle or destroy the master's house. Secondly, we need to also appreciate that co-option has always been part and parcel of the colonial enterprise, where the oppressed are co-opted to participate in the oppression of their own people. So what the colonialists did was to create an elite of natives to serve the colonial project. It was through the educational process at all levels, especially at higher education, that these elites were molded and culturally trained. The more one was equipped with the language of the colonial power and successfully imitated the accent, the tone, and the voice of the master, the better and the greater the degree of vertical social mobility that one achieved. And I want to emphasize this point most sharply, to understand that language also develops when it's spoken by powerful people. But when your own powerful people, like your leaders, rely on the colonial language, they send a message. People want to access power, and in doing so, they want to access the language of power. If, for instance, Mandela came out of prison and spoke in Xhosa, you would have been surprised how many of our countrymen and women would have jumped to try to learn Xhosa. If one of our leaders spoke in an African language routinely, as it happened with the likes of Mabusudi Buthelezi, people in KZN then to want to access whatever you are saying because of the position he held. So language moves faster, the development, when spoken by people who are in powerful position. So the university, by taking that stand, it says, we are going to lead this challenge. And we've seen everywhere where individuals, leaders have changed. But unfortunately, most of our leaders pride themselves by how much they can mimic their colonial masters. The third one that I want to mention is what education has done and continues to do. And this was captured better by Professor Herbert Vilagasi. And I do not want to belabor the point other than to simply paraphrase what he said. He says, most sharply, when a European gets educated, they remain European. When Americans get educated, they remain American. But when an African gets educated, they or she or he becomes Europeanized and Americanized. And this is why when people think that when you get educated, you move away from the people. Elsewhere, actually, education is also about service to the people, and you're not going to serve them in the language that they hardly understand. Now, the next question that anybody will ask is what is to be done? I think the experience of UKZN points to the challenge that we must address, that we must embark on the intellectualization of our languages. That means we need to develop our languages in such a way that it becomes possible to handle precise, rigorous, if necessary, abstract statements, which are able to express the sense of complexity of thought. This intellectualization is that which ultimately will culminate into scientific capability. This is to enable our language to be able to make statements which reflect the rigor of scientific thinking, in which, and also where the terms approximate the concepts and the sentences are also approximate to the logical judgments that one wants to put. And in terms of the lexicon, which is something that you guys have done, it is about ensuring that we expand our vocabulary by having new terms, those terms that will make it possible. Put differently, it is about equipping our language in such a way that they become technically and terminologically equipped to be utilized at all levels of education. And if one were to look at development, studies in development show that the reason Asian countries did well in advancing themselves economically, it is because at the moment of assuming independence, a number of them decided to replace the superiority of colonial languages with their own languages. Whether you look at Vietnam, whether you look at Korea, you look at Japan, you look at China, all of them. Well, fortunately, it helped because most of them had a literary tradition that was also linked to their religion, whereas Africa seemed to have lacked that. But what we are embarking on is really the process, not only of total emancipation, but it's also about development. In short, language is about self-respect, it's about the future, but it's part of a broader struggle. It is about justice. It is also about the development. Ladies and gentlemen, I thought I'll share those few thoughts with you so that we can move as a way of setting the stage in the same way that Professor Kize had actually done. And it is also wonderful that you have made sure that these deliberations are recorded so that we can take this to the next level in terms of what are the lessons that are emerging. And I can see the program does that to deal with the notion of equipping our languages in terms of being terminologically capable of dealing with scientific terms. The reality is, at the moment, most of our universities are simply mere outposts of European institutions. They still have to become universities of Africa for Africans, for African development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Sepe, for sharing with us this important address this morning. Prof, like you will be happy to know that, like, as we have planned this colloquium with the collaboration of the National Institute for Humanities and Social Sciences, they have funded us in a project that aims to promote the intellectualization of specifically IsiZulu in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. And the universities that are involved in that project, one is your university, which is UniZulu. There is MUT, there is DUT, and there is UKZN. And Prof, the aims of that project are to contribute in the transformation and the decolonization of the curriculum in South African higher education context through the intellectualization of IsiZulu in KZN universities, because like we're working with universities in KZN. Secondly, we are exploring various language management strategies that could assist in the implementation of multilingualism and the multiple knowledge systems within the higher education domain. and to critically also contribute to knowledge production in African languages, Prof, as you have alluded to in your presentation. And before I take some of the questions which are in the Q&A, Prof, when we started to embark as UKZN, when we started to embark on this important exercise of coming up with the language policy of the University of KwaZulu-Natal, one professor, I remember very well, wrote a 14-page letter. And one of the things that this professor mentioned in the letter was, why don't you go to the University of Zululand and go and promote the Zulu nationalism there? So we are at war, and this war talks to our identity. The issue of language is the issue of identity, and it goes broader. It goes broader. So I'm happy, Prof, that like you have mentioned the important subject of intellectualization, because that is where we are focusing right now. As you have alluded when you started in your presentation, Prof, you indicated that like nationally and internationally, there is a celebration of mother tongue, which is taking place since Monday. And the theme at a national level has been on the use of the technology for promoting multilingualism and looking at some of the challenges and opportunities that are presented by multilingualism. So this is very important. We've got to walk the talk. The country has a multilingual policy that promotes 11 official languages in the country. And as universities of higher learning, we need to play our role and acknowledge the African languages, the use of African languages as the languages for knowledge production, and also to contribute towards the transformation of our higher education. So, Prof, thank you very much for your presentation. Colleagues, please send if you have any questions, please send those on the Q&A. At the moment, I only have one question that I would like to take, which is from Professor Vivian Ojong, my dean. Professor Ojong is saying, the best way to learn a language is to use it as the medium of everyday conversation. In your experience, Prof, that's Prof Sepe now, how would you advise UKZN, being the premier university of African scholarship, to be at the center of promoting African languages? Thank you very much, Prof.
Well, I think the university has already embarked on that. And I know, for instance, a colleague who used to be there in chemistry, and who was looking at, or let me put this way, this could also be a national project, not only for UKZN. There are certain scientific words that are common in all disciplines. If you take a word like energy, force, work, velocity, and all that, you'll find that in the scientific terms, whether you're dealing chemistry, whether you're dealing with physics, whether you're dealing with mechanics, it will be the same words that are there. What we may need to do is to compile and get scientists to say, what are the key concepts that are used in the scientific arena, including in technology? Then you list them, and then you ask people, can you provide a description of what that would mean? And once there's a description, then try to ask somebody to read that description and translate it into an African language, translate more the concept, and then ask the linguist to say, how will they express this? But what I'm seeing here is a collaboration between the scientists in the technical fields and the people who are experts in languages. And what they will be busy with is about the development of terms, of new terms. And some of the terms you don't even have to invent. Some of them you may need to borrow, but you make them to be part of the culture. And when you do that, it is about really making sure that the language of science becomes also the language of the people. For instance, when people, one of the biggest tragedy that I had as a student of physics is that even the very examples that are in the books, in the exams, I'll be going through a physics book, and the book will describe a context, and the context will be that of the snow. And they'll talk about the ice hockey park. And even before I deal with the physics, I find myself having to deal with the context, which is foreign to me. And what it does, I then become excluded. As Professor Mkhize was saying, that imagine if Einstein were to learn physics in IsiZulu. The reason why he excelled, because both the context and the language were something that was familiar to him. So what we do need, as a matter of course, is to work on the issues of terminology. We need to be able to describe. What the Chinese have actually done. When I was a student in the US, one of the most fascinating thing was Chinese students would go into class, and we had a better command of the English language than they did, but they performed better. And what they said to me was that each and every book that they use in physics, in biology, has been translated into Chinese. So when they don't understand, they revert back into the Chinese books. And because they can relate to the language, the context, the explanation. So what we also need to move with greater speed is also to start moving into the area of translation. So it is both making sure that we embark on translation, but also we identify terms that are used by all disciplines in the scientific world. And we acculturate those terms by making sure that they become part and parcel of the African language. If you go, there was a time, and I think it's still the same, where if you qualified in Japan for a PhD, you were required in some of the institutions that everything that you've done must ultimately be translated in Japanese so that the knowledge becomes the knowledge of the Japanese people. We still have that challenge. And that applies to all disciplines. I'm simply taking physics because I'm a physicist by training. But whether you're a chemist, whether you are in history and all that, there is no reason, especially with the technologies that we have, for us to remain people who are outsiders and who are unable to serve their people as diligently and as intellectually as we can.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. I think this doesn't need any more translation or any explanation. I think it was clear and sharp and to the point. And I think, Prof, this is actually leading us to the next presentation, which we'll be having after the break, which Prof will explain or will take us through the road that has been traveled by UKZN in terms of implementing the language policy. Because like the most important thing, and which has been a challenge for many of the South African higher education institutions, is that they have come up with beautiful language policies that promote multilingualism. But in terms of implementation of that policy, that has been a big challenge. So when we come back from the short break, we will have our acting director for the University Language Planning and Development, Mr. Kumbulani Mngadi, who will be taking us through the road traveled by UKZN. In a snapshot, there will be other presentations coming from other staff members where they will be sharing also the important subject of the terminology development. As UKZN, I think we are proud to say that like we're one of the leaders in terms of terminology development, and we are a host, or we are hosting a national corpus, which is a leading corpus, not only in South Africa, but in Africa. Mr. Mngadi will take us through all of that so that we understand how the corpus is assisting us also in terms of developing the terminology, and in which disciplines we have developed these terminologies and how they are assisting us in terms of translating materials, teaching materials, resources in the specific disciplines like physics, like law, like psychology, and so forth. So with those few words, let me thank my DPC, Prof. Mkhize, for welcoming us, and also thank Prof. Siepe for the wonderful presentation and an eye-opener. And Prof, your presentation is very, very important, because there are so many other universities that are still struggling to come up with the language policy. I think listening to your presentation, a lot will be learned and some lessons will be learned. And I think during the course of the colloquium, we will be learning so much, and this will promote the collaboration, first local collaboration, and up to regional and international collaboration that we currently have. So may I now request that we take a short break, and we will come back at 10:15 and get a presentation from Mr. Khumbulani Mngadi. Thank you very much.
KwaZulu-Natal is the subtropical pearl of South Africa, with boundless landscapes stretching from Southern Africa's highest peaks to the golden sands of the Indian Ocean. Lying within this beautiful scenery is a university that strives to inspire greatness. The University of KwaZulu-Natal is a multi-campus residential, teaching and research-led university with a proud and rich heritage of academic excellence. Its 5 centers of learning are situated in the cities of Durban and Pietermaritzburg, in the heart of this beautiful province. UKZN is the largest contact university in sub-Saharan Africa, with over 4,200 employees and 49,000 students across all disciplines, including some 3,000 international students from 82 countries. Our staff are drawn from all over the world and reflect different demographics and cultures. Of our academics, more than 50% hold a PhD as a minimum qualification. UKZN is ranked as one of the top 3 research-led universities in South Africa and amongst the top 3% of universities worldwide. As a university, we have streamlined our academic sector to be more effective and responsive to the needs of our students by adopting the college model, and have 4 colleges spread over our 5 campuses. These include the College of Agriculture, Engineering and Science, the College of Health Sciences, the College of Humanities, and the College of Law and Management Studies. Each college is led by a Deputy Vice Chancellor and Head of College. UKZN's Transformation Charter is key in steering our identity and culture, providing a set of transformation goals vital for achieving our vision as the premier university of African scholarship. At UKZN, transformation and excellence are closely paired, with both goals being integral to the other. Our mission is to take the lead in cutting-edge African-focused research and community outreach, and to provide quality tertiary education that is available to all. In striving to offer a learning environment that is accessible to all South Africans, at UKZN, we facilitate several avenues of financial support for our student population, totaling some 1 billion rand. Generous scholarships are available for top academic and sports achievers, whilst the university works closely with the National NSFAS Bursary and Loan Scheme, as well as private and corporate donors to assist our students in need. All these factors make UKZN a uniquely South African university that is academically excellent, innovative in research, critically engaged with society, and demographically representative. As a proudly research-led university, UKZN provides a dynamic environment for all facets of research and innovation and consistently punches above its weight in the production of weighted research outputs. The College of Agriculture, Engineering and Science is at the forefront of such innovation, with its work in developing drought and disease-resistant staple crops that enable food security in Africa. From the College of Health Sciences, a gel that reduces the incidence of HIV and a skin patch that administers insulin without needles are both world firsts. The College of Law and Management Studies produces specialized and accredited professionals in the field of law, accounting, marketing, financial management, human resources, public administration, and IT. And the College of Humanities actively contributes to the intellectual development of the region through thought-provoking annual festivals such as Time of the Writer, the Durban International Film Festival, Jomba Contemporary Dance Experience, and Poetry Africa. Moving forward, UKZN has identified 4 strategically oriented cross-discipline research flagship focus areas, namely African health that aims to save lives, big data and informatics that offers relevant computer solutions for Africa, social cohesion that addresses inequality and promotes nation building, and African cities of the future, which moves towards creating livable cities. These flagship research areas are intimately aligned with UKZN's new 5-year strategic plan. Launched in 2017, the plan outlines the institutional culture, goals, and enablers that will help UKZN realize its full potential as South Africa's university of choice for the country's most talented students and scholars. By focusing on excellence in teaching and learning, high-impact societal and stakeholder community engagement, targeted internationalization, and excellent and high-impact research, innovation, and entrepreneurship, UKZN aims to contribute meaningfully to the future of South Africa and add real value to all its stakeholders. KwaZulu-Natal is the subtropical pearl of South Africa, with boundless landscapes stretching from Southern Africa's highest peaks to the golden sands of the Indian Ocean. Lying within this beautiful scenery is a university that strives to inspire greatness. The University of KwaZulu-Natal is a multi-campus residential, teaching and research-led university with a proud and rich heritage of academic excellence. Its 5 centers of learning are situated in the cities of Durban and Pietermaritzburg, in the heart of this beautiful province. UKZN is the largest contact university in sub-Saharan Africa, with over 4,200 employees and 49,000 students across all disciplines, including some 3,000 international students from 82 countries. Our staff are drawn from all over the world and reflect different demographics and cultures. Of our academics, more than 50% hold a PhD as a minimum qualification. UKZN is ranked as one of the top 3 research-led universities in South Africa and amongst the top 3% of universities worldwide. As a university, we have streamlined our academic sector to be more effective and responsive to the needs of our students by adopting the college model and have 4 colleges spread over our 5 campuses. These include the College of Agriculture, Engineering and Science, the College of Health Sciences, the College of Humanities, and the College of Law and Management Studies. Each college is led by a Deputy Vice-Chancellor and Head of College. UKZN's Transformation Charter is key in steering our identity and culture, providing a set of transformation goals vital for achieving our vision as the premier university of African scholarship. At UKZN, transformation and excellence are closely paired, with both goals being integral to the other. Our mission is to take the lead in cutting-edge African-focused research and community outreach and to provide quality tertiary education that is available to all. In striving to offer a learning environment that is accessible to all South Africans, At UKZN, we facilitate several avenues of financial support for our student population, totaling some 1 billion rand. Generous scholarships are available for top academic and sports achievers, whilst the university works closely with the National NSFAS Bursary and Loan Scheme, as well as private and corporate donors to assist our students in need. All these factors make UKZN a uniquely South African university that is academically excellent, innovative in research, critically engaged with society, and demographically representative. As a proudly research-led university, UKZN provides a dynamic environment for all facets of research and innovation, and consistently punches above its weight in the production of weighted research outputs. The College of Agriculture, Engineering and Science is at the forefront of such innovation, with its work in developing drought and disease-resistant staple crops that enable food security in Africa. From the College of Health Sciences, a gel that reduces the incidence of HIV and a skin patch that administers insulin without needles are both world firsts. The College of Law and Management Studies produces specialized and accredited professionals in the field of law, accounting, marketing, financial management, human resources, public administration, and IT. And the College of Humanities actively contributes to the intellectual development of the region through thought-provoking annual festivals such as Time of the Writer, the Durban International Film Festival, Jomba Contemporary Dance Experience, and Poetry Africa. Moving forward, UKZN has identified 4 strategically oriented cross-discipline research flagship focus areas, namely African health that aims to save lives, big data and informatics that offers relevant computer solutions for Africa, social cohesion that addresses inequality and promotes nation building, and African cities of the future, which moves towards creating livable cities. These flagship research areas are intimately aligned with UKZN's new 5-year strategic plan. Launched in 2017, the plan outlines the institutional culture, goals, and enablers that will help UKZN realize its full potential as South Africa's university of choice for the country's most talented students and scholars. By focusing on excellence in teaching and learning, high-impact societal and stakeholder community engagement, targeted internationalization, and excellent and high-impact research, innovation, and entrepreneurship, UKZN aims to contribute meaningfully to the future of South Africa and add real value to all its stakeholders. KwaZulu-Natal is the subtropical pearl of South Africa, with boundless landscapes stretching from Southern Africa's highest peaks to the golden sands of the Indian Ocean. Lying within this beautiful scenery is a university that strives to inspire greatness. The University of KwaZulu-Natal is a multi-campus residential, teaching and research-led university with a proud and rich heritage of academic excellence. Its 5 centers of learning are situated in the cities of Durban and Pietermaritzburg, in the heart of this beautiful province. UKZN is the largest contact university in sub-Saharan Africa, with over 4,200 employees and 49,000 students across all disciplines, including some 3,000 international students from 82 countries. Our staff are drawn from all over the world and reflect different demographics and cultures. Of our academics, more than 50% hold a PhD as a minimum qualification. UKZN is ranked as one of the top 3 research-led universities in South Africa and amongst the top 3% of universities worldwide. As a university, we have streamlined our academic sector to be more effective and responsive to the needs of our students by adopting the college model and have 4 colleges spread over our 5 campuses. These include the College of Agriculture, Engineering and Science, the College of Health Sciences, the College of Humanities, and the College of Law and Management Studies. Each college is led by a Deputy Vice Chancellor and Head of College. UKZN's Transformation Charter is key in steering our identity and culture, providing a set of transformation goals vital for achieving our vision as the premier university of African scholarship. At UKZN, transformation and excellence are closely paired, with both goals being integral to the other. Our mission is to take the lead in cutting-edge African-focused research and community outreach, and to provide quality tertiary education that is available to all. In striving to offer a learning environment,
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the short break that we have just had now. We will now continue with the colloquium. And in terms of our program now, we will be receiving a presentation from Mr. Kumbulani Mngadi, who is our acting director for the University Language Planning and Development Office. So before Mr. Mngadi begin his presentation, I do want to state that one of the aims of the UKZN language policy is to achieve for IsiZulu the institutional and academic status of English, and to provide facilities to enable the use of IsiZulu as a language of learning, instruction, research, and administration. So that is in our language policy, the 2014 language policy for the University of KwaZulu-Natal. May I now hand over to Mr. Mngadi to now take us through the road that has been traveled since 2006 up to where we are now as the University of KwaZulu-Natal in terms of our language policy and implementation. Over to you, Mr. Mngadi.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, Program Director. Is my screen visible? Can you all see it?
Yes, we can see
yes,
it.
we can see it.
Okay, thank you so much. Our Vice Chancellor, Professor Poku, Professor Mkize, our DVC for Humanities, Professor Songa, our DVC for Teaching and Learning, University Management and Professors, Professor Alves Marquez from University of Salamanca, Professor Siepe from University of Zululand, distinguished guests, I greet you all. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm going to be presenting the route traveled by the University of KwaZulu-Natal, as indicated by the program director. I think I have observed all the protocol, and I greet you, program director, Professor Hlongwa. Thank you very much. I'm going to be sharing with you what the university has done from 2006 up to 2022, and I will share with you what we are planning to do beyond that. As we are celebrating 15 years of language policy and plan as the University of KwaZulu-Natal, we are also coinciding that with the decade of Indigenous languages, as indicated by the chair. The content that I'm going to share with you includes the introduction, the objectives, historical background, university structure, the legislative imperatives, the language policies as been reviewed from 2006 up to 2022 this year. I'm going to share with you what the University Language Planning and Development Office is doing, which is the office that I am acting as the director in. I'm going to share with you our flagship programs, and I'm going to share with you our strategies of enforcing this language policy and plan, or of encouraging people to partake in this language policy and plan. I'm going to share with you who are our partners, And I'm going to do the conclusion by the way of summarizing what I would have spoken about. Our university is known for its bold steps and the pioneering spirit. We have been on the map, or we have been on the news, we have been on each and everyone's faces in respect of this particular project, that of intellectualizing African languages. As you would know, we pride ourselves for being the premier university of African scholarship. Our executive support is unparalleled. The support from both academic disciplines and professional services is out of this world. The support from external stakeholders such as Pan South African Language Board, the National and Provincial Department of Arts and Culture, the KZN legislature, the universities regionally and nationally, media and municipalities. Students are slowly embracing. I would emphasize this point as we go along. I will tell you what it means slowly. And the non-academic staff and unions are appreciating and recognizing the importance of access to information in respect of what we are doing. The paper aims to give the milestones or the anecdotal milestones of the University of KwaZulu-Natal language policy and plan journey. It explains the structural composition that enables bold implementation strategies. It also outlined the provision or the legislative provisions that guide the university direction. It will also give a synopsis of the proposed new language policy and plan. The University of KwaZulu-Natal, as you would know, it's a result of a merger between University of Natal and University of Durban-Westville. Those were monolingual, as you will remember. The merger happened in 2004, the 1st of January. As you know, the legislative framework that we are all relying upon, that is the Constitution of the Republic, especially Section 29, that talks to how and what should be the role of African languages or indigenous languages in this country. And also the Higher Education Act of 1997 is part of the journey that we have traveled. The language policy for higher education 2002, the university language policy and plan 2006. Then you would appreciate that the university, obviously the high structure of the university is the council, and then it's followed by the Senate and the University Language Board. The University Language Board is the one that has been given the responsibility of ensuring that the language program or the language project is realized. And then we've got the College of Law and Management, we've got the College of Health Sciences, we've got Professional Services, we've got the College of Humanities, we've got the College of Agriculture. Though these are the structures that we have within the university, we've got the College of Education as well. These are the structures that are the structures of the university. Then the legislative framework that I had alluded to earlier, one, of course, the Constitution is the most important one. The Higher Education Act of 1997, like I alluded to, the Language Policy Framework of 2003, the Language Policy for Higher Education of 2002, the Use of Official Languages Act of 2012, the Pan South African Language Board Act of 1995, and the National Development Plan, the Promotion of Access to Information Act of 2002, and the KZN Provincial Language Policy. These are legislative framework that are governing what the University of KwaZulu-Natal is doing. We are trying by all means to observe them as they are, and we are trying by all means to interpret them the way they're supposed to be interpreted. Obviously, we may have made some misinterpretation here and there, but our aim is to make sure that we adhere to them and we make sure that we keep on checking ourselves if indeed we are in line with these provisions, as it were. I think it is important for every university to observe these legislative framework because they are the ones that guide the journey that the universities are embarking on, that of developing indigenous languages as indicated. Then the language policy was adopted in 2006 together with the together with the plan. The vision was from 2008 to 2018. The university embraced functional bilingualism by promoting equitable use of the main official languages, that is English and IsiZulu. It encouraged and developed IsiZulu and its technical terminology. I think Prof. Siepe and Prof. Mkhize did touch on that. You will be getting more of that information as we go along. And it promotes scholarly debate on multilingualism and social cohesion at all levels. That is the first language policy. You would appreciate that the University of KwaZulu-Natal started in 2006. As I'm going along with the presentation, you will see the exponential growth in terms of how and what is it that we were focusing on as we were moving forward. Perhaps another most important thing that I need to indicate in this respect is that whenever you are developing a policy, it has to go with the implementable plan. So you would realize that all the way from 2006 up to where we are now, the implementation plan is always there. And it's important that I emphasize that point because perhaps it will form part of the discussions that we are going to have after the presentation. The policy direction took the following in 2019 to 2029. As you can see, from 2007, we had to review it in 2014, and then we had to have another vision that was speaking to that particular period. Between 2019 and 2029, we intend to concentrate on full intellectualization of IsiZulu. And then oftentimes you get asked as to why the university preferred IsiZulu only and left other languages outside. What the university had done was to ensure that it takes it bites what it can chew at a time. Then what becomes important again in the discussions that we are going to have is how universities are going to make sure that we do not duplicate the efforts. One of the reasons why we had to deliberately choose IsiZulu, it was because of locality, of course, it was because of the student composition, it was because of the resources that we had as the university. Because if you want to take a whole lot of languages and then you might fall short of the resources. I'm not by any means saying the resources that we have are not sufficient for other languages, but we plan to do it strategically. We plan to do it exponentially in order for us to make sure that we create an environment where what we are planning to do is going to be realized. And another point that is very important is that point of collaborations to say, you've got 9 languages, and then those 9 languages have got regional presence. Among other things that you need to take into consideration is that regional presence as to what other 25 universities are going to be doing. It's a discussion that we have to have, all of us as universities. It's a discussion that we need to have in respect of the resources that the nation has. And we need to avoid duplications by all means. We need to work as a unit. We need to have collaborative projects insofar as how these languages should be done. But what becomes clear is that at a time the University of KwaZulu-Natal was developing its language policy, it was focusing on IsiZulu, and it was supporting the other languages by the way of other projects that we are doing. A case in point is the project that is called Bualina. Bualina is a Sesotho project that we started in 2017. It was geared at teaching students at their residences the IsiSotho. Why IsiSotho? It's because it is a non-Nguni language, and it is important for our social cohesion, and it's important for multilingualism to rope in that language in order for us to broaden our scope in support of multilingualism. So it was important in that aspect. Then the other point that is very important for the University of KwaZulu-Natal's focus, it focused on corpus planning and status planning. According to Fishman, language planning is an authoritative allocation of resources to the attainment of language status and corpus goals, whether in connection with new functions that are aspired to, or in connection with all functions that need to be discharged more adequately. That point is very critical for us. As a third point, the University of KwaZulu-Natal made it a point that when you are expected to deliver on a project of this magnitude, as the university, it's important that you create a conducive scientific environment, or you create a conducive research platform for academics to support the project with academic research. And therefore, that is what we've been doing. What we've been doing over the last 10 years was to issue out calls for colleges, for individuals to apply for funding, the little that we had, to apply for funding in various fields so that they can partake in intellectualizing the language. For the past few years, we have had academics applying for terminology development. We have had academics applying for the creation of applications. We have academics applying for bilingual tutorial materials development. We had academics applying for translation of study materials and all that. That in itself is symbolic of the support that we are getting from the executive management. In the last 10 years, the management or the executive has been in the forefront of this particular project in spirit and in kind. And therefore, one of the things that we need to discuss, or we need to focus on in our deliberations, is how do you make sure that you couple this intellectualization project with research? That is very important, and it has been important for the University of KwaZulu-Natal. The acquisition planning is left to the colleges to teach, as I had indicated. So it's important that whenever you are doing this particular project, you rope in role players, you rope in everyone that you think or you feel can play a role in this particular project that we are doing. IsiZulu, we intend for IsiZulu, I think Prof. Hlongwa had indicated this, we intend for IsiZulu to enjoy parity of esteem. It must be treated equitably with the English language. Now, as you would know, we are all grappling with what the higher education has provided us in terms of the guideline, insofar as the higher education language policy framework. As I indicated to you, when you looked at what I had presented 2006, I had presented 2014 revision. Now I am presenting 2021 with the language policy framework for higher education. What this language policy framework does, the language policy framework provides a framework for the development and strengthening of indigenous languages as languages of scholarship, teaching, and learning, communication at higher education institutions. It provides guidelines for the development and implementation of and monitoring and evaluation of institutional language policy. It contributes to the transformation in higher education with specific reference to universities through enhancing languages to foster institutional inclusivity and cohesion. It also says there is a need for our education to value all indigenous languages as sources of knowledge capable of informing learning of different disciplines in higher education. The value of collaborative partnerships that I had alluded to earlier to promote multilingualism, the commitment to promote language equity, equality, and fairness, the commitment to the development and the promotion of indigenous languages to redress the past injustices. It's something that we are all aware of. It's something that we know from our history as a country. The framework is based on the following values. That is, nurturing of an environment where multilingualism is not seen as a problem, but as a resource to facilitate cognitive development and epistemic access, inclusiveness, transformation, social cohesion, and respect for languages. It also values the promotion of human dignity. It also has a stance against the use of any language for the purposes of exploitation, exclusion, domination, and discrimination, and also the creation of respective institutional culture at the universities. The following steps were taken then in addressing the language policy of 2014. Now, we are currently busy with that revision. It's not yet finalized, but this is what we are trying to do. The vision is from 2021 to 2019 or 2032 and beyond. The review of the language policy is the responsibility of the University Language Board. You would remember in the structure that I had indicated earlier to say we've got council, we've got senate, we've got ULB, we've got colleges. And then there is an operational arm, which is what I am representing today, the University Language Planning and Development Office. It reports to the ULB what the situation is on the ground. Then the ULB appointed a language policy review task team, and Professor Hlongwa is a member in that particular committee. The review process started in 2021. It started with the literature review. Obviously, we were reviewing what we had written in 2014 in respect of the policy itself, in respect of the language plan. But again, this time, the third layer is this new language policy framework that we need to look into and update our language policy based on it so that we can be in a position to adhere to what it aspires. And then what we have done, extensive consultation with internal and external stakeholders is still in place or was in place. And the draft of the new language policy, it's imminent. We are going to be having our first quarterly University Language Board meeting. That is where I am going to table the results of the consultation that I'm talking about. I am going to be seeking guidance from the ULB as to what should be the next step, but it has to be tabled. It has to be tabled in the internal committees as well. It has to be tabled at the Senate for approval and by the Council for endorsement as soon as it is finished. So that is where we are in terms of reviewing our language policy. And as I indicated, we may not be perfect, but we are trying by all means to ensure that we follow the right steps and we make sure that we observe the correct protocols. Now, the implementing arm that I had spoken about, what became important to the University of KwaZulu-Natal was that it had to have its structures so that it can deliver on this mandate of intellectualizing African languages. Then the Senate, by the way of charter, established the ULB, and the ULB had to establish the University Language Planning and Development Office, the office that I'm leading at the moment. Then what is it? The main, or the first thing that you need to understand about the ULP, the O as it is affectionately known, language matters at UKZN. This can be double-fold. It can be language matters as in language issues at UKZN, but on the other side, it can mean language is important at UKZN. Perhaps we can discuss that later. But the vision for the office, because it has to have a vision, is to be the center of excellence in promoting the development and the scientification of indigenous languages with specific reference to IsiZulu. Our mission was to embrace and foster functional bilingualism at the University of KwaZulu-Natal through promoting the equitable use of English and IsiZulu. Like I indicated before, this was the 2006 and 2014 language policy. There is new environment now. This is going to change, and it's going to change using the proper structures of the University of KwaZulu-Natal. In order for us to be in line with the new policy framework, this will change. And in the next presentation that I may make in the near future, you will see a significant shift in this simply because we are a compliant university and we try by all means to comply. The ULPDO office promotes the development of IsiZulu to be the language of administration, language of teaching and learning, language of research, as well as innovation, while encouraging or while accentuating the role of English as the primary academic language. That point, I think people miss it. It could be they miss it deliberately or they miss it by mistake. The accentuation of the role of English as the primary language of academic language has always been there, and people must take note of it. There is no intention to replace English now. Our process of developing African languages is to ensure that when we fully implement these ideas that we are having, we should be ready, our languages should be ready. So for now, the English is still the primary language of academic, is still the primary academic language, as it were. Then the office promotes and oversees the adherence to the statutory provisions of the development of technical terminology. You would remember that earlier I spoke about the partnerships, and the main partner there was the Pan-South African Language Board. The University of KwaZulu-Natal is working in collaboration with the Pan-South African Language Board in order to develop proper terminology, in order to follow all the statutory provisions of the development of the language. So that is what we are doing as the University of KwaZulu-Natal. We work with the stakeholders that are mandated by our government, that are mandated by the Constitution to do these tasks. So the ULPDO also monitors and render quality translation and editing, interpreting services to the entire university. As you might have seen, Mr. Manyoni was interpreting on the other side, interpreting for the keynote speaker, and is going to do it tomorrow when the keynote is doing. The other point, we are developing IsiZulu National Corpus, and I think I need to share with you the statistics that are very impressive insofar as this is concerned. Our corpus is threefold. We've got oral corpus, we've got parallel corpus, and then we've got the INC, which is the bigger corpus. The INC, at the moment, we are standing at 31 million tokens, sorry, in a form of words or in a form of tokens that are in the corpus. At the moment, it is the biggest African, South African indigenous language corpus. And then in terms of parallel corpus, we are sitting at 17,499 sentences. And in the oral corpus, we are sitting at 139 hours, 57 minutes. That statistics is very important for corpus for those who understand what the corpus is all about. The corpus is all about collecting all the words or tokens that have been spoken, written in IsiZulu in order for them to be digitalized. Why they need to be digitalized? One is for posterity, and then two is for research development. We encourage, because this is an open source as the university property, but it is an open source. We are encouraging people to come to us and request access to this corpus because it's important for development of technologies. It's important for research purposes, particularly for academics. The reason why people do not see the value in our languages is because we do not talk much about the currency it can carry moving forward if our development is done scientifically. The scientification of our African languages need to talk to technology. It needs to talk to literature development, because one other thing that we are shying away from is the fact that our basic education is not doing justice to the development of the indigenous languages. We need to be in consultation with them, in discussions with them, insofar as how can we work together? That is basic education, higher education, as well as government and the private sector, in order to elevate the status of these languages, in order for them to have the currency that people are longing for. Because the first thing that people do when you talk of the development of African languages, they would ask you, what is the currency of the indigenous languages? Because I cannot work anywhere with these languages. The currency lies with us. The currency lies with our attitude towards these languages. We need to develop them into the languages of administration, into the languages of research, into languages of teaching and learning, into languages of technology. That is where we are going to realize the currency that we are talking about. Then the other important aspect of the portfolio that I am leading, we have IsiZulu Term Bank, where we store all the the terminologies that we have developed. And as we go forward, you will see what I'm talking about. We have published glosses, we have published literature, we have created apps as well. And then the last aspect is this development of human language technologies. And it's very important for our language to develop into that. And I think I had a discussion with one of our colleagues yesterday to say it's very ironic when we are talking about decolonization and internationalization that we do not see the value of bringing our indigenous knowledge system, including languages, onto the international table, because they don't want to see us speaking English more than them. They want to know what Africa can contribute on the table, or what Africa can contribute in the discourse of internationalization. And therefore, it's important for us as academics, as South Africans, to understand that this thing of developing languages goes beyond just developing languages because we work with languages, but it talks about the issues of identity that Prof. Siepa was talking about. It talks about issues of culture that we are talking about, and as South Africa is known for its diversity, we need to be in a position as South Africans to articulate succinctly what is the identity of South Africans. It's pluralism that we've always been talking about, is rainbow nation that we've always been talking about. But we need to be in a position to say, these are the building blocks of that pluralism. These are the building blocks of that rainbow nation. So it's very important that when we talk about this, we are not talking about it in isolation, but we are talking about it in context. Then the flagship programs that we are having, I had spent much of the time talking about IsiZulu National Corpus. Is sitting at 31 million, as I had indicated. It has got three dimensions to it: parallel corpus, it has got oral corpus, as well as the INC, as it were. The literature development, as I'm talking to you this year, we are going to be doing short stories on UKZN staff and students. We want to hear the voice from within, be it GPV, be it the boy child and the girl child, be it politics, be it COVID impact, all of that. We want to inculcate the culture of reading and writing. That is why I was talking about the inclusion of basic education, because oftentimes it gets left out of these programs. We need to be talking with basic education and rope it in what we are doing so that we can all sing from the same hymn book. The research activities, like I indicated earlier, that we prioritize research because we discovered that it's important when you are doing this project, or when we are doing a project of this magnitude, couple it with research. We are universities, and research is in our DNA, and therefore it's important that we include the research. Then terminology development, I had spoken about terminology development. I had spoken about the university website translation. It's a big project that we need to embark on. That's another point that I think we need to share with other universities, to say, if you are talking about the development and the emancipation of indigenous languages, you've got to show it in what you do. When I log onto your website, I need to see Sepedi, I need to see Sesotho, I need to see Chivenda, I need to see Siswati. But you don't have to say you are developing languages, but you are not demonstrating that development through these building blocks that I'm talking about. And the human language technologies that I had spoken about, TemBank, the IsiZulu National Corpus, the spell checker, and the IsiZulu lexicon. This one is under construction. We did this for easy use and easy access. It's an app that you upload on your phone. It has got all the terminologies that we have done, or the glosses that we have done. It's easy for language practitioners just to flip the phone and log on and check what the term means in IsiZulu and so forth. This is under a new development because we had discovered that there are certain things that we did not consider in the first development. So now it's under redevelopment. We are going to be issuing it towards the end of the year, and it's going to be user-friendly as it were. Then the spell checker, this is another product that was developed by Prof. Kumalo, the former director here, as well as Professor Kit from University of Cape Town. It's another open source resource. These are the things that we need to be developing using the technology in order for our languages to be developed. And then this is the website that I had spoken about. Perhaps they are going to play this video of the lady telling you about ULPDO, what it does and how it was formed and what are the projects that we are involved in. This is one of the example of the glossaries that we have developed. We have published this one for architecture. We worked with Professor Frescura and Dr. Mieza. It's the architecture glosses. And then this is the law. We worked with Mr. Kulegani Zondi, and we published this particular book. And then this is the standardized IsiZulu language. This is the publication, as the last year's publication actually. We worked with Pan South African Language Board and all other stakeholders, like I indicated earlier. Professor Mapumulo is our editor on that. And then how did we manage to encourage people to take part in what we are doing? As I indicated, it was the establishment of the University Language Board by the way of charter. The Senate did that, and then the establishment of the office, which is Language Planning and Development Office, the introduction of the compulsory IsiZulu for first years, the BR9 rule, the introduction of doctoral rule, that is the translation of PhD abstract, the introduction of bilingual tutorial program, the development of terminology, as I had just shown you, the translation of study guides, the creation of language champions for each college. It's very important that you have faces that are leading this particular project, the translation of examination instructions and interpretation in graduation ceremonies, translation of university notices and VC communiques, literature competition. These are the strategies the university used in ensuring that people are aware of what emancipating the indigenous languages is, and of what it means to develop a language. How do you make sure that people buy into the idea? You do that by showing as the university that you are prepared to change the policies. You are prepared to be transformative in your character and in your deeds. That is what the University of KwaZulu-Natal did. Then our partnerships are very important, or partnerships, that's another point that we need to be discussing moving forward. Partnerships are very important in doing this. You cannot do this in silo, or you cannot do it alone. As the university, we have signed MOAs with Department of Arts and Culture. We have signed MOA with Pan South African Language Board, with Mazisi Kunene and Baqonde, as well as the partners that Prof had indicated earlier that we are working with. So it's important that you don't do this in isolation. You collaborate with people, you share expertise, and you share the resources, because this is a national agenda, it's not a regional agenda, and therefore it's important for all of us to understand that when we are doing this type of work, we are doing it for future generations. And though the future generations are not Zulus, Pedis, they are South Africans. So we need to be in a position to do that. And another point that I want to make, because the partnerships go beyond our borders. I think Prof. Pedro Maquez is here. We have a project, the Baqonde project that I'm saying it's with EU partners. We have a project that we are working with the University of Salamanca in it and other European partners. We are trying to capacitate the lecturers to teach multilingually. We are trying to develop materials that are geared toward multilingual teaching, simply because the value of working together is very significant. So I think you are going to hear more from Prof tomorrow as to how and what we are doing. We've got the University of Western Cape in that particular partnership. We've got the Rhodes University, we've got Northwest University, we've got University of KwaZulu-Natal. I do think it's going to expand to other universities as well, simply because this thing cannot be done as individuals, but we need to do it as a collective. And then the following MOAs are in process. We are working with UKZN to develop another MOA because it is the biggest stakeholder insofar as IsiZulu language is concerned. IsiZulu dictionary unit that is headed by Dr. Mbata as well. And the South African Center for Digital Language Resources, SADILA, that is a national institution that is housed in the University of Northwest. We are working on putting together an MOA, and then we are going to identify areas of mutual interest, and we are going to work with them. In closing, the Vision 2030 is of the University of KwaZulu-Natal is going very well. It does have attendant challenges to it. The current language policy revision will be in line with the new language policy framework, as I indicated. University of KwaZulu-Natal values and encourages local and international collaborations and partnerships in the development of indigenous languages, as well as research. And University of KwaZulu-Natal envisions all South African indigenous languages, including sign language, Khoi, and San and Nama languages to be developed by 2060. Sorry. I think, where am I now? Oh, these are the references, sorry. It ends here in this conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for affording me the opportunity to present what the University of KwaZulu-Natal is doing. I now would like to hand over to the Program Director, Professor Hlongwa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mngadi, for taking us through the road traveled by UKZN in terms of establishing the UKZN language policy, and also in terms of the implementation and where we are right now with the implementation. Colleagues, I do want to recognize our coordinator for Bakonde, Professor Pedro Mosquera. Pedro, you are welcome. And we really appreciate, we know that like your keynote is tomorrow, but like we really appreciate your presence today as well. Colleagues, we have decided that like, I allow Mr. Mngadi to take more time, because like our first speaker in the next session is not here. So that is why will be joining us tomorrow. So that is why we have taken more time and given Mr. Mngadi more time, at least so that like you have a full picture in terms of what is happening at UKZN and also our international collaborations that we currently have. So Prof. Mosquera will talk more about those because like with that international collaboration, our European partners are University of Salamanca, Spain, that is represented by Pedro, and the University of Groningen, that is in Netherlands, and also the Trinity College, which is Dublin in Ireland. So those are our European partners. So we'll be hearing more about Bakonde tomorrow, which is a project which seeks to boost the use of African languages in higher education. Thank you very much, Mr. Mngadi, for your presentation. I think as UKZN, we're really proud of the milestone and of our achievements. Colleagues, like you will be hearing more between the course of today and tomorrow about how far we have gone in terms of making sure that like students since 2014, students who come to UKZN who haven't done IsiZulu in their matric, who don't have any communicative competence in IsiZulu, we allow them to enroll for IsiZulu because like the basic communication is important, especially as well in the professional disciplines. Imagine a doctor who is with the patient and the doctor cannot speak the language of the patient. So the doctor-patient relationship, it's very, very important. Psychologists, like, and so forth, and the likes, all the professional disciplines. So it's important that at least the basic communication is built. And that is what we actually expect from all the other universities in the country, that like if I go to the University of Venda, I do learn some communication in Venda, because like if I will be getting work and working around Polokwane and other spaces there, at least I'm able to communicate with my clients, with my patients, and so forth, depending on the discipline that we are in. So that is very, very good. So like we have been, since 2014, implemented the BR9 rule. And I'm glad that like, whilst the College of Humanities has been instrumental in terms of driving the language policy with all the other colleges on board, we will be graduating soon a first PhD student in the College of Law and Management who is writing the PhD in IsiZulu. So that is very important. And currently, our students in the university are allowed to write their proposals, to write the ethics application, and we have ethics specialists who are reading and approving ethics application for the students in IsiZulu. So that is how far we are building the implementation of the university language policy in our research, because like we're a research-led institution. So what we do, we build it into research, we build it into teaching and learning. And you will be happy that like before the end of April, you will be reading an alternation special issue focusing on the intellectualization of African languages that will be written solely in IsiZulu. That will be the first of its kind for the alternation journal to be produced in IsiZulu, all through the assistance and also the funding that has come from the National Institute for Humanities and Social Sciences. So I don't have any questions for Mr. Mngadi, and I will now continue, colleagues, and then we move ahead with our program for today. Our first speaker is not able to be with us today, so will be joining us tomorrow. That is Dr. Tebogo Rafogo. So we will begin our next session with the presentation from Mr. Mongezi Polofo and Mr. Michael Lafon. The title of the presentation is The Need for French to IsiZulu Material, the opportunity to present data in new ways. Let me hand over to my colleagues. Michael Lafon is based in the University of Witwatersrand and Pretoria, and Mr. Mongezi Polofo is our graduate in the School of Art at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Over to you, colleagues. And thank you very much, Mr. Ngati, for the presentation. I think we'll continue to engage during the course of the colloquium. Thank you very much. Over to you, Mongezi and Michael.
Thank you. So,
thank you so much, Prof. Mitch, I would let you lead.
Yeah. Do you hear me? Do people hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Michael. You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I cannot open the video. It says it's been blocked from your side. Okay. First, just a caveat. Sometimes my connection is not very stable. Sometimes it cuts and it comes back. Now, firstly, we would like to thank the organizers to have invited us to this very interesting colloquium, and very impressive. I must say that I'm a bit impressed to speak of a modest work after such. Yeah, I can start the video now. Thank you. Yeah, it's rather intimidating to speak of the small work that we are doing after such enlightening presentation. We would like also to commend UKZN for its forward-looking policy regarding African languages, and we definitely would like to inscribe our work, our small work, our efforts into that global aim. We must indeed remember that any policy, great as it may be, needs practical implementation, and that implies dealing with limited in the matter of languages, dealing with limited technical domains, one after the other. Our own domain is language learning, particularly from French to IsiZulu and from IsiZulu to French. although those two legs of our project do not go on the same path, we do consider them both, but we had to start somewhere. I will try to share my screen now. Sorry, it doesn't seem, it's not the right one. I'm lost now. Sorry. I'm trying to share the screen. Yeah, it did work, so it should work again. Yeah, it's now. Do you see my screen?
Yes, Mitch.
Okay, thank you.
Just have to maximize it.
I have to maximize it. Okay. Yes. Okay. So just a point. I do not belong, or I'm not attached to Wits University, but rather to IFAS and University of Pretoria. In any case, I'm retired from both institutions. So the main rationale of our project is that we realize it is much easier to learn a language from one's own language or from a language one knows best. That is to establish a direct relationship between the languages without English or some other language as a medium, as a middleman. So that is the rationale of our project. Oops. Sorry. Yeah. Now we'll look at the two legs of the project. First, sorry, why is it not? Yeah. Okay. First, I realized when I came to South Africa with a project about Zulu that there was an absence of very scarce material in French to facilitate the learning of IsiZulu. So I realized there is a need to fill a gap and to correct a historical injustice. Of course, this fact, some presenter before alluded to the colonial history. This is a legacy of the colonial history, which is compounded for South Africa by the time of the academic boycott, which during some time prevented or limited relationship between French universities, French academics, and South African academics. I say French, but I should say European and American also, Western academics. So what is the relevance, of course, of learning IsiZulu for a non-IsiZulu speaker? It offers a better integration and socialization in present-day South Africa. This has been extensively shown earlier. And it is also recommended in higher education. Our main targets are French-speaking tourists, visitors, students, expatriates, and also, we do not forget them at all, French-speaking immigrants to South Africa, mostly from Africa, the DRC, West African countries. Now, another caveat has to be made. Of course, we do not assume that those immigrants are all French speakers, and even less that French is their mother tongue or their only language. They do have other languages. But in the absence of, so far, of material from their own language, which would towards IsiZulu, which would be the ideal, it is possible, according to their own history, those who have been in school in their own country before coming to South Africa, etc., it is possible that material in French will be easier for them to access than material in English. And of course, another target is academics. Oops. Sorry, sometimes. Yeah. Now, regarding the other leg of the project, from IsiZulu to French, that is learning French from IsiZulu, that we will deal mostly at a later stage. This one does speak to the intellectualization of IsiZulu, because in order to do that, you need to use grammatical terminology. You need to reflect on French grammar from an IsiZulu perspective. So you need the development of a technical domain. What is the main target there? It's IsiZulu speaking students, academics, tourists, travelers, etc., etc. A bit the same in a symmetrical way as the ones that the French speakers that would need to learn IsiZulu. Okay, so sorry, that's the wrong one. What have we done so far? we have published a French to Zulu conversation, to IsiZulu conversation manual. We are about to complete a French to Zulu and Zulu to French lexicon. That one speaks more to both legs of the project because it has not only a French to Zulu, an introduction in French, it also has a comprehensive introduction in Zulu to the French lexicon. And there is also a Zulu grammar in progress. So just to show that I'm not just speaking, that's a picture of the conversation manual, which has been published last year, I'm not sure. And well, it is available. In South Africa, it is difficult to have such books taken on by commercial distributors or publishers, but you can find it at Alliance Française and from us, and of course online as well. Now, while completing the part French to IsiZulu, we thought it would give us also an opportunity to present data in new ways, not for the sake of it, but in case that appeared justified to us. As we all know, there are many grammars of IsiZulu written in English, mostly in English, some in IsiZulu as well. But most of them, they seem to be stuck in the Dokean approach. That is, as you know, Doke was a missionary that was instrumental in putting Isis in, in describing IsiZulu and making it accessible to non-Zulu speakers at the time. But his main book dates 1927. He was considered as a great linguist, African linguist, and his approach. But it happens that his approach has been taken over and is still dominating in most description or manuals that appear to the day. So we decided that, okay, even though we acknowledge, of course, this work, we don't need to follow his approach when we feel it is not appropriate to our purpose. So we differ in, or we are innovative maybe in several ways, we hope, or we think. One is about varieties. Rodolfo, I don't need to monopolize, you need to tell me when you want to chip in. Huh?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mitch, and greetings to colleagues. On varieties, you know, IsiZulu more possibly so than other languages is, you can say, di or multi-centered, so which leads to two main prestige varieties. You know, on one hand, we have the so-called standard exemplified in the bulk of written text, most notably in literature. The standard emerged. This standard IsiZulu emerged eventually from Shaka's divisive actions, you know, as the variety spoken by the king and his entourage was imposed across the whole Zulu-dominated area. It happens that this variety was further promoted through the mission school system and later the colonial administration. And then we need to remember that IsiZulu was a compulsory topic in schools in Natal since the end of the 19th century, and that the knowledge of the language was for some time a requisite to become a civil servant for a long period. This variety was further enforced through school exams. So on the other hand, in Gauteng, where there was, you know, due hardships and pressure, many Zulu speakers settled from the mid-1800s. There you saw a development of a variety, markedly different, but this is referred to as Zulu nonetheless, as IsiZulu nonetheless, which also converges, you know, in Gauteng, it converges scores of people from different linguistic backgrounds. And so it is notably from Southern and Central Africa who shared the same socioeconomic conditions and mixed socially. This variety often became a second language and was transmitted orally, families and neighborhoods. So today it is there, it lives, to the extent that it is now accepted in school exams. So you have that which corresponds with what we call urban IsiZulu if you come to provinces like KZN, because such varieties have got a correspondences with modernization and how the spatial planning is now in South Africa. So also we note that most existing material in English refer to standard IsiZulu, and some do to Gauteng only, which is inclusive view of Zulu. That is what we have taken. Then our approach is that is based on standard, but it includes some Gauteng forms.
Yeah, if I may intervene. Yes. Okay. It is.
Yes.
Okay. The important factor here is, I think, is that because of the economic and political importance of Gauteng, the urban variety of Gauteng cannot be dismissed. We all know that all languages in the world, they do have dialects or variation from one place to the other, etc. And when you elaborate a manual on one language, you cannot take into account everything. But the particular status of the Gauteng variety makes it a requisite to consider this thing, because of the political, economic, as I said, importance of the province. So we thought, no, we cannot dismiss it. On top of that, many visitors or expatriates, etc., people that come to South Africa, some will be interested in Zulu, some will be in KZN, but many will be in Gauteng and will encounter the Gauteng variety. So if you teach them a language which deviates from what they hear, one of the speakers highlighted earlier, that you learn language from communication, then it doesn't work. That actually happened to me when I came to South Africa. I was learning Zulu in books that were referring to the standard, but I was in Gauteng and it constantly differed, and I was lost until I realized that, okay, the varieties are different and my books are not up to date. Okay, that's just the point. To explain why we came to that inclusive view of the Gauteng variety in any material that we produce. So we have examples there in phonetics or in sounds, in morphology and lexicon. Wonderful, if you want to continue. It's just making that.
Yeah. So whilst we're in that, the examples of the striking differences between the Gauteng version, which when we say Gauteng, we also encompass what we say urban version of IsiZulu, but more so with Gauteng because of these distinct differences, like in the sound, you know, the sound R, which we always say that it was taken to English, and with nowadays speakers are able to articulate that, but you see them in spaces when we articulate it, particularly in the lexicon, you will see that we include them both, iloli and ilori, you know, with the R. The library, which becomes the library or e-library, with the olden speaker, there's still a difficulty in saying the R, but modern speaker, and strikingly in the Gauteng version, the R is more so active. And then we move to maybe the morphological differences, you know, where you can see we've picked here up the very two, which are very markedly different, you know, the be and the say. And if you look at that, I'm not sure if you can zoom into that image, that you would see there's striking differently between that and the Gauteng version. You know, the Sewu, whereas in KZN you'll find Usu, Bewu, and Beka. In Gauteng, Beka Hamba instead Ubehamba. So we'll find such striking differences. And Use, Seka, Seba, Seba Hambile, you know, all those striking differences which are at the morphosyntactical level, those differences. Yes, we can move on, Mitch. So these are all included. Yeah. Come in, Mitch.
This table, you will see French there because it's an extracted from the conversation manual. And that is why I cannot make it bigger, enlarge it. on the screen. Okay, going to the lexicon, to the difference between the Gauteng and the standard. We realize that in Gauteng there are more loans from Afrikaans, maybe came into the language through Subtitles, and loans also from other African languages. However, we did not consider very much even loans or quotes from English to be specific to the Gauteng variety, because in present-day Zulu there is lots of code switching and code mixing in all varieties. So it doesn't seem that it is so much indicative of Gauteng as it is just from the modern usage. So we've got some lexicon examples of words. To be angry, we have ukukwat in Gauteng. Ukukwata is more frequent than ukutela. So our position was to keep both, not to eliminate one, not to privilege one, but to keep both. To pay, we have ukubadala and ukukota. From other African languages, Inyatsi is heard in Gauteng. For umakwapeni, as umakwapeni of course is also heard. Usokola versus ukuhlupeka, the same. Just a few examples, but there are quite a number. Bolofo, do you want to add something on the lexicon aspect?
Yeah, and not very much, but those are the striking differences, that there's so much borrowing in Gauteng compared to more of the standard language, which is more KZN-ish, which doesn't necessarily borrow. But in the urban version, you find that also they do use these terms which are like Gauteng, and particularly in the north of KZN, where it is closer to the Gauteng border, you also find such words as badala, kudumala, and kwata. They are all in Xhosa, but these in the lexicon, we made an executive decision to say we include all varieties that we can come across, so that this opens access to the language, and the learner of the language from the francophone level, from the French, who's gaining access into IsiZulu, is able to appease themselves into all varieties that are there. As it has been mentioned by Michelle before, that the speaker is basically will land in Gauteng. And so presentation of data, the new ways of presenting IsiZulu to the international speakers or speakers who come from outside is basically, this is our idea, to say, let's include all varieties.
Okay,
we can move on, maybe. I see time is not on our side.
Yes, those two main varieties. Just precision on that aspect of the lexicon and loan words. We also made a decision not to include in our lexicon French to Zulu French, to include all what they call quotes or loan words from English that appear in conversation when they have not been adapted to some extent in Zulu. Because otherwise, to us, it would make no sense. You could include half the lexicon of English, then it would make no sense. My neighbors, for instance, we don't see a point to put such words in the lexicon. It can be discussed, can be debated, but that was our decision. Okay, regarding the grammar, now, so we are not into the looking at the difference between the varieties. We are looking at maybe innovation or another look at the grammar. As I said, we have freed ourselves from the document tradition wherever we felt appropriate. We also have to consider our own aim, our particular aim, which is a bridge between French and Zulu. And just wanted to remind some of a fact in grammar. When you elaborate a grammar of language A, you always start from your own language or from a certain language, maybe a different language. So even though Doak tried to not follow, we know that at this time, he was an innovator also, because he made his description of Zulu was not based on Latin grammar as it was before, etc. Still, you can find in his description that he's influenced by his own language, that is English. So yeah. In our case, we start from French to Zulu. So we also have to take into account the French grammatical frame. Okay, this example is not necessarily, doesn't illustrate what I just said. What it illustrates is that we freed ourselves from the Durkheim approach. As you, those of you familiar with the Durkheim approach, with the Durkheim's grammar, you know that he made an extensive, he identifies several lists of prefixes for agreement prefixes. We came back to one core set. And all the other sets are derived from one core set. But Doak preferred to have a set for adjective, a set for relative, a set for qualificative, etc. And you fail to see the relation in his description. We thought it was better, more clear to retain just one set from which all sets derive by phonetic rules, etc. I won't go into that now. This table is just an example of how it works. We differentiate the pre-prefix or the augment, some other terminology, from the prefix, then an example, of course, and then the nominal agreement and the verbal agreement. And all, according to us, all falls into that. Okay, so we don't go into the details. And another important aspect, because of again, the Durkheim approach, is adjectives. Now, in French, adjectives are an important category. Why do I say that? Because there have been some discussion and some suggestion in recent Zulu grammar theory that there should not be adjectives in Zulu. Well, maybe, but if you start from French, it's illogical because we have an important category, adjectives, and we have similar words in Zulu. So why not make a grid? Okay, so Doak, what does it do with adjectives? It differentiates adjectives from what he calls relatives, and they are both subcategories of what he calls qualificative. Another of his, and I think that is to me a main failure, he takes the attributive construction, there will be examples just after, at the basic and the epithetic construction as secondary. I think if we look at that page, we see, sorry, I'll come back to the nominal adjective and the verbal adjective afterwards, but we see an example of what I call attributive construction, sorry. It's when you say of someone, murle or no muntu murle. And then the epithetic is no muntu o murle ushonile, for instance. Just to, oops. So, and sorry, and Doak, for some reason, he took the epithetic, the omurle form, as the primary form, and he derives the other one by subtraction. Whereas it's much easier to go the other way around. So we freed ourselves from this Doakian approach, and we start with the attributive form, going to the epithetic form with a complexity with, but I don't go into that, but with an addition rather than a subtraction. On top of that, amongst the adjectives, we distinguish just two categories or subcategories of adjective according to their agreement marker. What we call the nominal adjectives, so that includes what Doak lists as adjective is very short, small category of adjectives, big, flame, kulu, etc. And we add what he calls enumerative, nye and pi, and gaki, because they have the same agreement form. And other adjectives, verbal adjectives, inclope, bonjour, etc., because they have different agreement marker. So we can, and that shows both in the attributive and the epithetic construction. You would say murle lumundu, and you would say still about umuntu, who right. It's not the same agreement. There is a verbal agreement. We don't need to go all along the forms. Okay, both of you, if you want to chip in there. Oops.
Yeah, I think, yeah. So let's go in. Well, so in the scope, we only have 4 minutes. Yes, Professor, we note in the conversation as well, in the lexicon, we try to cover as many as possible of likely situations, of the everyday situations and encounters. So these included some painful, of course, and painful events and dating, some relationships. Such an obvious part of life is, however, most often completely absent from current manuals. So we tried to be gender sensitive, but it is clearly an area where I think we are prepared to concede failure. So as you can see there on the table, on the conversations, some of the topics that we have delved into, starting from Ugubingelela, going to at the hotel, encompassing being at the mechanic, to go to the offices, exchange bureaus, going to stadiums, meeting new people, some dating, meeting new girls, distraction stories. So we've covered basically all, which seems to be absent from such manuals of this nature. So basically that's how we covered it. And in a lexicon, this also is quite evident that we capture the language as it is spoken in the modern era and in an everyday situation, the words and expressions that people will be able to follow. And in the manual, we've got a section that includes expressions that are used every day, with themes like IsiZulu, Simoso Zulu, that include eating and dining. So such phrases which are used every day are there in the manual. So this, we believe, is for us a best way of presenting new data and of opening IsiZulu to be accessible to the Francophone world in true reflection of how it is being used today. Thank you.
May I don't know about time, but may I add something?
Yeah, I think it will be a minute.
A minute, yeah. Just to rebound on the previous presentation, Mr. Kumbulani Ngadi, where he mentioned the database and corpus collection for IsiZulu, not for the work is published and the lexicon is almost finished, but for a second edition, we would like very much to be able to access some Zulu corpus in order to sort out the frequency, etc. Because we worked on our own. For French, I was able to find on the internet some frequency studies, etc. We were not able to do so for Zulu. We looked a little bit. Maybe there was, but we didn't have the technical support to do so. But for a next publication, we would love to do so. Okay.
Thank you. So over to you, Prof. Shongwa. We are very thankful for the opportunity, and it's very great to be back at the alma mater. And I must say that wherever we go, we cannot stop singing praises of the strides that the university has taken. And as we go, we always inspire greatness wherever we go, and at all times. We shall always tell of the story of the upliftment of the IsiZulu as an indigenous language to gain an institutional and academic status of English in the university. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Michael. And thank you very much, Mwongezi, for the wonderful presentation. Mwongezi, Michael will tell you that he has come a long way in terms of promoting the intellectualization of IsiZulu and French. I think when I was still the head of IsiZulu, he had a project where he was translating a French book into IsiZulu. So he has been doing quite a lot of work, and we really appreciate this. And I think we will be sharing your publications with our UKZN team, our French team, because we are prioritizing French for our internationalization efforts at UKZN as part and parcel of our strategic plan. So we thank you very much for your presentation. And I see there is a hand already from Prof. Stanmeier. I think maybe it will be important that I just take the hand now, and then I will allow the next presentation after that. Professor Stanmeier, I see your hand is up. May I allow you to ask the question, please?
Thank you so much. I'm very glad to meeting you finally, on at least online. I would be interested in knowing whether you had a chance already to teach that manual, and what are your experiences in teaching it? What is the feedback from the learners?
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, no, I have to say no. I personally, and I don't think Polofo has either. We have had no experience so far in using the manual to teach Zulu. But please Don't forget that the manual was published only last year, it's reasonably recent, but we had no experience so far, unfortunately.
Sorry.
We made the manual available to Alliance Française both in Durban and in Johannesburg. They do have Zulu classes, but as you probably know, most of their students, even though it's Alliance Française, they are not French. They're Zulu students, that is. They are not French speakers. They do have some French speakers, but so in spite of the name, it might not be the best place to use a manual from French to Zulu.
Okay. I hope you get an opportunity to
We
try
would love
it
to.
out.
Yes.
And keep us posted.
With pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Professor,
Thank you very much, Dr. Stan Meyer. Michael, I think you mentioned Alliance Française that like you're also working with. I think that relationship and also that of the other institutions working towards teaching French. Your book will be vital. So let's continue the conversation and also share the resources. I'm glad that like the book is out there for sharing. Do also communicate with Mr. Mgadi with regard to the access to the corpus. This is an open access corpus, so like do communicate with his office. So for your next book. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Michael. Thank you very much, Mongezi, for your presentation. Colleagues, please allow us now to move and get a presentation from our next speaker. Michael, I think you can mute yourself now. Get the next presentation now, colleagues, is from Professor Loli Makubu-Badenost. Her presentation is entitled Ukucutshungulwa kwegxathu eselithathiwe ekusetshenzisweni kwenqubomgomo yolimi eNyuvesi yaseKapa. Prof. Makubu is from the University of Cape Town. She is our former acting director for ULPDO at UKZN. Over to you, Prof. Makubu. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Kubonga mina Solwazi, and thank you so much for the invitation and also some event. So it is always a pleasure to be associated with the UKZN for various reasons. And I wish to also thank all the speakers here. And I'm really interested in the manual that was presented here. I'm not sure whether it is possible for us to have it or it is only for the learners. But anyway, having said that, I think my time is ticking. So I will just my presentation. Okay, ngiqale futhi-ke ngibingelele wonke umuntu okhona la, osolwazi bonke, usolwazi uNhlanhla Mkhize. Ngiyaxolisa ukuthi-ke ngibize umphathi ngegama, bekufanele ngithi usolwazi uKhabazela, usolwazi uSiepe nomqondisi wohlelo, usolwazi uHlongwa, kanye-ke nosolwazi Alvaro Masquera, okule eSalamanca, o ibamba ilomqondisi wezilimi lapho kwalesi sikhungo leso esilapho eKwaZulu-Natal. Isihloko sami-ke bakwethu-ke njengoba sekushiwo ukuthi-ke ukucutshungulwa kwegxathu eselithathiwe ekusetshenzisweni kwenqubomgomo yolimi eNyuvesi yaseKapa. La ngikhona-ke abantu abasebenzisa lokhu yilaphaya kulesa sithombe lesa enisibonayo laphayana ngenhla, iNyuvesi yaseKapa, amakhempasi ahlukahlukene, ngezansi kwakhona isikhungo lesi engisebenza kusona-ke njengamanje. Lesi sikhungo sibiza ngokuthi i-Multilingualism Education Project, okuyiprojekthi yemfundo yezilimi eziningi noma yobulimi. vertaligheid onderwijsproject. So besikhuluma izilimi eziningi ngelibaleke ulimi lwasemzini-ke njengomuntu-ke ongowakwaBalenhorst. Isethulo sami-ke njengoba-ke ngishilo-ke ngizohamba kukona yilokhu-ke okuqukethwe. Ngizothi nje kusukela ijikayo isingeniso, inqubomgomo yolimi yaseNyuvesi yaseKapa, indlela okusingethwe ngayo ukusetshenziswa kwenqubomgomo e-UCT. I-UCT isifinyezo bakwethu esimele inyuvesi noma i-University yaseKapa. Mangisho ngesiXhosa kodwa ngesiZulu sithi inyuvesi, ngesiXhosa-ke bayibeka ngokuthi-ke i-University noma bathi inyuvesi. Kodwa-ke ngoba isethulo sami singesiZulu ngizolibele nje-ke ngikhuluma ngizothi ukweba nje-ke kancane esiXhoseni. Kodwa isethulo sami singesiZulu ngoba sizobungaza phela umgubho waKwaZulu-Natal. Yingakho-ke nami ngithe angisebenzise-ke olukamageba. Igxathu selithathiwe izinhlaka noma iminyango eyahlukene ngaphakathi enyuvesi. Mangisho inyuvesi bakwethu ngisho yona belu i-UCT. Imizamo eyenziwa ukuqondanisa inqubomgomo enyuvesi ne-LPFPHS. Ngizobuye-ke ngimchazeleke lesi sifinyezo sona-ke ukuthi simeleni uma ngabe sengenza isendlalelo, bese-ke sengenza isiphetho nezincomo. Asethembe ukuthi-ke isikhathi sizongivumela. Asethembe-ke ukuthi-ke angisheshi kakhulu, notolika uyakwazi ukuthi-ke ahambisane nami. Njengotolika-ke mina-ke ngithande ukuthi-ke ngibanawo uTolika. Siyabonga kakhulu ukuthi nisinike ithuba lokuthi-ke sidle olukamageba. Sike sizokhuluma nje, sizoxoxa, sikhululekile ngolimi esilithandayo, sikhuthaze abafundi, bazi abafundi ukuthi lokhu esikwenzayo akukona nje-ke, asandile njengesicebetho, asandile nje ngomlomo okwesicebetho. Ulimi siyaliphila, siyalithanda futhi ulimi lwethu. Bazi ukuthi-ke noma ungafunda uze ufikephi, ulimi luhamba kanye namasiko. Ngiyalithanda ulimi lami, noma ngabe ngikuphi la ngikhona ngiyaliqhakambisa. Futhi uma ngabe ngithola ithuba lokuthi-ke ngikhulume ngolukamageba, ngiyalisebenzisa. Maduze nje ngiyobe sengenza izithulo zami ngesiXhosa. Watch the space. Kodwa-ke angikho lapho-ke bakwethu ngela. Izethulo, lo sethulo sami lesi into esigqugquzele kakhulu izethulo ezenziwa yi-UCT ngonyaka owedlule kwi-colloquium ye-NLPFPHS. Le sifinyezo lesi-ke simele the New Language Policy Framework for Public Higher Education Institutions. NgesiZulu-ke uma ngabe-ke sisihumusha-ke lesi entsha olusha uhlaka lwenqubomgomo yolimi ezemfundo ephakeme eNingizimu Afrika noma ezikhungweni ezemfundo kuphi eNingizimu Afrika. Lesi sethulo-ke senziwa ngomandulo ngonyakeni wezi-2021. Isethulo lesi-ke engihamba phezu kwaso isethulo esenziwa ngusolwazi okumphathi noma isekela shansela lalesi sikhungo engisebenzelayo, usolwazi uPhakeng kanye nosolwazi uBangeni. Usolwazi Bangeni ngisebenza naye la kulesi sizinda solimi engikusona. Inkulumo yami ehamba kulokho ebekade babekwethula naloku esengikwenzile njengoba unyaka belu uqala ngiqale nabo sesisebenza sonke. Umsebenzi-ke angisho-ke ukuthi-ke lokhu engikwethulayo kuwumsebenzi osaqhutshwa futhi-ke isethulo sami asizukuthi-ke sigxile kakhulu okutheni caphune ababhala abathile. Ngizonicobelela nje-ke ukuthi ikuphi osekwenziwe ilesi sikhungo nesikwenzayo njengelesikhungo. U-MEP okulesi sikhungo lesi engisebenza kusona namanye amagatsha aku-CHED. U-CHED isifinyezo esimele i-Center for Higher Education Development kanye-ke futhi-ke namanye ama-faculty abezindawo zokuhlala zabafundi bayanconywa ngegalelo labo lokuzibandakanya ekusetshenzisweni kwenqubomgomo yolimi. Ingabe konke lokhu kusimeme sizokwazi ukuthi-ke eminyakeni elishumi ezayo noma engamashumi 20 ezayo siziqhenye njengesikhungo saseKapa sithi hayi bo nali ibanga esesilihambile. Asazi-ke lokho, ucabanga ukuthi isikhathi kuphela esiyosho. Bakwethu, nakuba-ke ngibancoma kuko konke noma ngincoma umsebenzi owenziwayo, akusoka lingenasici. Ngisho bese-ke ngizobe futhi-ke ngilokhunjana-ke ngithi izinhlelo ezenziwayo ukuqondanisa le nqubomgomo yolimi yase-UCT nalolu hlaka lolimi, zivele nje-ke ngingasibizi isifinyezo, ngivele ngisho kanjalo. Makungabi injulalwazi bakwethu, akulandele izenzo, ngoba izenzo zikhuluma kangcono kunokwenza. Engishilo ukuthi ngizoqala ngako-ke lapha ukuthi-ke inqubomgomo yolimi yase-UCT, le inqubomgomo yakulesi sikhungo, le nqubomgomo le engikhuluma ngayo eyangonyaka wezi-2013, iqhakambisa isiNgisi njengolimi lokufunda nokufundisa. Okunenhlanhla-ke yokungaqonelwa iminyango yolimi nemibhalo. Inyuvesi ithatha izilimi zomdabu njengezinto eziyigugu, ikakhulukazi isiXhosa njengolimi lwesifunda kanye nesibhunu. Njengoba lapho KwaZulu siqhakambisa isiZulu, la eKapa siqhakambisa isiXhosa. Kukhulu-ke osokwenziwe ile nyuvesi-ke nje-ke kuleli qathu. Inqubomgomo yolimi isho njalo. Kwezokuxhumana kubuye kubalwe noma okubhaliwe, abasebenzi bayakhuthazwa ukuba basebenzise zontathu izilimi, okuyisiNgisi, isiXhosa nesibhunu. Kodwa ngokwami akwanele, ngizinukwa amakhwapha bakwethu uma ngenza lesi sethulo nami. Le nqubomgomo yolimi iyabuyekezwa njengamanje, njengoba ngishilo laphaya ekuqaleni ukuthi-ke eyangamuphi unyaka. Isabelo mali ngaphakathi, ingabe isikhungo siyasinikeza yini izimali sokuba siqhube yonke umsebenzi wolimi njengoba ezinye izikhungo zinikezwa? Ngaphandle kwesikhungo, ingabe sikhona yini isabelo mali esisitholayo ukuze sikwazi ukuthi siqhube umsebenzi wolimi? Umbuzo lowo engizibuza wona futhi engibuye ngiwushiyele nina njengezithameli. Ukusebenza ngokuhlanganyela, ingabe le nyuvesi isebenza ngokuhlanganyela? Uma ngabe yenza konke lokhu ekwenzayo ekuthuthukiseni ulimi, ikakhulukazi izilimi zosa nesibhunu, kodwa isiNgisi isona isilibele esihamba phambili. Ngiyajabula ukuthi namuhla ngeke ngishintshe nje ngingakhulumi isiNgisi, ngike ngidle nje olukamagebhe. Ngiyaziqhenya ngokuthi-ke ngikhulume ulimi okusingethwe ngayo ukusetshenziswa kwenqubomgomo yolimi kule nyuvesi lapha e-UCT. Inhlakanhlaka bakwethu, mangikusho lokho ukuthi inhlakanhlaka akuhlangene neze. Ukusebenza okuyisicagogwana, yilo wenza lokho okwakhe kuhle nalo wenza okwakhe kuhle, kodwa-ke lokho angikushayeli ihlombe. Inqubomgomo iku-faculty okuyi-checked, le nqubomgomo lesikhuluma ngayo nalesi sikhungo engilisona. Kunekomiti-ke elibizwa ngokuthi i-LPC. Isifinyezo lesi simele the Language Policy Committee. Umqondisi we-MEP ungisihlalo walo, lowo mqondisi lowo uyimina, nami-ke inkonyane isethuka isisinga bakwethu. Alikho ibhodi elingamele inqubomgomo yelimi lapha kulesi sikhungo engisukuzo. Amakomidi nokusebenza nje amakomijana azobuye aphelelwe isikhathi. Lokho-ke kuyangikhathaza futhi-ke kuyangihlupha. ISenethi ingenelela ngethimba eliqokwe okwesikhashana ukuqondanisa nalolu hlaka lolimi elethulwa ngonyaka owedlule. Lokho-ke kuyinkinga kimina. Igxathu-ke elithathiwe yilesi sikhungo ngezinhlaka ezahlukene, njengoba ngishilo ukuthi-ke ngizishayela ihlombe lezi zikhungo ezingaphakathi noma izakhiwo noma izinhlaka ezikhona esikhungweni. Kukhona-ke uhlelo olukhona noma ukufundiswa kolimi lwesiXhosa ukuthiwa masithethe isiXhosa. lolu limi lufundiswa ulimi lolu olufundiswa abantu abangakwazi ukukhuluma isiXhosa. Akube njengabantu nje akubona abantu abafana njengami. Mina ngiyakwazi ukuthi-ke molweni ninjani bhoda niphilile na. Lolu ulimi olufundiswa labo bantu abangalwazi ulimi, okuyinto enhle, ngiyakuthakasela lokho. Amathutha akhuluma izilimi ezahlukene akhona lapho. Ngiyazi ukuthi-ke iNyuvesi yaKwaZulu-Natal nayo iyakusebenzisa lokho. Yize iKwaZulu-Natal isebenzisa iNyuvesi isebenzisa amathutha ethi abulimi asebenzisa izilimi ezimbili. Thina-ke la eNyuvesi yaseKapa sithi-ke amathutha asebenzisa izilimi eziningi ezahlukene, hhayi ezimbili kuphela. Ukufunda nokufundisa kuMnyango Wezilimi Zomdabu, uma ngabe befundisa laphaya kulo mnyango lo engikhuluma ngawo, ukuthi-ke bayanikwa ithuba lokuthi-ke basebenzise isiXhosa noma basebenzise lolo limi lelo okufundiswa ngalo, okungesona isiNgisi. Ngikushayela ihlombe-ke lokho. Bese-ke kwa-chat, i-chat ifukula izinto eziningi. Laphaya ngibala abe-MEP okuyithina labo, i-Multilingualism Education Project, abe-literacy okuyibona ababhekele izindlela zokufundisa kolimi noma ukufunda, hhayi ulimi, ukufunda nje jikelele, abe-ADP, Academic Development Program, njalo njalo. Bonke laba bangaphansi kwaka-chat nabo bayalithuthukisa ulimi bakwethu. I-Faculty yezesintu noMnyango Wezilimi Zomdabu, angincome le faculty ngoba ayizange nje ibuke kuphela isiXhosa, ibuye yaya ngale, yabuye yabuka nezilimi lezi esazifica la thina njengama-Afrika, okuyihohohwebo, okuyilimi lamaKhoi namaSan. I-Faculty yezobunjiniyela, le faculty lena isebenza kakhulu nabantu laba bakwa-chat. Siyabasiza ukuba-ke baqhubeke nokuthi-ke basebenzise ulimi lwesiXhosa. I-Faculty yakwa-Commerce nabo futhi siyasebenzisana nabo. I-Faculty yeSayensi neyezempilo, laphaya kwi-Faculty yakwa-Commerce ngizokhuluma nje-ke kabanzani ngayo nje maduze. Kodwa i-faculty lezi science, odokotela, onesi, nalabo abanye abasebenza ko-occupational therapy, kukhulu abakwenzayo ekuthuthukiseni ubulimeningi. Nakho lokho ngikushayela ihlombe bakwethu. Izindawo zokuhlala abafundi zangaphakathi enyuvesi, kukhona into ecishe ifane, ngize ngabaluleka ngathi kungcono ukuthi-ke abanye basebenzisane lesikhungo saKwaZulu-Natal ukuze phela singasebenzi, singabi wonkomo idla yodwa, singasebenzi okwesicwagogwana. Lapha ngicaphuna bonke abakhulumile ngaphambili nezikhulumi zethu ey'qavile, ekuqaleni uSolwazi uKhabazela, uSolwazi uSiyepe, uMadlokovu nabanye, ukuthi-ke akuhle ukuthi-ke umuntu abe unkomidla yodwa. Kukhona-ke le i-app engithe ngizokhuluma ngayo yaqalwa umuntu engingene esicatshulweni sakhe lana. La uma ngabe nje ngiyacabanga ukuthi-ke kini nabasey'nkundleni zokuxhumana nayibona i-app engezilimi eziyishunane ezisemthethweni kuleli. Lena i-app eyasungulwa yilo engene esicatshulweni zakhe, isebenzisana nomuntu olaphaya kuleya faculty. Konke lokhu kwakusey'nkundleni zokuxhumana, ngicabanga ukuthi-ke noma ngabe ningangena ku-Google ningakwazi ukuthi-ke niyithole lapho abafundi belekelelwa khona ukuba kuhunyushe yonke into elaphaya kwa-economics. Ningayithola-ke nani bakwethu. Izinhlelo zokuqondanisa nale nqubomgomo nalohlaka olusha lwenqubomgomo yolimi yezikhungo eziphakeme eNingizimu Afrika osekwenziwe, kusungulwe ikomiti laphaya noma mangithi ithimba. Leli thimba leli libizwa nge-LPTT. U-LPTT isifinyezo lesi esimele the Language Policy Task Team. Njengoba ngumuntu ofikayo-ke nje sengazi ukuthi mina uzoba usihlalo wayo, angazi-ke kodwa-ke yonke into ngathi nje ebhekene nolimi, angazi noma ngizokwazi yini ukwenza zonke lezi zinto, kodwa ngokwesekwa yimina ngiyethemba ukuthi-ke konke kuzokwenzeka. Sekube nemihlangano embalwa ngonyaka wezi-2021 kulo nyaka kwaba khona futhi-ke neminye imihlangano kulona ophezulu. Umhlangano lena iqale ngoNhlolanja kuze kube ngoMfumfu izobe ikhona le mihlangano kusaqhubekwa, njengoba ngishilo ukuthi-ke lesi sethulo yinto esaqhubeka. Kukhona laphaya okuyinkundla yokucobelelana owevulwe yisikhungo lapho sonke sihlangana khona. Yonke into emayelana nolimi noma ngabe enani uyanikezwa ukuba ungene ukuthi-ke usebenze khona. Uma ngabe kukhona okwenzayo ukufake khona. Kodwa angiboni ukuthi-ke abantu bakusebenzisa ngokwanele. Yingakho ngithi sizinuka amakhwapha, noma ngithi mina ngizinuka amakhwapha ukuthi njengoba senginesikhungo lesi konke lokhu kuyenzeka yini. Kodwa-ke uvula ngikuthakasela lokhu futhi-ke ngikushayela ihlombe. Ukuqashwa komqondisi okuyimina ngaqashwa ngoMasingana kuwo lo nyaka lona ophezulu. Cabanga ukuthi-ke akufanele abantu babese bethi yimina owafika wenza ukuthi nokuthi, cha bakwethu. Angifisi ukuthi abantu kube sengazi ukuthi ngithembi noma sekufika izinto zashintsha. Yebo zizashintsha. Njengoba ingoma isho zizojika izinto, yebo. Kodwa nami ngathi ngifika ukuqashwa kwami ikona ukusho kona ukuthi-ke inyuvesi yabona ukuthi akumele ukuthi-ke ilibele idla ngoludala. Kufanele ishintshe izinto. Idini okwamanje engibika kuyena iyibamba okuyinkinga-ke lokho-ke. Kodwa-ke asethembeke ukuthi-ke konke lokho kuzodlula. Ukuthungatha idini ezokwazi ukuthi-ke kube iyona-ke ngizobe ngisebenzisana nayo, into lokhona ibe khona nguMasingana, ngibe ingxenye yalokho-ke. Kodwa-ke kuthiwe konke unyaka konke kuzophothulwa kungakashayi uNhlangulana noma kungakapheli uNhlangulana noma uNhlaba. Kuzoya ngokuthi-ke umkhandlu wesikhungo uthini. Engikubuzayo-ke futhi-ke ukuthi-ke ukumeleleka kuKhophala. Lo ingene ezicatshulweni zakhe wayekhona la kwaKhophala. uKhophala le i-Community of Practice for African Languages. Le ilokhunjana imele noma yilaba abahlangana bonke abezikhungo ezemfundo ephakeme eNingizimu Afrika kulabo belungu abaqhamuka ngaphandle. Wathi uma esehamba lo engene ezicatshulweni zakhe akekho umuntu oyimele lapho. Kodwa umphathi usethe uzongiqoka ukuba kube yimina uzokwazi ukuthi ayongena laphana kuKhophala. Kodwa-ke akukenzeki, ngiyacabanga ukuthi-ke kusendleleni. Ngingazi-ke noma uyosithola isikhathi. Imihlangano nedini engibe nayo ibamba kanye nomphathi wenyuvesi ngahlangana nabo bobabili ngokwehlukana ngoNhlolanja kuwona lo nyaka. Basho nabo ukuthi-ke bayafisa impela ukuthi bathole ithuba. Kodwa-ke engingakusho ukuthi-ke ngiyanikwa futhi ithuba igunya lokuxhumana nezinye izikhungo njengoba ngenza njengamanje nje. Fanele ngabe ngiyasebenza la ngiqhuba indaba zolimi la, kodwa ngithe uma ngabe-ke kuphuma ilokhunjana isimemezelo sokuthi-ke asize sizokwethula ngase ngibakhona. Ama-symposium besise-Rhodes nale colloquium njalo njalo. Lokho kusho kona ukuthi-ke abaphathi bayakweseka ukuthi-ke ulimi luthuthuke. Uhamba kwethu kubhekene nengadla enkulu yokubhaliswa kwabafundi. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi-ke lokhu akukona okukhungethe engikusona njengamanje. Wonke umuntu usenkingeni. Siyazi ukuthi-ke ukubhaliswa kwabafundi kona okuhamba phambili, ngoba ngaphandle kwabafundi bethu ngeke size siqashwe. Ngibuza ukuthi-ke njengoba izinto zihamba ngonyawo lonwabuna zizojika nini izinto, ngoba mina ngiyangithanda ukuthi-ke sihambe sibuye siqhubeke singalibele sibheke emuva sijeqeze emuva. Sengiphetha-ke kwilokhunjana yami ukuthi-ke zonke izinhlelo zimi ngomumo. Angithi okwamanje ibambe ngakho bakwethu. Impicabadala ukuthi lesi sikhungo sigxile ekufundeni nasekufundiseni kuphela. Kanti-ke yingani ngithi mina-ke kuyimpicabadala, ngoba phela ukumiswa kwamanyuvesi noma izikhungo zemfundo ephakeme kuncike kulokhu: ukufunda nokufundisa, ucwaningo, ukumbandakanya noma ukusebenzisana nemiphakathi, kodwa angikuboni ucwaningo la ukuthi-ke kuyasebenza la kule nyuvesi. Angikuboni ukumbandakanya umphakathi ukuthi-ke kuyasetshenzwa. Konke njengokuzwayo ukuthi-ke uma sifundisa, okuyinto enhle kakhulu bakwethu, ngiyancoma lokho. Kodwa isende le ndlela esamele siyihambe. Akaziwa-ke ukuzala omunye, ukufika kosuku oluwumnqaba uma ngabe-ke umphathiswa wemfundo ephakeme lokhu ukuthi ngabe konke nikwenzile noma izincomo, ukuqikelela ikhopasi ikakhulukazi esiXhosa, ukuguqula i-organogram yalesikhungo embuso, ukusebenza ngokuhlanganyela, ukubuka faculty, ukusungulwa kwebhodi yolimi, ukusungulwa kwamaqembu, ukulandelwa imigudu efanele ngoba ayilandelwa imigudu efanele, ukubheka ezokuhumusha nokutolika, ukusebenzisana nezinye ezikhungo njengoba ngishilo nje bakwethu, angisezokuphinda-ke lokho-ke. Lokho okunye bese ngikushilo angisezukusho, ngiyambona uSolwazi usekhona-ke. Izincomo-ke lana-ke uma ngabe-ke nje-ke ngiveza isithombe bengisiveza ukuthi-ke ngiyancoma la ukuthi-ke okufanele kube khona ukusebenzisana, akube khona kuqale ngaphakathi, yi-dean, u-chair, umuntu osebenza ulimi abesemnyangweni, bese-ke lokhu kuseyisibambiso kwakwethu. Angithi-ke ngithatha leli thuba ngithi enkosi, thank you, danki, ngiyabonga ngolimi lwezandla ngithi.
Siyabonga kakhulu Solwazi Makhubu Badenost ngesethulo sakho esihle osiphe sona lapho esikhungweni semfundo ephakeme eNyuvesi yaseKapa. Siyabonga kakhulu. Ngicabanga ukuthi enkulumeni yakho uthinte izihloko ezibaluleke kakhulu nezizokwazi ukuthi zithathe inyuvesi ziyise phambili, and ngiyacabanga ukuthi inyuvesi ayenzanga iphutha ngokuthi ikwazi ukuthi iqokele kuleso sikhundla okusona njengamanje. Bayawazi umsebenzi obahlalele njenganesikhungo ukuthi ukwazi ukuthi uqhubekelise phambili izinto zokwenza ukuthi inqubomgomo yolimi ikwazi ukuthi isetshenziswe, kube ukuthi amakolishi wonke nama-faculty wonke akwazi nawo ukuthi kubanjiswane ukuze kuye phambili. Eziphakamisweni zakho noma ngesikhathi sowuphetha ukushilo ukuthi okuyikona okubaluleke kakhulu ukuthi kuzomele kwakhiwe ibhodi okuyilona elizolawula ukusetshenziswa kwenqubomgomo yolimi eNyuvesi yaseKapa. Iqhathe elibaluleke kakhulu-ke lelo kakhulu ngoba uma ngabe lingekho uhlaka oluthile noma umnyango othile okuyiwona ozokwazi ukuthi bese uyobika esigungwini siphethe senyuvesi, ngeke kuze kwenzeke lutho. Inyuvesi izoba nayo inqubomgomo yolimi kodwa inqubomgomo izongakwazi isebenze, kuzongalandeleki futhi nanokuthi isebenze kanjani. Siyabonga kakhulu-ke, siyalibonga nje kakhulu nje negxathu lakho. Kuningi okusazokwenziwa and siyakwethembisa futhi ukuthi siyinyuvesi yaKwaZulu-Natal, udadewethu sizosebenzisana nje njengoba siwuqalile umsebenzi kubaqonde. Inhloso enkulu uzozwa uma ngabe uProfessor uPedro Mosquera kusasa uma ngabe sekhuluma uzoyikhuluma le ndaba leyo ukuthi njengoba kuqalele izikhungo ezine eziseNingizimu Afrika, inhloso enkulu ukuthi uma siqhubekela phambili kumele kungene nezinye izikhungo and kuzoba lula-ke kuwena ukuthi-ke ukwazi ungene khaqla ngoba ubukade ukhona ubambisene kanye nathi kulokhu. Siyabonga kakhulu. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, may I request that, like, if you have any questions, you put your questions in the Q&A, so that, like, I could easily read out these questions and for our speakers to respond. So for everybody else, so like other panelists, I'm able to take the hands from the panelists, but like from the other people who are participating in the colloquium, please put your questions in the Q&A. Dr. Somlat, over to you, Bab.
Mandibulise Injingalwazi. Ndibulele kakhulu kule ntetho kaNjingalwazi Makhubu. uza nento enhle kakhulu nombono omhle kakhulu. Unombuzo ke ubuzayo uba akazi uba iyawuzala nkomonina. Kodwa mna ndithi kuza kuba kuhle, ndibona impumelelo yonke ngoba ezinye zezinto eziye zisibethe kakhulu yile nto uyi-identifayileyo phayayo kuba ngulona wenza into entle kakhulu kodwa akayenzi ngokubambisana. So ithi ke ngoku le nto xa uyi-identifayile loo nto, umcimbi okudibene nokuphuhliswa kolwimi iza kuba yinto yabantu bonke kwiikona ngeekona, ngoba ingxaki esiye sibe nayo uba mhlawumbi ufumanise uba le nto ithathwa ngoba ngumcimbi wabantu abasebenza ngolwimi kuphela. Kanti ke ulwimi wonke umuntu osedyunivesithi usebenza ngalo. Ithetha ukuthi ke ngoku wonke ubani kufuneka abe nenxaxheba ayidlalayo ngandlela ithile kwimeko yokuphakanyiswa kolwimi ukuze abafundi bafundiseke. Enkosi kakhulu, bendifuna nje ukuhlomla, andinambuzo.
Enkosi, baba, ngicabanga ukuthi kuyezwakala kakhulu, kumele ukuthi kubanjiswane, and Dr. Somlata, angazi ngingayigcizelela kanjani lento oyishoyo ngoba inkinga enkulu ezikhungweni zemfundo ephakeme iba sekutheni uvele kulindeleke iminyango le okuyiyona enezilimi zomdabu zase-Afrika, kulindeleke ukuthi kube yiyona ehamba phambili ekutheni akufundiswe ngezilimi zomdabu, bese kuthi ke lezi ezinye noma lena eminye iminyango idondobale yona ingafuni ukuthi kube khona iqhaza elibambayo. So ngiyakujabulela kakhulu lokhu ukuthi ukuveze ukuthi akungabi iminyango yezilimi zomdabu kuphela, ama-Department of African Languages who are tasked with the promotion and intellectualization of African languages, but all of us need to have a contribution in our own disciplines, in our own spaces. You don't necessarily need to be bilingual. You don't necessarily need to be multilingual, but you can work with people who are multilingual in order to begin this course of intellectualizing African languages. I think we are now at 12:10. I don't see any more hands. Just last words from you, Solwazi Umakubu. Bese ke ngicela ke u-speaker wethu olandelayo amazwi nje akho okugcina okuvala Dr.
Ndithi manibulele kakhulu uGqirha uSomlatha uchwethe xa usithi kufanele sisebenze sisonke. Nami ke isiXhosa ndiyasifunda ke kaloku, phofu ke isiXhosa nesiZulu sifane. Enkosi kakhulu ngalawo mazwi andimisa idolo. Sethemba sizoqhubeka ukuba sisebenzisane. Kumqondisi wohlelo mangizibongele kakhulu, ngiyabonga ukuthi ke ngitholele ithuba nanokuthi ke abantu bangilalele. Ngeke ngikhuluma isiZulu, kade ngagcina ukukhuluma isiZulu bakwethu. Ube mnandi nje kumina ukuthi ngeke ngidlule mageba nje ngize ngiyoqeda. Nalaba abasazofika. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga kakhulu Solwazi inkulumo enhle. uSolwazi uNomalanga Umkhize lapha eNyuvesi yase Nelson Mandela uyabingelela ukulalela inkulumo yakho. Sibuya kwenye inhlanganiso ebekade ibizwe iNyuvesi yase DUT okumakhelwane wenyuvesi. Uyabingelela. Siyabonga kakhulu. Ngicabanga ukuthi kuningi ukubambisana esizoba nako phakathi kwezikhungo zethu, ikakhulukazi ke nje sizosebenzisa ke uphiko oluhlanganiswe amanyuvesi noma ngithi nje abengamele amanyuvesi wonke aseNingizimu Afrika okuyikhophala. Siyabonga kakhulu ke ukuthi ke sizoqhubeka kube khona esikhiphayo okuqondene nokuthi ke izilimi zethu zomdabu zase-Afrika zikwazi zithole indawo ekutheni zibe izilimi zokuthi sikwazi thina sakhe ulwazi olusha ngazo, kanti futhi bese ke lolwazi loluya olukulelazi limi leziya lukwazi lusetshenziswe abantu kungathiwa abantu bazi idumo ngoba bengasazi isingisi bebe bezazi izilimi zabo nezinye izilimi. So ke kumele ke sikuveze ke konke ke lokho sisebenzisa izilimi zethu. Siyabonga kakhulu ke Solazi Makhubu Badenhorst. Okuhle kodwa emzameni yakho yokuthi usize isikhungo sakho. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now continue with our program for this session and now request Dr. Vulindlela Moana from the University of Fort Hare to give us a presentation, and the title of the presentation is University of Fort Hare's Strategy for Development of Indigenous Languages. So we'll be hearing more on what Fort Hare has been up to. This is one of our oldest universities, University of Fort Hare. Like we have many politicians, like even outside of South Africa, who went to Fort Hare and studied there, including our first African president of South Africa, Utata Rolihlahla Mandela, wafunda khona lapha eFort Hare. Dr. Lamon, over to you for your presentation.
Hello, Charlo. Kuyavakala.
Kuyavakala, ungaqhubeka.
Thank you, Prof. Thank Prof. Chongwa. Colleagues, my presentation, I hope that I'm going through a problem of unstable internet. I'm in my office at the university, but I'm getting some challenges. During this month, very significant month, Prof, the month of activism, the decade of the development of indigenous languages that has been declared by UNESCO. I wish to greet you, Nditi Botani, Molweni, Sanibon. I'm going to be very brief, but because I talk a lot, I tend to ensure that my screens have a lot of information and I stick to my screens, because if I move out of the screens, I tend to speak a lot and spend a lot of time. Protocol observed, colleagues, ingqanga nentsibazayo. Xa nditshoyo ke ndizama ukukhahlela kuzo zonke indwalutho izihandiba ezikhoyo kulo msitho nezithethileyo zavula lo msitho. Thanks to the organizers, including for including me in the colloquium. Professor Nhlanhla Mkhize says Africa lags behind in dissemination of knowledge and information sharing with the world. That is the external focus. I support, but I wish to go further to say we do not share information even amongst ourselves. That is intra-universities and inter-universities. Inter-universities and intra-universities, inter-communities, and so on. Professor Siepe states that it is not other language speakers, but African language speakers who argue that African languages cannot be intellectualized into languages of teaching and learning. I support, but I wish to go further to share my experience of leaders of our African social sciences and humanities, colleagues, leaders of our institutions. Some, can I underline some, who do not support multilingualism and resisting the government policy of multilingualism and frustrating the efforts of implementation of multilingualism, multilingual language policies and implementation. Colleagues, I know it is difficult to say these things. I know, it is difficult, but we have to speak the truth. We have challenges from some, I underline some, of our colleagues who should be assisting us. The paper presents a holistic view of the strategy of the University of Fort Hare to develop and promote indigenous languages, teaching, learning, and research. The paper exposes how the Department of African Languages, the Language Center, and the lexicography units, and the National Heritage and Cultural Studies of the University of Fort Hare, how we collaborate to make a significant contribution for the benefit of the student, of the lecturer and the researcher towards the development, promotion, conservation, and preservation of indigenous languages in general, and isiXhosa in particular. My colleagues who were with me at Rhodes University in January at the colloquium will remember that I made a presentation there. But when I came back to the university, I felt that I had left my colleagues behind. I gave a picture of me only being the sole role player. I focused on the language center, my unit, and did not give a holistic, broad view of other important role players. We have found one another in our faculty, but not yet throughout the university. But at least in the faculty, we have found one another. As these units, the units that I've mentioned, we have found one another. And it has been a long time that we have been working together and collaborating. As you all know, colleagues, as you are aware, it is important to recognize the conscious and deliberate efforts of colleagues. It is important also to present an accurate picture, of the effort that have been made by colleagues, past and present, in the development of languages in my University of Fort Hare, because this started a long time ago, before our freedom, before 1994. There were efforts for status planning, corpus planning, acquisition planning, prestige planning. It might not have been coordinated, or our colleagues were maybe not very articulate in presenting these activities, but there were efforts. In my university, the University of Fort Hare, we are saying, yes, currently we have this mandate from national and provincial prescripts, which is the new constitution, the language policy framework of 2012 and amended in 2020 by DAGT, National Use of Official Languages Act of 2012, and in our province of the Eastern Cape, use of official languages, yes, we can argue now that in terms of status planning, a lot has been done. And I am get worried when colleagues tend to want to dwell on that area, because we have given sufficient power to push ahead, to brace forward. We cannot be complaining about status planning. For instance, getting inside the university now, provincially and nationally, we are given the power to move ahead, to brace forward. And within the university, we have just reviewed our statutes. The statute of the university. Section 3 of the statute is language policy. It's about language policy. In fact, the first important message that is put across by our statute is the language policy of the university. It's Section 3. The language of tuition of the University of Fort Hare says it's English, except where a particular language is taught, in which event language is also used. Languages of communication of the university are English and isiXhosa. Depending on the nature of communication and practicability. I underline practicability, colleagues, because as we know, we still have a lot of work in our languages to develop our corpus planning. I think that's where the challenge is. That's where our principals, our government has to put on resources to ensure that we move forward. The university is committed to promoting multilingualism. That's what our statute says. And the academic development of official languages of South Africa through its programs. It does not say academic development of isiXhosa, but academic development of official languages of South Africa. And therefore, we have a scope at Forte to bring back isiZulu that we phased out. You know, sometimes because of economic considerations, we have, you know, a scope to bring back, you know, the Nguni languages that were there in our universities, because you will remember that in the past, the Department of African Languages was truly a Department of African Languages. The professor of African Languages at Forte taught literature, isiXhosa literature, isiZulu literature, and Sotho literature. You know, those giants, A.C. Jordans and so on in our university. You know, for instance, in our university, I will mention that at the National Heritage and Cultural Studies Center, we have a collection of isiZulu literature, you know, because it was there, you know, during that time. That was pre-1994. I get to the UFH strategy, what I call our strategy, which was not maybe fully articulated by our colleagues and presented holistically. You know, the University of Forte, ingati inembiza, uyayibona imbiza, the port, our traditional port, which has 3 legs. The Language Center for Language Policy Implementation and Research, has this legislative mandate, but it cannot operate without its COSA department for teaching and learning. And it has to work, you know, collaborate, cooperate with the department. It cannot isolate itself from the lexicography unit within the university. And the National Heritage and Cultural Studies Center, I will elaborate later why I say so. And my argument to my colleagues, to which my colleagues have bought in, is that the nexus of the development of indigenous languages in our university is the Language Center for Policy Implementation and Research. But the nexus, you know, yes, that's the coordination center, the center that will work with all the arms, the legs, and so on. But its COSA language and teaching, you know, plays an important role. Lexicography unit plays an important role. The National Heritage and Cultural Studies, where preservation, conservation of all the material takes place, resources, because you cannot operate without resources and without material. Let's get now to the 2013 language policy of the university. Yes, it's an old policy of 2013, but it is still valid and operational. And it is still relevant, colleagues. It is relevant, and it's the policy that informs the operations of the university. Principles of the language policy, as we all know, it recognizes the official languages, promotes functional multilingualism, protects the rights of all officially recognized university languages, recognizes the fact that the success of and practicability of the language policy depends upon the provision of acceptable and sufficient language services. That's why the Language Center was created. Can I mention that you know, with the funding that we received from DHET, we established a language laboratory. We revived a concept that was lost at Forte, the concept of a language laboratory, which is promoting all languages, you know, assisting students in proficiency of isiXhosa, English, Afrikaans, you know, the language. We are currently in the process of establishing this language laboratory in the second campus of the university, which is in East London. And the policy cultivates knowledge of proficiency in and respect and tolerance for all. So that's why I say it's still relevant, you know, and aims at the objectives of the policy to elevate and advance the status of languages, to ensure that English, isiXhosa, and Afrikaans, because in the province of the Eastern Cape, the dominant language is isiXhosa, but Afrikaans also is very critical to us. You know, in our mountains, the Amatole mountain range, that's where the Khoi and the San people lived. And the Khoi-San communities unfortunately lost their language, but they adopted Afrikaans as their language. So Afrikaans to them is their first language. So we cannot say we are doing away with Afrikaans, because our communities in the Karoo, in the inland of the province, in the western side of the province, towards Port Elizabeth and so on, Afrikaans is their first language. To recommend the establishment of the language center, that's what is important also about our language policy. It established the language center of the university, you know, to deepen the epistemological context and contents of each discipline, to make each discipline more reflective of our uniquely African cultural and linguistic landscape in order to enrich global knowledge. We are not against global knowledge, but we think that we must start at home. We must have, charity begins at home. Language policy establishes a language center, that's what I said, which has a vision and clear objectives, you know, of status, corpus planning, and acquisition, and prestige planning, all these levels. But I always argue that status, the first one, our government did cover a lot of ground. Our universities covered a lot of ground. They allowed us to establish, to draft language policies, and they approved, you know. But where we are stuck now is the corpus planning and the other levels, you know, to take the process forward. We need sufficient resources to move forward. For instance, in my center, I need staff. I need human resource. You know, I need resources to get into technology, human language technology, computational linguistics. I have to get into those areas and ensure that as a university, we move into that, you know, in partnership with Sadila and others, you know, but we have to play our role. It's important, it's critical to do that. We have a lot of work ahead of us. Our plate is full, you know, focus areas, acceleration and implementation of the language policy, acceleration of development of and intellectualization of the previously marginalized isiXhosa, teaching and supervision of postgraduate students. With us, all centers have to produce postgraduate students. You know, it's compulsory. Language and literature development through research, translation, it's compulsory for all academics at the university to publish. You know, interdisciplinary language and literature articles and books in collaboration with departments, workshops, symposia. As you know, last year we played an important role and in the ALASA conference to ensure that we host the ALASA conference. We support ALASA. We support the development and so on. We participate also in activities of our colleagues in other universities. As I have indicated, in January, I was at Rhodes. Last week, you know, I had to support government initiatives because we had the big activity, which is celebrating the 21st of February, activity in East London, where we hosted the ministers who supported us fully in our endeavors of developing the indigenous languages. Community outreach projects, colleagues, I emphasize this one. Universities must cease to be ivory towers. We have to be part of our communities. We must participate in government programs. Yeah, in our language, yes, struggle. What is it? We cannot sit back and complain, that this and that is happening, government officials are not capacitated. Let's capacitate them. Let's develop them. Let's give them opportunities to study. That's what we have done at Forte. We appealed to the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture for funding, and we thank them, the department. They have given us a bursary for African languages students. Our students now have bursaries to study from second year up to master's level. There's a lot of work ahead of us, colleagues. There's the international and external resource mobilization, representing the universities in all structures, in international conferences, participation. What our leaders said earlier, that we have to communicate with the international community, our activities and so on, and participation in international language and literature bodies, cooperation with government structures, Abu Pansalb and so on and so on. We have to be there. We have to be visible. We have to contribute. That's what we are doing at Forte with my colleagues from these centers that I have mentioned, and strengthen our activities with the lexicography units in the provinces. Fortunately for us, Forte, our lexicography unit is located at a university because of the history that there was a lexicography unit before 1994. So it was quite strategic for us. It was strategic for us to work with government and not reinvent the wheel. Initiating public partnerships and public-private partnerships. Those are the responsibilities that we have, and we are grappling with this at Forte, and we are trying our level best to play our role. Dealing with challenges of practical implementation of multilingualism, I have, maybe for emphasis, I can say that I still argue that for status planning, we have covered some ground. We have covered some ground. Let's focus on corpus planning and under other levels, of planning. Advocacy for promotion of multilingualism. We cannot stop being advocacy. We have parallel with what we are doing. There has to be advocacy. What I'm doing, I speak in all the platforms that I'm given, to try to get a buy-in from colleagues and so on, to get support, to get cooperation and so on and so on. Let's spread and also our tentacles and get to the communities as well. The custodians of our culture and heritage, our own people. Constant monitoring and evaluation of implementation. I say, Abba, we are trying, but we have not yet reviewed our policy. We have not yet reviewed the policy of the university. That I've said in red because I want to tell the truth. We are beginning now to look at that. The excuse earlier on was that we are waiting for DHEAD, to review the national framework. In 2020, they reviewed the framework, and we remained now with no other excuse except COVID. We said we were delayed by COVID. That's all that we excuse. That's all that we can say. But this year we tend to be very aggressive and finalize this process before the end of the year. Just preview for you to understand what is done by our East Coastal Lexicography Unit. Culmination of UFH project initiated by Professor Pal in 1968. So this effort started in 1968 by our Professor Pal. UFH partnered with Pansalb now in 1990, after 1994, when the body set up its 11 national lexicography units. Ethos of the unit is to develop quality lexicographic products in isiXhosa, such as monolingual dictionaries, bilingual dictionaries, glossaries, and term banks. We have, You know, thick volumes, colleagues. It's a pity I did not screen these volumes, huge volumes, 3 volumes of the Greater Dictionary of isiXhosa. The Greater Dictionary of isiXhosa, which was published in 1989, 2003, and 2006. A huge, you know, a lot of work, a lot of effort, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of effort, colleagues. Yes, that is it. You know, it's 3 volumes from A to Z, you know. But the challenge now with this digital age, we have to ensure that we digitize, you know, we digitize. We thought we had done something, but we still have a lot of work ahead. We have to digitize this. Where do we find resources to do this mammoth task? Publication in 2008, isiXhosa Monolingual Dictionary, which was our first in isiXhosa, isichazimagama sesiXhosa. You can Google these and you will find this information, ladies and gentlemen. Technical Schools Dictionary in Mathematics and Science, published in 2021. That's the output of the lexicography unit. We are working with communities, working with the Department of Education, working with schools around us. The National Heritage and Cultural Studies Center. This center for transformation of the South African heritage and cultural landscape was established in 1981 as a center for isiXhosa literature. It evolved. I was an employee of this center in the 90s. Some of the colleagues know I was presenting papers during that period at UKZN, you know, at the conferences. You know, I was based at that center. Evolved into a Center for Cultural Studies in 1991 and developed further in 1998 into the National Heritage and Cultural Studies Center. The Cultural Studies Center of 1991, you know, was modeled after the Birmingham Center for Contemporary Cultural Studies. But as you know, that center, which was Marxist in approach, you know, closed down. And then we have to reconceptualize. And we focused on the National Heritage and Cultural Studies Center to be able to serve our people, broad-based heritage institution. Our collections are divided into 2 main divisions in that center. We have the archive collection, where we have the liberation archives of the ANC, PAC, and so on. We invite researchers, you know, to come and research, you know, the history, heritage, and so on. There's a lot of literature there that was written by our comrades in exile. Heritage archives, you know, that include isiXhosa writers, the giants of Mzamane, the Lovedale papers, you know, Mzamane papers, not Malunga Mzamane, not the Mzamane who was a VC at the university. You know, there was a Mzamane who was a giant of African literature, language and literature. Zulu novels, as I indicated, we have them here. Thesis collection, you know, isiXhosa newspapers in hard copy and microfilm. That also is an area that those microfilms, we have to digitize that. There's a lot of work ahead of us, colleagues. We have to work together to call for funding of the development of indigenous languages. We also have a museum there and an art gallery division, you know, and we argue that the divisions in the arts and culture heritage, the divisions, the compartments that are there are artificial. You know, in reality, you cannot separate a visual artist from a language specialist, because all visual artists cannot survive without language. He has to understand language. He or she should understand, you know, language. Also, with music and so on. That's why we encourage, you know, in our center, an interdisciplinary approach into research. And we should start with our humanities, start with our social sciences, and bring together these disciplines, philosophy, history, you know, psychology, and so on and so on. We encourage our students to embark upon those kinds of research, interdisciplinary research. The collection, by the way, was declared a national cultural treasure. It's a good collection. It's a pity that when we had conference, it was during COVID time. We had planned a trip to Fort Hare for us to expose our colleagues to this rich heritage in our university. Ladies and gentlemen, I am mourner, but I'm not jealous. I'm a mourner who's not ongena mourner. I don't want to take a lot of your time. There are other speakers who have to speak. And therefore, let me conclude with Prof. Hlongwa's words, which I support as developers and promoters of indigenous languages. She said that, I hope I'm not misquoting her, we are at war. I want to go further than Prof. and say, Prof, our greatest enemies seem to be some, I underline some of our own people, some of our African scholars and academics, leaders of South African academic, some of the leaders of academic institutions, and some of the leaders of government. I say some, because I'm not saying all, but we have great enemies that are amongst us, our own people, who are resisting government policy, who are resisting transformation, who are resisting our emancipation. Let us unite, cooperate, collaborate, and coordinate our efforts. Let us share information, experiences, strategies, and so on. Resources as well. In one of the meetings, COPAL meetings, I said, I am not happy. I see a situation where the previously advantaged universities group together. They collaborate together. You know, if you can look at the collaborations that we have, it's the universities that had infrastructure inherited from the apartheid regime. And then us, the previously marginalized, we are left out of the partnerships. Why? Look at the partnerships that we had. I said this, and I am still saying it. It's not fair. And the resources seem to be poured into the universities that already have infrastructure inherited from the past. Let us move away from malicious compliance. Malicious compliance, you know, I am also a bureaucrat. I work for government. Malicious compliance is when you cannot meet a deadline. You submit a document, you know, that is incomplete, you know, that is of poor quality, so that the boss can say that you submitted, you know. We must not, what we are doing now, we are doing policies for the sake of, so that we can tick the box that we have a policy. We must not do that. It's malicious. Let us be serious about our policies. Let us ensure that we implement our policies. Let us fight. Let us take the risk of being vocal in our universities, in our institutions, in the platforms that we have about the implementation of the language policy. Let us fight. Let's not be cowards. Let's fight for our indigenous languages. And you have to fight. That's what I have observed. For you to break through, you know, you have to fight. You have to get knocks and so on and so on. Let us all implore and treat, because in doing this, we must be, can I say, respectful. Let us implore and treat the AGT to find the critical stages of corpus planning, acquisition planning, prestige planning, and so on and so on. I'm happy, colleagues, to report that I learned a lot from the meeting of Monday and Tuesday in our province, because I had an opportunity of listening to our Department of Education of the province, the experiment that they are doing of teaching, you know, at tertiary level, you know, mathematics and science in indigenous languages. And they were reporting its successes, you know, successes and so on and so on. Then those students who went through that, studying indigenous languages, when they get to university, they get stuck because there's no terminology in the university. The modules are not translated and so on and so on. And therefore, we as universities, if we don't fight hard, we are going to create problems for those students. You know, The department has done its work. Let us also at tertiary level also do our job and ensure that we work hard to achieve the goal of corpus planning, acquisition planning, and prestige planning. Let us use our languages in our activities in the universities, in graduation ceremonies. I was happy to get a report from the KZN University that even the thesis, you know, there are summaries in African languages, you know, that in graduation ceremonies, the African languages are profiled and so on. The last word, let us all unite, colleagues, and let us all unity is very, very critical at this stage. Let us unite in the clarion call for support from our leaders, internally in our university and externally in government and so on and so on. Let us all unite. Let's make a clarion call. Let us assist one another. Let us not compete, you know, let us collaborate and work together. I thank you very much.
Dr. Mona, thank you very much. A big round of applause. Thank you very much for your contribution. You have raised many issues and also come up with some recommendations for the way forward in terms of how we work with, collaborate with basic education and also as DHET. Dr. Mona, I'm happy you raised and you also put it in bold, the 2013 language policy for your institution, which was a 2013 one and which requires revision. I'm happy that like the institution is actually looking at that. I think that's what many of us are doing in light of the framework. We have been waiting for it. I think in many universities we have been waiting for this. Now we can't say we're waiting for this and this. Now we've got to act. We now need to review our policies in light of that. And you also mentioned what I also enjoyed in your presentation was to see the lexicography units within the institution, which is very important because what we need to do, because like we in the African Languages Department, we teach lexicography as part and parcel of language planning. And those students who have studied lexicography, they need to get internship opportunities. We place them there, they get to work on specific dictionaries. And now that like they are studying in this digital age, so that is where the whole digitization will come in, which we have raised as a challenge. And now SADILA coming to assist all the tertiary institutions with those facilities. So let us make use of SADILA, send an email to Professor Langa Kumalo, indicate to him that as university, as Mandela University, we would like you or your office to assist us in digitizing the greater isiXhosa dictionary work. Make that be part and parcel of research for students in the department, at the same time working with SADILA. So that's very, very important. I really like that contribution, and there is a lot of collaboration that could come between the lexicography unit, between the department and the language center and the SADILA, and that is in the spirit of collaboration. And how we have dealt with the issue, Dr. Mona, of like the former or previously higher education institutions that were not recognized and didn't have resources. We have addressed this through projects. So what we have done is that like we usually come together, propose, and then and ask for funding. And through those funding initiatives, we are driving the language policy implementation. But like we are in a fortunate situation where I am at UKZN in that our management has the full support for the implementation. We have the full support of the management. So I think with that type of support, things becomes easier. And then DHET will play their part. I'm happy you have your language laboratories. They also gave us some funding. I think that was one of the first funding initiatives we did with Prof. Mkize of getting the laboratories and also of getting the interpreting equipment. We do need those, but like the work that really needs to be done after some translation, and also especially with the dictionary work, because like when you want to develop a language, dictionary should be the first part. So that digitization project is a big project that you need to start and work with the department, or work with the satellite, because that is South Africa Digital Resource Language Agency, which is a government department. They are situated in Northwest, but like they have a responsibility to help all of us as the universities. So I'm just trying to talk so that like I check if there are any questions. Tudumsibi is saying, I also learned a lot from the Department of Basic Education, Eastern Cape. Ngibonile impela ukuthi ihambe kahle inhlanganiso lebekade khona lapha eEast London. Kukhulunywa ngolimi lwenkobe ukuthi kumele luphuhliswe lube ulimi lwezobuchwepheshe. Sijabule kakhulu. So before I give you back, Dr. Mona, there was a hand from, is it Dr. Mtembu? Dr. Mtembu, please come in. I think you had a hand either to Dr. Mona or to Professor Makubu Barinos, but like I think your hand was up. Let me take your hand before I hand over back. Or let me also call this other question from Nondomiso Chiso. Nondomiso is asking, why not maybe approach it as a collective universities program where students are selected from the universities to embark on the project of dictionary of Indigenous African languages, Indigenous languages. So that is a question from Nondomiso. Why not maybe approach it as a collective university program? So that is your question, Dr. Mon. Dr. Mtem, do you still have a question? May I take your question, please? If not, Dr. Mona, please, I think you can go ahead and respond to the question from
Thank you very much. I'm happy with this idea, which supports my proposal at Rhodes University. My proposal at Rhodes University was that all of us, isiXhosa, where isiXhosa is a dominant language, you know, all those universities, let's come together so that we economize, we save on resources, we pool resources, you know. But I went further to argue for the base of the work to be 40. That's where colleagues now came in and said, not everything for 40, you know, but I intend continuing, you know, persuading colleagues, because there has to be a center where all these terms, where the work is coordinated and so on and so on. And I was saying that I'm volunteering as the language center because I have the language labs. Students can come and work, each language lab having 50 computers and so on. So the work that can be done. We have for translation and so on, the translation and the interpreting booths and so on. So the infrastructure, you know, Sadila can come in and equip us, you know, with all the programs that are already there, the achumatos for translation and so on. So I was saying that I'm building infrastructure so that we can come, converge, and work very hard. But I had to say maybe we need to discuss it further with colleagues so that it can be done in an amicable way where everybody buys into the idea. But I believe that what this colleague is proposing is ideal. You know, there has to be a focused work. It can be a year spent, you know, focusing and working on this so that there can be progress quickly. And there must be no duplication, you know, of efforts, you know, because the resources are scarce. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Mona. Indeed, we shouldn't duplicate resources. We need to collaborate. I think tomorrow morning, Prof. Mosquera will be talking about something like that, which is a project that like we have begun, but like we will be extending it to all the universities in South Africa, so that like there is that inter-collaboration, inter-sharing, like sharing of resources, sharing of databases, so that like we don't reinvent the wheel. So everybody who is working on developing IsiZulu, they should work together, so that like if another institution is developing mathematics, another should maybe develop statistics, so that like they then share, then there is no duplication. So we will see how far we will go if we go in that way, sharing the resources, sharing the platforms, sharing, especially now working in the digital age, where most of the things that we do, they could be available digitally. So we need to capitalize on that. Whilst COVID has been a difficult situation for all of us, especially in higher education and basic education and in all forms of life, but it has presented a situation where we were afraid to work digitally, but like it has forced us that like we can work digitally, we can promote our African languages in this way. So let's continue in that spirit of collaboration, of working together. I'm wishing you all the best for your university, and also looking forward to more collaborative effort. And I hope like you will develop your presentation, because like we will be publishing a book during the course of this year, sharing all these experiences that like we're sharing now in the colloquium. Thank you very much, Dr. Mona.
Thank you.
Colleagues.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, let us now go. Colleagues, may I suggest that now we go for a break? We're going for our lunch. It's now 1300. We will just take 30 minutes of lunch, and then we will come back. We will come back at 13:30. And I will now be handing over the session to Professor Loli Makubu-Badenost, who will be sharing the session from 13:30 until this afternoon. So I'll come back just for the shorter reflections and closing remarks. Thank you very much, colleagues. Enjoy your lunch. Uthembekile uthi inhle kakhulu nale ngcikikwe yalomgubho, nathi ke Swatini siyafunda sisa I want to read it all. Nathi ke eSwatini siyafunda sito tsatsela kulo msebenzi. Siyabonga kakhulu for your contribution. Let's go for lunch, colleagues. Ngiyazibongela kakhulu.
Siyabonga.
Language is at the heart of our human existence. It records our achievements and spurs our innovation and our development. Language facilitates the organization and the transmission of knowledge. Education as a complex whole, including intellectual development, is steered through the vehicle of language. Inqubomgomo nohlelo lolimi lweNyuvesi yaKwaZulu-Natal yaqala ukusebenza ngonyaka wezi-2006 yaphinde yabuyekezwa ngonyaka wezi-2018. Iqhakambisa ukubaluleka kweqhaza lolimi kwezokufunda nokufundisa. I-UKZN isithathe isinyathelo sokuthuthukisa isiZulu ukuze sibe ulimi lokuphatha lwesayensi nezobuchwepheshe. One of the stated aims of the UKZN language policy is to achieve for isiZulu the institutional and academic status of English, and to provide facilities to enable the use of isiZulu as a language of teaching, learning, and instruction. Almost 70% of students at UKZN speak isiZulu as their home language. UKZN states in its charter that it recognizes the importance and value of African languages, and that they will be promoted as academic languages. Thus, the University Language Planning and Development Office is charged with the implementation of the Language Policy and Plan, which seeks to cultivate isiZulu to be used in administration, teaching and learning, and research. I-Ofisi i-ULPDO seyisungule uhlelo lokuthuthukisa isiZulu ukuze kwenziwe ngcono amathuba okufinyelela kolwazi kubafundi bonke nokuphumelela kwabo kwezemfundo ephakeme. Ukuthuthukiswa kolimi lapha kuchaza ukuguqulwa kwalo ukuba lube namandla neqhaza lokuthwala nokudlulisa zonke izinhlobo zolwazi emikhakheni ehlukene yempilo, To this end, ULPDO has developed terminology in a variety of disciplines in both English and IsiZulu to facilitate teaching and learning in both languages. To facilitate easy access to the multidisciplinary terminology, ULPDO has developed human language technologies as enablers in the teaching and learning processes. The specialized disciplinary terminology can be accessed via an IsiZulu term bank and a mobile-compatible application called the Zulu Lexicon. The IsiZulu term bank is a resource that was developed in order to provide access to IsiZulu terminology, which has been developed for a variety of disciplines, such as anatomy, architecture, accounting, biodiversity, economics, law, nursing, physics, etc. The resource is a work in progress, with other disciplines set to be added. The Zulu Lexicon app, which is short for IsiZulu Lexicon, is a mobile-compatible application of the IsiZulu term bank. Using technology to its advantage, the ULPDO has developed this app to afford students and other users anytime access to all the authenticated multidisciplinary terminology, with search functions in both English and IsiZulu. It's available for free, and its aim is to enhance end-user access to various multidisciplinary terminology from anywhere at any time. Another achievement for the ULPDO is the development of the IsiZulu National Corpus. A corpus is a collection of texts in either written or spoken form that is stored in a reusable format by means of computers. These texts are then used to create human language technologies as a spelling checker. To date, the IsiZulu National Corpus is the biggest African language corpus in the world, with just over 30 million running words that are reflective of the language. With this resource, anyone around the world will have access to study IsiZulu in all its complexities. In conjunction with this, the ULPDO has also launched the IsiZulu Spell Checker. Using the IsiZulu National Corpus as a basis, this tool will complement the university's effort in teaching IsiZulu modules and assist book and newspaper editors with text written in IsiZulu. The spell checker boasts around a 90% recognition rate and is a free downloadable resource available on the ULPDO website. As well as making significant technological achievements, the ULPDO has also launched a series of bilingual publications, the first of which being the Illustrated Glossary of Architecture. This publication provides a detailed IsiZulu and English glossary encompassing all the terminology associated with the discipline of architecture, and is the first in a series of specialized bilingual publications being developed by the ULPDO. Okubalulekile kakhulu ukuthi amakilasi namanye amagumbi okufundela ase-UKZN asetshenziselwa ukuthi kuqhutshwe umsebenzi wokukhiqizwa kolwazi nokugqugquzela ubunyoninco kanye nokusetshenziswa kobulimi imbili. Being able to communicate and study in one's own language gives an individual confidence. It gives them self-affirmation and self-reliance in the production and reproduction of knowledge. Nelson Mandela once said, "If you talk to a man in a language he understands, that goes to his head. But if you talk to him in his language, that goes to his heart." UKZN is thus rising to the linguistic challenge that confronts the African continent by making huge strides in cultivating IsiZulu and situating it at the center of academic activity. Language, viewed and used as one of the disruptive pedagogies to enhance access, eliminate barriers, and improve success in the quest for knowledge. UKZN offers a variety of language services under University Language Planning and Development Office, commonly known as ULPDO. These services include translation, interpreting, editing, terminology development, language-related training workshops. Buwalina. UKZN, inspiring greatness.
Dr. Malusi Mkhize, are you here? And Professor David Lockhart?
No, Prof, I don't see them. Let me try and get a hold of them.
Okay, how are you, Makeba?
I'm good, thank you. And you?
Good to see you. I'm fine. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Thank you.
Awesome, awesome. Thanks, Prof.
We have a minute. We have a minute left. Once more, good afternoon, colleagues. We will start shortly. I just wish to check if all our presenters are here. Is Dr. Malusi Mkhize and Professor David Lockhart here? The recording has stopped, and it is now 13:30 on my watch. Are we back, colleagues? Colisa?
No, Prof, I don't see them. I was trying to get a hold of Malusi, but he is not here yet.
Okay.
I think both the presenters are not online at the moment.
No,
David
they're
Lockhart
not.
as well.
But
maybe what we can
is here.
Okay, what we can do, we can then take Miss Ntembu Nogwazi, and then we can then once they come, then they can take Nogwazi's slot. Will that be okay? Nogwazi, are you here? With your permission, of course, colleagues. Good afternoon, colleagues. We back from lunch. Hope you had a good break and you've rested, and we're ready to soldier on language matters. My name is Loli Makubu Paternost. I'll be chairing this shared session, and this is because Dr. Malusi Mkhize and Professor David Lockhart are not here, so with your permission, of course, we'd let Ms. Nogwazi Ntembu deliver her presentation. Once the first speakers are here, then we can do that. So I see a hand from Nombulelo Mtembu. Is that you? Your hand is up. Is that you, Ms. Nogwazi? Please unmute yourself and then you can talk, please. Your hand is up. I've recognized you. I see her hand is up.
Yes, she might have a problem with her sound.
Oh. Is that
because I see she's not muted.
Oh.
If she can go out and come back in.
That's actually a good idea. Okay, I think she's trying exactly that, and then we'll see if she's in. Please advise me if she's in. And in the meantime, please be on the lookout for Malusi Mkhize and Professor David Lockhart. As soon as they're in, and then privately we can tell them, or I can then chat to them while Nogwazi Mam Velase is talking. No more Mam Velase, no more Gam Velase.
Nombulelo, if you could just get out of Zoom and come back. Just log on again.
Is she doing that?
I'm not sure if she can hear us because she is not logging off. So maybe I'll just send her a message in the chat.
I think so too. And if you have her mobile, maybe we can then maybe send her a WhatsApp message or anything. We do apologize for this, colleagues. But maybe in the meantime, I'll be checking if all the speakers are here, so that whoever is here, then we'll move to the next one and so on, if anyone has issues with connectivity. So I take it that we do not see Dr. Malusi Mkhize and Professor Lockhart yet?
No, not as yet.
Nogwazi Mtembu has connectivity issues, and we're trying to sort that out. And is Dr. Elke Steinmeier here?
Yes, she is.
Okay, that's good. Is Dr. Tolani Hlongwa? Oh, I see Dr. Tolani Hlongwa and Dr. Sanele Ntsele. Are here, but I do see Dr. Tolani Hlongwa. Maybe if she can, maybe, I don't know, indicate by show of hand if she is here, and then check her connectivity. So that, oh, I see, there's Nombulelo Mthembu is back. And then the last speaker for today is, the last, but before the question and answer session, Ms. Tabile Mchunu and Dr. Dlamini, Dr. Pindile Dlamini, are they here? That must be Professor Steinmeier. Okay, that's good. So if the first presenter is not there, we'll move to the next one. If the next one is not there, then we'll move to the next one. There is this, that is Dr. Berg. I thought that is, are we winning, colleagues? I'm looking at the time. We 5 minutes, almost 5 minutes. We 4 minutes onto our time now. So that will be eating out our
We have Malusi Mkize online.
Oh, that's good. That's good then. So, Malusi, are you with us?
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry for some technical challenges, but yeah, I'm here.
Okay, thank you so much. Is your colleague here as well, or will you be doing it alone?
Unfortunately, Professor Lukat won't join us. He has some challenges or some personality. Yeah, so
okay.
I say I must send the excuses for him.
That's not a problem. That's not a problem. So we will continue with you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, once more, good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We continue with today's celebration and of UKZN's language policy implementation. And our next speakers are Dr. Malusi Mkize and Professor Lokat, and the title of their paper is Intellectualization of African Languages in Engineering, Current Status and Approach. They are from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. So over to you, welcome and thank you. We look forward to listening to your presentation. Over to you, Dr. Mkize.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I will try now to share my slides.
Okay. Are you winning?
I'm getting there.
Oh, you're getting there. Okay, so yeah, okay.
Just give me a moment, please.
No, not to worry.
Yes.
We're waiting for you.
Yeah.
Maybe if you have issues, what you can also do, you can also send it to Miss Zulu or the people who are assisting us with the profile. Oh, yes, we almost
yes,
there. Yes.
Yes, I think, yes, can you see it now?
It? Yes, we can see it. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead. Thank you so much and all the best.
Thank you very much. Let me greet everyone again. My name is Malusi Mkize. We have prepared some presentation with Professor David Lokat. We are from discipline of Chemical Engineering, School of Engineering. We are based at Howard College from University of KwaZulu-Natal. So the title of our study is on Intellectualization of African Languages in Engineering. Particularly, we want to share some current status and maybe approaches which would be future as well as the oncoming, events. My presentation will just give some insights on the introduction, where we want to give some what we have maybe gathered together. We give some aims of this study, what we did to collect of this information we'll be presenting. We discuss, of course, our results, and we have some conclusive remarks. As if we go to introduction, particularly my field, or our field, is more on technical. So we were happy now to try to also go to the other side, where we look at the teaching and our well-being of our students. Particularly, we have been aware of these good initiatives, which is from the higher education, where it's trying to increase the transmuting of African languages. Also the high attrition rates of African education system, which is part due to the fact that Africa, like our continent, we're having a challenge where this is one of the continent, if not the only one, where most of the language we use is a foreign language. Which can be, we even categorize ourselves as a French or English. So we have looked at that as one of the remarks we might also have looked at it. With also the policy at UKZN in terms of language, we also noted that. With also some UKZN initiatives, like in pushing of knowledge, in terms of to modernize and approach IsiZulu. So now we're going to what is the language which is dominated here at KwaZulu-Natal. So of course it is IsiZulu. So that's how our study is gonna go. It's gonna go basically to IsiZulu because it's one of the indigenous languages which is more dominant. So it is noted also that although there is a multi-languages at university, but English and IsiZulu are more dominant. So that is the study will be based. Also, we have noted, so I'm presenting this because I'm trying to give an overlook on our understanding as we go forward, because we are new in this field, and then we are trying to do our best, to engage. We also look at the adoption of terminology development, which is popular at our university. Also the UKZN, which is thinking by doing that to intellectualize IsiZulu. So that is the main things which is I think is interested us into going for this, also engaging ourselves. But what we have been surprised is with the engineering being the one which is more challenging to the students. So there's never been any or initiatives to intellectualize the IsiZulu through the facilitation of terminology, which have done for other disciplines, including administration, architecture, and then others like law, physics, but without any of the engineering. Just to mention something, engineering have 7 disciplines. So you can see that none of them have been also tried initiatives. So now we want to present for only now for the discipline of chemical engineering, so which will be following. This is one of we have discovered, I think, the sources from Professor Langakumalu, where he presented how this has been done at university. So now we have seen that as maybe a starting point, of course, where we go for terminology development. So we want also to start an initiative for the engineering as well as a whole, but starting from chemicals. So we're gonna cover all the other disciplines. So how does it involve? Like stage 1 is a terminology harvesting, followed by the...
I'm sorry, Malusi. I'm sorry, Dr. Mkizen.
Yes.
Is it possible for you to make your presentation slightly bigger? it is rather small. Maybe it might be the mode, but if you can't, then you can proceed. Yes, that's it. Thank you so much.
Okay.
You may proceed. You may. Oh, now it's gone back to the. Yes, now it's big. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I think it's okay. So we have looked at this. I think the plan, which is the model, which is already existing, and then we want to also look at and adapt it. We, as I was mentioning, that these are the steps which maybe most of the UKZN colleagues are familiar with, particularly in the Office of University Language Development and Planning Office. So this is stage number 1, which is the terminology harvesting, terminology description follows, and translation and terminology consultation workshops, terminology authentication, and the standardization. So just to mention that we have done most of this for chemical engineering, but I think we're in a stage number 3 where we're consulting. Step 5, which is listing, of course, in the database, which we are looking forward for it, you know. So, okay, so now we'll look at the challenges, you know, which have been noted, you know, like one of them is like the participation, you know, in the Zulu etymologies. So, for instance, the like the model or the policy, we're not sure if there is a mandatory for that disciplines to do, but it seems like as now it's only where there's for instance, the voluntary as well as the lecture from the specific discipline have to go through that. And then we have also noted that there's some challenges, you know, some of them, not all of them listed here, like the lectures, they have all the teaching work. I think there's a teaching requirements, there's the administration requirements, research as well. So we look at it now as how we that's gonna fit in, you know. But it's interesting that other disciplines have done it. So that's why we say now why we can also grab the opportunity, also help, particularly for an engineering, which is most a challenging subject, or one of the challenging subjects in university. And we see that we also noted all that challenges. So now, what is the aim of this study which we are trying to do? So what we are trying to aim here is trying to present a study like where we present the status quo and approaches concerning instruction of this IsiZulu language, particularly for in the School of Engineering. So what we have done also, we look at the unpacking this aim by looking at the objectives, which is what we did. We presenting now some major modules, which are mainly their instructions involve the under engineering, where you look at the calculations and the technicality, but there's those where you need some communication. So these major modules, which is NC H4AL and NC H4DP, is mainly on communication. So where you write assignment and everything. So we want to see how these how the IsiZulu speaking students compared to non-IsiZulu speaking students that do. So that's in case, or why you note that, why we're doing that. We want to see any other driving factors which should be maybe adopted rather than just only the voluntary from the lectures, where if they're gonna prepare or adopt the policy or start initiatives where involve the development of terminology. So we want to analyze this through our model and look at the harvesting stages, or how maybe we can do better in the engineering field. So that is the methodology where we look at the discipline firstly, which were the main modules which involve the non-technical requirements, like as I said, the assignment and also the writing writing as well as other non-technical requirements, and identify and correct the data which had been collected. But the data was only limited from 2018 to 2021 for these two modules. And then concept like the weight average is going to show the comparison between the weighted average with the marks of the students, being categorized as IsiZulu as speakers as well as non-IsiZulu speakers. So we carry the desktop, of course, desktop research. We should have looking at the development of terminologies of the terminology. So this is our results. There's many graphs, of course, but I'm just gonna summarize it. Maybe you can, while you look at the graph, maybe you can point something. But looking at the graph with the top row being IsiZulu speaking students, for DP, and as well as at the bottom row, which is the non-IsiZulu speaking students. What we can note here is just that there's not much different. We go to the other subject, which is for LH. We look at the weighted average. We compare with the actual marks. And here again, from 2021 to 2018, you note that the difference is not that much. Although at some point, IsiZulu for 2019, for example, it is a bit lower, the performance compared to the other or non-IsiZulu speaking students. So what you also look at it is the credit weighted average, where we look also on the different years, 2021 to 2018. Also, didn't see any much different. So now we look at the some of the proposed terminology. So here with the comparison with the what is country model is, so we think maybe if we can add something where we look at the industrial applications, because in most of the, for instance, if there is not much different in the performance within the university, maybe the challenges might be in the industrial, because we need to apply that industrial. So we only change the, or maybe propose the model where we look at only maybe engaging the industry. Everything, we look at it and instead it might be also the same everything, but we use the Gantt chart to show that the steps within the, or to unpack the stage number 1 only. Just to conclude, and from the results, it seems like yes, the results are comparable with 55 to 65% across years when it comes to non-IsiZulu and IsiZulu speaking. So when you look at that range, everything is the same. And apart from high performance student in non-IsiZulu cohorts, the performance of the two does not show any major difference. In particular, IsiZulu cohorts or non-IsiZulu cohorts were able to leverage the technical communication skills. So they must share only, I think, slightly more better the non-IsiZulu cohort than IsiZulu. So, but the overall conclusion is seems like no differences. When you look at the consultation as also harvesting, yes, we look at maybe to drive this voluntarily from lectures. Maybe this analysis of data like this and presentation might help to drive also maybe to encourage the colleagues, also maybe the management to adopt or maybe to support this at the School of Engineering. And construction industry, yes, is important because they might even inject finance for the school, where we promise that maybe we come with a better approach, maybe more fundamentals in terms of the skills the student might carry. Like for instance, in most of the industries are in the rural areas, so sometimes to engage and communicate with the people or the employees might be challenges, if you come without any knowledge of IsiZulu. That is the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening. I may take any questions if there is. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much. You managed to finish on time. Well done. And thank you for sharing your study. I don't see any hands, but let me just commend you in the meantime if there's no hand at the moment, and with the study that you are doing. And hence we encourage, collaborations. And for you into the field of engineering, chemical engineering. So we really need engineers, a lot of engineers. I mean, it's not only in South Africa, but the whole world. So there's, it's one of the skills that we need, or the professions that we need. And if you are intellectualizing that IsiZulu in that field, that is highly appreciated. So just one question from me is, how long did it take for you, by the way, in the study? How did it take for you? I see there's one question while you're responding.
Okay. Actually, the first approach on this to know about is in 2020, or I would say by the end of 2019. So that's why I'm starting to notice. However, I just joined the university in 2018. So you can imagine that I was still not being familiar with these processes in the system. So we started in 2019. And what I've noticed is that we are also engaging with the university language development and planning office, which is also present, I think, here.
Wonderful. So thank you. Thank you so much. And I see that Zanelli is just asking the question, what are the students and view in the IsiZulu terminology, especially in Zulu speaking, especially the IsiZulu speaking students? What are the students' views? Those that are speaking IsiZulu, how do they take them?
To tell the truth, in the department, few speak IsiZulu, if I'm not the only one in the discipline. So I can see the students now, the appreciation. For instance, they want to engage even through emails in IsiZulu, and which I also appreciate with them because they feel like more comfortable as well. And then in terms of not only speaking or maybe writing IsiZulu, there's so many engagement. You can see that they feel free, to engage in even like raising any content. You can see that they very appreciate it. And then for me also, I'm trying to do as much as possible to welcome them. Although sometimes I should keep professional, but I do see a more interest in the speaking English, particularly at a chemical engineering department or engineering as a whole.
Wonderful, thank you. And we'll take one last question. I see our next speaker is here. So have the IsiZulu material been translated, or the material been translated into IsiZulu now that you have your terminology development, or is it on the pipeline?
No, it is on the pipeline. We are currently in the, I think stage number 3 of the model. So where we in the consultation stage. We have collected even I think 500 terms. So we have more, but with time we will try also to get the material being done, but not yet in terms of the material being ready.
Getting there. Well, once more, a round of applause to you. We wish you all the best, and hopefully that you will eventually get the material translated, and you will do the final stages of the terminology development. Thank you so much for sharing with us, and we will convey the message to your co-presenter that job well done, even though it's not here, we miss him.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, thanks.
Okay then. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next presenter is here. That is Miss Nowazim Tembu. Hello, Sisi. Mam Velase or Gam Velase. And the title of the presentation is The Role of Indigenous Languages in Restoring Justice and Law that is rooted in customary or traditional systems. She is also she is based at the University of Zululand, Ongoye. So your VC was here this morning. Hope you listened. No pressure. Well, we wish you all the best, and we're looking forward to your presentation. Over to you, my dear. Nwazi. Oh gosh, his screen is frozen. Can the technical support assist? It's over to you. Nwazi, can you hear me? Wave if you can, or write something on the chat.
I think she's having technical issues. Is she back?
Technical issues. Okay, now she's moving. Can you hear me? Wave if you can hear me, Nwazi. Just wave. Okay, you can hear me. That's a good start. So are you ready to do your presentation? Do you have a PowerPoint? Maybe if you unmute yourself, we can't hear you, my dear. We still can't hear you. Say something. You are now frozen. Maybe try to speak and maybe not use your video. Try to, maybe your bandwidth is not that good, or connectivity.
Yeah, can she switch her video off and then try and put her sound on?
That's what I'm trying. Yes, yes. That will be a good idea. Thank you. Can you then speak, say something, say good afternoon, hello, or something, so that we can then hear that you can hear us. Hello? Kunumasis.
Can you hear?
Yes, now
you
we
hear
can
me?
hear you loud and clear. Yes, please do go ahead.
Okay, I
over
shouldn't
to
shout.
no,
Okay.
that's fine. Go ahead, over to you.
So there won't be PowerPoint slides, Prof.
Okay,
My
that's
laptop
okay.
is giving me problems. That's okay.
Okay, then go ahead. Okay, we'll listen to you. Thank you.
The title of my topic is the role of indigenous languages in restoring justice and law that is rooted in customary or traditional systems. With this year's 15-year celebration of language policy of the University of KwaZulu-Natal and UNESCO, we are reminded that language is truly a root that connects past generations to future generations. For many years, there has been disregard for African traditional or customary law that governs the indigenous people of Africa. As we are celebrating this milestone, it truly deserves to be celebrated. Being able to speak proudly in your indigenous language, I think it is a treasure that should never be forgotten. Many indigenous groups no longer have linkage to their original mother tongue. I say this because the Indian people that came to South Africa during the colonial era were speaking their indigenous languages, such as Gujarati. However, that language died because it was not preserved. Hence, I applaud this milestone by UNESCO and UKZN. The invasion of colonists eroded many customary laws by labeling them as barbaric, which then led to customary law to not enjoy the same autonomy as Dutch law that is from a foreign land. It should be noted that language preservation, as I did say, it is not only for predecessors, but mostly for posterity, the future generations. It is unfortunate that this 15-year achievement coincides with the battle for the Zulu throne. In my opinion, this case study of the Zulu battle for the throne, it is here to test the power of customary law or the indigenous law in comparison to the Western law structures. The big question I ask is, how then can we use language resourcefully to combat negative stigmas attached to customary or indigenous law? I think viewing and understanding justice and law in a customary setup is somehow discouraging. I say this because there is no much investment in it. The battle for the throne trial and the Zulu royal family that has been happening over the past few months, it is proof enough that structures such as the royal council appointed to groom the chosen king are not functioning fruitfully. Habitually, we all know that in the Zulu royal family, contestation of the throne is custom. We can go back to the ancient times between the two princes of King Senzangakhona, Prince Shaka, and Prince Sigujana, to the two princes of King Bande, Prince Cetshwayo and Prince Mbuyazi, and so on and so on. The question is, what lessons can be learned from the past constellations? Why is it that traditional systems are not well preserved for future use, for future reference? The customary law guiding the succession to the throne isn't properly functioning. This somehow proves that even in this century, customary law cannot stand alone and be respected. Why I say this? It's because the development of language when it comes to law and justice, I believe, has not reached the pinnacles it should reach. It is the role of indigenous speaking people to try and close the gap. People are naturally connected to their languages. This means that if customary law is well preserved in a way that promotes togetherness amongst people, maybe our indigenous laws can gather strength and work for the people, including imikhandlu yezinduna namakhosi. Many people don't believe in those structures that there is fairness amongst them. In these councils chaired by izinduna namakhosi. Hence, other people do not comply willingly but are forced with whatever final decision that is taken by that council. I believe that this then proves that the hierarchy of law in South Africa has honestly not in a way promoted customary law, and customary law is still not yet promoted to a status such as the Western law or the Dutch law. Justice and law should not work against people. I say this because there is an urgent need to use language in order to teach people how traditional law works. Further research in language will open eyes into understanding how has language influenced positively or negatively justice and law that is rooted in customary systems. Because interpretation of law should be founded on African traditional ways. We ought to remember that indigenous people had traditional systems that were productive to their affairs and structure of their existence. I have to concur with what Steve Bantu Biko said when he emphasized how the oppressor is interested in the mind of the oppressed. As African society, I believe we are not keen on restoring what is within our principles, culture, and customs through our languages. Rather, we choose to progress with laws that are foreign to our understanding of how justice and law complement one another through the use of language resourcefully. Western-rooted law could never complement traditional law. Why? Because the Western law has been given presiding powers over traditional or customary law by societal standards. Hence, the battle of the Zulu throne is my case. The privileged courts, I call them the privileged courts in South Africa, are at risk of interpreting traditional or customary law in a less favored way. We see this not only in the Zulu royal family, but we see it with the Nazareth Baptist Church. We're seeing it with the Mujaji Queen, the Balobedu people from Limpopo, known as the Rain Queen. These battles some way highlight how neglected is the arrangement of customary or traditional law and justice. We have seen the role of high courts being destabilizing the traditional law systems by their interpretation of justice and law, as I did make examples from the Zulu royal family, the Nazareth Baptist Church, and the Mujaji Queendom or the Balobedu people from Limpopo. I say this, if this, this battle, these affairs, if they were channeled by African traditional laws or customary laws, people can learn that traditional law is capable of restoring justice and law rooted from their viewpoint of life. Language should be the glue that helps society to realize that law and justice should complement each other all the time in the betterment of society. How we African people interpret law and justice is different from other races. Language practitioners should invest time in promoting traditional or customary law that seeks to restore, innovate, and continue with shaping justice and law in system that is rooted in indigenous languages. I applaud the UKZN and the UNESCO. I say they should be supported greatly in their promotion of indigenous languages. I thank you.
Right on time. You are spot on. Do you want, I'm not sure if you're, okay, maybe let's leave your video because we have enough time for the questions. But thank you so much. I don't see any questions directed to you, but while people are still thinking, they were still digesting your presentation.
Was I fast?
No, fast sometimes is good. You know, we can make up time. So, you know, and then we can. Yeah, I suppose that you panic because, you know, you have connectivity issues, but then that is fine, my dear. The message was loud and clear. And I like the fact that, you know, you talk about, you know, the language practitioners who need to then, you know, promote the customary law, and also we need to preserve that. I see there's a hand from Professor Zulu, Professor Zulu. Professor Zulu, over to you. You can pose your question.
Thank you very much. In fact, it's not a question. I want to commend the presenter. I liked her talk a lot. That the issue of culture is broader. If we talk about culture, there were cultural contacts, and wherever there's a space of cultural contacts, they don't meet as equals. One is stronger than the other, one may be developed than the other in certain things. So what we call indigenous things today or traditional things today were almost the same things in the West. When we talk about the Dutch and the Roman system, they were the traditional issues that were there at that time. But because of colonization, they came with the power of the colonizer, etc., etc. And then they were imposed. Yes, I just wanted to to highlight those things, that these things are all cultural. They are like languages. When two languages contact languages, they don't meet at equal power. One may be stronger than the other. And then when the language is stronger than the other, then you feel how it permeates in the other social domains in terms of use. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. And indeed, you know, language and culture. And also thank you for commending, you know, the presenter. You know, that, you know, you can't divorce language and culture, and especially when when you're dealing with the customary law, you need to take the issues of language into account. And then we use these languages and use the language practitioners, you know, in communicating rather issues of culture. And there is one comment before I also say something. There's one comment on the chat. I'm not sure if you would want to, let me take that comment. If you want to say something, Tembu, then you can then respond. It's very interesting, a very interesting presentation. I have always worried about the Western laws overtaking our traditional laws, especially with your case. And then it continues, it is right, with your case. And then the other, it's just a call, people commending you, well presented, this is a challenge for the law disciplines in the country, and how they intend to bring African languages at the center of the practice. And then the last comment that I would read before your reaction, I concur, Lungile, a very insightful paper on the significant role of language in the stability of traditional communities. Before I take the others, I don't want to confuse you. Those were rather comments instead of, instead of questions. So if you want to say something. Ms. Mtembu, are you there? Okay, while
yes,
she's
I'm
oh, okay. Your reactions in terms of there's the comments that are on the chat, and also the Prof. Zulu was also commending you on your presentation, and your reaction, your views, your thoughts, if any.
Thank you, Prof. I would like to thank everyone for their beautiful, insightful. I would say, as an African, as a historian for the matter, it does bother me. It does bother me, when we when we sort of, as Black people, we don't invest, our intelligence, our time, on customary law. Rather, when we get our degrees or our PhDs, we rather focus on other things and we neglect what is our own. Because at the end of the day, as I did say, that preservation of language and channeling language to customary law is not only for us, for this generation, but we need to look forward, and say that the next generation, how will they, identify with law that is naturally in their DNA, the traditional law, the customary law. Because not to sound bad or to sound in any wrong way, Dutch Roman law was imposed on us. It's foreign to us. But when you look, for what belongs to you and what you understand better, it is customary law. But when you compare the two, customary law is no way compared to the Dutch law. When I make the example of the Zulu royal family and the Nazareth Baptist Church and the Balobedu people in Limpopo, the Rain Queen, Queen Mojaji, all of these battles, they are highlighting a critical gap in customary law. Where are we as indigenous people, as academics, in channeling what is truly ours? So the way I look at courts, I call them privileged courts, because they are privileged, to be able to interpret a customary law, but without understanding. That's why I'm saying they are privileged, because what you're seeing, they are part of destabilizing society. The separation that has happened in the Shembe Church, I'm not blaming it on them, but the way they interpret law, that is not, it does not include us. They just interpret for the sake of, okay, we are done with this case, but then they don't understand customary law, traditional ways of making sure that law and justice is sort of well interpreted amongst those people, or the indigenous people of South Africa. I think thank you very much for all the positive comments.
Well, thank you so much. There's one comment and a question, and a request rather, so that the language of law in South Africa is English. And so probably when you conclude, or you will eventually maybe say something about that. And there was a request on the Q&A that please do repeat the title of your presentation, the objectives, and the methodology. But if I can just help you while getting into your methodology, the title of Ms. Mtembu is The Role of Indigenous Languages in Restoring Justice and Law that is Restored in Customary or Traditional Systems. That is the title of your presentation. It is there on our program. And thank you so much, Prof. Floma. She's already put it there on the chat. You can have a look at it. But maybe what you can then address, if you can assist the Utembegile Msibi, she needs to know the objectives and the methodology of your study or your presentation. If you can repeat that.
Oh, okay. I didn't even include, methodology or objectives, but the methodology is on qualitative research. Yeah, and so I would say the objective is, as I did allude that it is to sort of make and sort of channel, with using language resourcefully, justice and law that is rooted in traditional systems. So I hope I'm making sense that, the objective is to restore, justice and law that is rooted in customary or traditional systems.
Well, thank you so much. So I don't see any other comments. And also I like the fact that, while we have, because I know that our next presenter is here, but we still have a little bit of time, but it's still your time. So we're enjoying this discussion. I like the fact that, people tend to think that, what is happening currently in the country, with the Zulu monarch and the King Mujaji and in other spheres, that, people seem to think that, this is new. It's definitely not new. I think that's the point that you are making, that, what history is merely repeating itself. And I like, yes, you actually, yeah. Maybe your concluding remarks then? You still have a little bit of time. I'm just saying, if you want to say something.
I was panicking honestly because I had connection problems. So I just wanted to make sure that let me finish before anything happens. Honestly. So I honestly have no closing remarks. Really appreciation to the UKZN for allowing me this opportunity, and they are, what they're doing with the UNESCO. I don't want to lie, it is of high importance. Being able to preserve such, great things, such beautiful treasures for the next generations. We owe it to them, as our predecessors owed it to us. So we can't now just take it for granted for the sake of, But I think, more than anything, I'm just grateful for the opportunity and the comments and the questions.
Okay, thank you so much. I think, your paper is actually then, touching on what your Vice Chancellor or Professor Siepe spoke about earlier on, citing the example, because you're talking about language and law, irrespective of law, where you find that you'll have a judge speaking an African language, the magistrate in an African language, the prosecutor is using an African language, the accused, and so on. The list is endless. Everybody is an African and they use an African language. But all the proceedings, they use a foreign language. So,
it's what's difficult. When I say I concur.
Echoes what, but we wish to thank you so much. Okay, you concur with Steve Biko?
That's what I was saying, that I concur with what he had said, that we are where we are today because, the oppressor is mostly interested in the mind of the oppressed. So we have many ways to view what I'm saying or what he said, There are many ways to view it.
Yeah. Well,
thank you.
Thank you so much. We highly appreciate that. We hope you will then stay on. Now there's no more pressure and your connectivity, but at least we did get to see your face. Yeah, but hope you will enjoy the rest of the presentations. Thank you and have a wonderful afternoon, but I hope you are still here. So ladies and gentlemen, it's it's a pleasure, my dear. So our next presenter is here. It is now 14:24. She's scheduled to start at exactly 14 years. She can't wait to talk. Okay, we have Dr. Elke Steinmeier, and her title is The Use of IsiZulu for Teaching of Latin Grammar, a Case Study. Wow, we will be learning Latin today. I hope by the end of this presentation, I will be able to say something in Latin. So, Dr. Steinmeier, over to you. You've been here with us, all morning. So now it's your turn. Thank you. Over to you. And she's also here she's based at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sani Bonani, Basebense Bami, Ninjani. My name is Elke Steinmeier. I'm Senior Lecturer and Head of Department in Classics at UKZN. Classics comprises 3 streams: courses on ancient civilizations in English, but also the study of the ancient languages Latin and Classical Greek. I did my high schooling in Berlin in a bilingual way on a French school where French was used as a medium of instruction, meaning that I learned Latin and ancient Greek via French and not via German, my mother tongue. In addition, I studied 3 years of IsiZulu as a non-mother tongue speaker at UKZN between 2007 and 2010 via English. This in turn means that I have first-hand experience in the challenges which learners experience when they have to learn a foreign language via another foreign language and not via their mother tongue. I was teaching last year Latin 1 for the first time again since a long time. I taught a couple of weeks in Latin 1 in 2008 or 2009 as a replacement for a colleague who was ill. At the time, I had 2 or 3 IsiZulu mother tongue students in the class. Last year, I had 1. All were female students. And so I decided to try out an approach in the teaching of basic Latin grammar, making use of the IsiZulu grammar I had acquired so that the students could link at least some phenomena in the Latin grammar directly to their mother tongue without needing the detour via the English language. Although one might not think that there are many similarities between one of the oldest Indo-European languages and a modern African language, which is part of the Nguni languages, surprisingly, there are. And I'm going to illustrate this hypothesis by using some examples. I should mention upfront that this work is work in progress and not yet a fully developed teaching approach, but at least it will give you an impression of what I mean. Latin has got 5 verb classes, which are called conjugations. I'm choosing a verb from the first conjugation, the verb to laugh, because I think that this conjugation is particularly apt to demonstrate that both languages think in the same way about the same grammar structures. Also, the pronunciation of Latin is much more similar to the pronunciation of IsiZulu than that of English. The vowels are pronounced in the same way and most consonants as well, except for the clicks. I have noticed that during graduation ceremonies, the IsiZulu mother tongue speakers pronounce Latin phrases like cum laude much better than their English colleagues who often struggle with the correct pronunciation, so that cum laude sounds like something like cum laude, or in absentia becomes in absentia. I would like to share a handout on the screen. And so please let me try to do that. Okay, so you can see I'm going to use the verb to laugh in IsiZulu and in Latin, and I will present you a couple of forms in order to show that what I want to demonstrate. And I'm starting with the infinitive. So in IsiZulu, it's ugutanda, and in Latin, it is amare. I have separated the stem of the verb from the prefix or the endings, and you can see that both languages have the same tendency, meaning that they are not using a separate word in order to express the infinitive, but they attach an additional syllable to the stem of the verb, IsiZulu as a prefix, ugu, and Latin at the end as a suffix with re, which means that ugu is the equivalent of the ending re in Latin. Sorry. So far for the infinitive. I'm moving to the forms of the present tense, meaning I laugh, you laugh, he, she, it laughs, we laugh, you laugh, they laugh. In IsiZulu, it's ngithanda, uthanda, uthanda, sithanda, nithanda, bathanda. In Latin, it's amo, amas, amat, amamos, amates, amat. We observe here a similar phenomenon, which we had already in the infinitive, that both IsiZulu and Latin are not using a separate word to express the person of the verb, like English with the I or you and so on, but that they again attach a syllable to the stem of the verb, IsiZulu in front and Latin at the end of the word, which means then gi in IsiZulu is the equivalent of the ending o in the Latin verb. The u with utanda can have two possibilities. In Latin, it can either stand for you, which is the ending s, or the u can also be the third person singular with the ending t. Then it becomes like quite unambiguous. We have we laugh, which is the C, which equals the ending mus in Latin. The U in the plural is expressed by the syllable ni in IsiZulu, and that corresponds to the ending tis in Latin. And lastly, they is expressed by the syllable ba in IsiZulu and by the suffix nt in Latin. So again, what I want to show here is that both languages express a person not by a separate word, but but by adding an additional syllable, the one language in front of the stem of the verb, the other one by adding it to the stem of the verb. I'm moving to the future tense, which is I will laugh, you will laugh, and so on. Also here, I have realized that both languages, IsiZulu and Latin, think in the same way. They are expressing the future tense by inserting an additional syllable between the person and the stem of the verb, and are not using a separate word like English with the I will or I shall. So in IsiZulu, the future tense is expressed by the syllable zo. In Latin, it is basically the syllable be, with two exceptions. In the third person plural, we have not be, but bu. And in the first person singular, the E has dropped out, probably in order to avoid the clash of two vowels. And so again, we have a very similar structure here. The future is expressed by a sign of tense in the middle of the word, sandwiched between the prefix or the suffix for the person and the stem of the respective verb. I move to another example, which is the negative command or imperative. If I want to say, do not laugh in the singular, it would be in IsiZulu, Musa ukutanda. If I use the plural for do not laugh, it would be Musani ukutanda. In Latin, the singular translate as noli amare and the plural as nolite amare. So here I have observed two similarities. Both languages use a special word for the negation or for the negative command, followed by the infinitive form, which we had already before, and that the plural of the negative imperative has got an ending which is either identical or very similar to the personal syllable of the second person plural. It is a ni in IsiZulu and the suffix te in Latin, which again is very similar to the ending tis, which Latin is using for the second person plural. And in IsiZulu, the ni is actually identical to the prefix ni, which we have seen in the present and in the future tense. Before I get to the last item on the handout, I would like to add a few things. And there is also one phenomenon which I'm not going to illustrate via a handout, and that is the locative. Both languages have a separate form in order to express the locative. In IsiZulu, you have this with etiquini, etusini, or so. Latin has also special forms, but not one common one, because Latin has got different noun classes or declensions, and each of these declensions is forming their locatives in a different way. So this is why I have not used words. But what I found interesting, that the idea to use a special form just to express a place is the same in both languages. And to my knowledge, there is no equivalent for that in English, and actually neither in German. As far as I know, these languages express places with the use of prepositions. I also would like to add that to find equivalence in both Latin and IsiZulu does not work for the full grammar. Latin has, for instance, no equivalent for the IsiZulu Concord system, which means we cannot translate like the grammar 1-to-1, but only in some instances. But I guess that every bit helps and brings the languages closer to each other. The students told me that they found that this approach very helpful in learning Latin, and were quite surprised that they could relate Latin directly to their mother tongue. The student from last year who got an 86 on 100 as her final mark wanted to continue Latin as part of her honors in marketing, but was not allowed to because she could not take electives outside her discipline, which was such a pity, because we had finally one IsiZulu student who enjoyed Latin and who was a very good student, and then she couldn't continue for administrative purposes. I would like to conclude with a brief outlook onto ancient Greek. Since the Greek and Latin grammars are very similar, most of what I said earlier can be applied to ancient Greek grammar as well. But I have observed another interesting phenomenon concerning the combination or juncture of words. If we were face to face, I would ask for participation of the audience, but being online, I will just give you one example, and that is the last item on my handout. If we look at the ancient Greek word philosophia, which is the love of wisdom, so philo, love, we had that same verb with amare in Latin. So we know that in IsiZulu it's tanda, and Sophia, wisdom or knowledge, we can use the IsiZulu word ulwazi. If we combine tando and ulwazi, we get to the word Tandolwazi, which is a first name among IsiZulu speakers, which means we can, at least in some instances, translate Greek straight into IsiZulu without needing the detour of English, because both languages combine the same words in the same way. So this was what I wanted to share with you. I thank you for your time in Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
We are clapping nathi siyabonga kakhulu Dokotela. Wow, how I wish that I attended the lectures. I'm just looking here. I don't want to be the only one who's really commenting on this. And yes, indeed, Professor Hlongwa is saying that siyabonga kakhulu, Dr. Steinheimer. And yeah, and you know, it is interesting. You're taking me back to the days when I was doing linguistics before I jumped ships. But you know, how we were talking about the inflection. But in IsiZulu, where, you know, we prefix, and then in Latin, they suffix. You know, so these languages, you know, I think you're teaching the learners, you know, in terms of what they know to the unknown. And I never knew that, you know, I can actually speak Latin, you know, myself, like the Amare Ugutanda. So then
now you can.
What happened? Yes, we can. What happened then eventually to that student Shane now? So what, don't you have more students?
No, I think, you know, first, many students don't understand what classics actually means. And also classics, or especially the ancient languages, there is no clear career path in South Africa. In Germany, when you study Latin or ancient Greek, you can become a teacher at school, but in South Africa, not. And I think also that Latin and Greek carry the prejudice, wait, now I'm lacking the English word, prejudice of being difficult and of being old and irrelevant. And so this is why I'm trying, when I get a chance and I have an IsiZulu mother tongue speaker in the class, to show them that actually they can link their IsiZulu mother tongue quite a bit to Latin.
Absolutely, amen to that. Professor Hlongwa, you have something? I see your hand is up.
Thank you very much, Prof. Maku Balenos and Dr. Stanmaya. Siyabonga kakhulu. Wow. You know what, like listening to you, I think in our terminology development, I think now there is a way of deriving or coining terms originally from Latin and Greek, listening to you. And I don't think we need to lose that student that you have mentioned. We need to monitor and follow up on her, even though she's not fully registered to continue with classics. But like in one way or the other, we'll want to use her for our initiatives in terms of terminology development. So please do link us to her. So she will be very, very instrumental. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
Yes, go ahead, Dr. Steinmeier.
No, I just wanted to thank everybody because it's probably a special topic and maybe not of wide interest, but it's a platform for me to promote my own discipline.
Well, I don't know. Maybe that's why, Professor, the university, UKZN, decided and requested me to chair this session because my background is in linguistics. I have a passion for linguistics. So I was following and I was making notes and I was writing and so on. How I wish I have time, then I can attend your lectures. So and now I'm in Cape Town.
Everybody is very welcome.
Okay, you're teaching virtually, and I hope that I can join in your lectures, and it is very interesting. And also, what we can say in terms of students getting funding. Let's see how we can then market, because really, you know, as Prof. Hlongwa is indicating that in terminology development, you know, we can see the value. You know, the students might be short-sighted at the moment and, you know, just think at the immediate needs, that there is no need for that. But, you know, following your presentation, absolutely, there is a home and there is everything, you know, that we can benefit from. And especially the students that are doing law, you know, they can benefit, you know, in your discipline. But let me not hog this platform. Dr. Mona, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Dr. Steinmeier. Can I also express my appreciation? I did a bit of Latin at high school, so I was trying to link my knowledge with your lecture. We were talking about the nominatives, the vocatives, the datives, and the ablatives. Rosa, rosa, rosam, rosae, rosae, rosa. You know, right. And I'm trying to remember now, you know what that meant. And at the end of the year, we would say, diebus nocetur. In English, it is injured to the days. But in good English, days are injured. You know, I'm trying to remember, and I think it has been very interesting to me, and it made me to remember the Latin lessons that I had. I wish you were our Latin teacher. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm very glad about your comment. And please do remember Latin and don't forget.
Thank you.
Nobody can definitely forget that Latin. So I'm just reading comments here. Mary Bloom says, interesting presentation, especially when teaching how to teach IsiZulu as a second or foreign language. So Mary really enjoyed your presentation as well. And then, yeah, and everybody is saying, siyabonga kakhulu. So maybe, you know, we complain about, you know, COVID. Maybe it's about time that, you know, even if I'm here in Cape Town, you know, if you share your lectures, I will make it a point that I do attend. You know, I've always, you know, thought of Latin as a dead language. You know, what can it do? But, you know, with a teacher like you, I think I can go back to class, but don't let me write exams.
Okay, we have a deal.
We have the deal. So we'll get your contact details from Professor Hlongwa and then the organizing team. But once more, thank you so much. And I must say that, you know, with your, you know, I'm just blessed that the presenters are mindful of time. So just when I was thinking of saying that, you know, you have this so much minutes and then you were done. So you've been doing well. And also, you know, taking into account that you got distracted by the call and so on, but you still managed to do it on time. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Siyabonga kakhulu. And I love the fact that ukhuluma IsiZulu.
Yes. Wait. Now I'm blank. I want to respond in IsiZulu, but I'm blank in the moment. But I understood every word which you said.
So remind me now, how do I say Ngiyakutanda? I know ukutanda is amare. So how do I say Ngiyakutanda? I love you.
You would need separate words, so that is not inserted. Amuti.
Okay.
Amuti. I love you.
Oh, okay. You see, that's what I think the young ones here in the group probably need to say. Amuti. Well, then, colleagues, thank you so much. And thank you so much, Dr. Steinmeier, and for sharing that.
I love you all.
We love you too. And looking at the chats and the comments on the chat, everybody love you back. And thank you for the wonderful presentation. We are 5 minutes into our next presentation. Well, before our next presentation, rather. So our next presenters, I take it that they are here. It is Dr. Tholani Hlongwa and Dr. Sanele Ntsele. I did see, oh, both of them are here. Dr. Ntsele and Dr. Hlongwa are here. So I'm not sure whether they have a presentation they can deal with the technologies and so on. I'm not sure whether they'll be using any presentation. But Dr. Tholani Hlongwa and Dr. Sanele Ntsele are from the School of Education at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. So I'm sure they were, because as educators, they were also following the previous presentation, how we were taught Latin.
Sorry, Prof, is Thabisile not on now? Thabisile Mchuno.
Sorry?
Is the session not for Thabisile Mchuno?
No.
3 o'clock. Okay.
No. I think you have the what I have here.
Okay,
is after
all right, it's been changed.
Of Dr. Steinmeier, yes, it is Dr. Tholani Hlongwa and Dr. Ntsele.
My apologies.
And I see not a problem. And the title of their presentation, Thabisile is after these two, Dr. Hlongwa and Dr. Ntsele. So the title of their presentation is Inqubomgomo yolimi yaseNyuvesi yaKwaZulu-Natal njengesisekelo ekuthuthukiseni izincwaningo ngesiZulu, ulimi lwezifundiswa, ukuninga ngesidlule kukho. So-ke bayaninga ngalokho abadlule kukho. I see that their presentation is already on. And Dr. Ntsele and Dr. Hlongwa, over to you, and wishing you all the best, and we're looking forward to your presentation.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Ngifisa ukuthatha leli thuba ngibingelele kumqondisi wohlelo, abahleli be-colloquium, bese ngibingelela nezithameli zonke. Siyabonga kakhulu ithuba esilithola namhlanje lokwethula leli phepha esilenza ngokuhlanganyela nozakwethu uDokotela TS Hlongwa. Mina ngingudokotela SM Ntsele. Yimina ozokwenza lesi sethulo saleli phepha namhlanje. Mina nozakwethu singabafundisi kuyo iNyuvesi yaKwaZulu-Natal kodwa ophikweni oluse Edgewood campus. Idiscipline yethu isiZulu semfundo. Isihloko socwaningo lwethu ngicela ukuqala xolisa. Ngiyaxolisa umqondisi wohlelo.
Hayi no qhubeka siyabonga.
Isihloko socwaningo lwethu njengoba besekushiwo sithi inqubomgomo yeNyuvesi yaKwaZulu-Natal njengesisekelo ekuthuthukiseni izincwaningo ngesiZulu, ulimi lwezifundiswa, ukuninga ngesidlule kukho. Sifisa ukubonga kakhulu kwiNyuvesi yaKwaZulu-Natal ngenqubomgomo enezimiso ezilandelekayo futhi ezicace kahle ezesekela ukwenziwa kwezincwaningo ngesiZulu. Ulimi luthola amandla ngokusetshenziswa ezimweni ezahlukene njengokucwaninga, ukuthuthukiswa kolimi lokucwaninga kanye nolimi lwezifundiswa. Lokho kushiwo ngoHornberger uma ngabe echaza iqhaza lenqubomgomo yolimi. Igxathu silishayela izandla igxathu elathathwa yiNyuvesi yaKwaZulu-Natal ekuthuthukiseni inqubomgomo eyeseka ulimi lwesiZulu ukuba lube ngulimi lokufunda nokufundisa kanye nokucwaninga. Lokhu okuhambelana nokushiwo nguHornberger uma ethi inqubomgomo yolimi kumele ibeke izimiso ezigunyaza futhi zivikele ulimi ukuba lusetshenziswe konzika ndaweni abahlukene abaqavile. njengonzindaweni bokufunda nokufundisa, ukushicilelwa kwemibiko kanye nokucwaninga. Siyafisa-ke ukubeka kube sobala lokhu ukuthi iNyuvesi yaKwaZulu-Natal ikukhombisile lokho, hhayi ngokushicilela phansi kwinqubomgomo kuphela, kodwa kukhona nokuphathekayo okukhombisayo ukuthi lokhu okushiwo inqubomgomo kuyalandeleka. Ngikhuluma nje, ikhona imibiko ethunyelwayo kubasebenzi ebhalwe ngolimi lwesiNgisi iphinde ishicilelwe ngolimi lwesiZulu. Kuyenzeka futhi ukuthi sekuyenzeka ukuthi izincwaningo ezishicilelwe ngolimi lwesiNgisi ebese kuhlelwa iqoqa noma kwakhiwe isifinqo esizobhalwa ngesiZulu esichaza kabanzi ngalokho okuqukethwe ucwaningo lolo. Ngakho-ke thina sibese sibona kusemqoka ukuba sininge ngeqhaza elibanjwe inqubomgomo yolimi yeNyuvesi yaKwaZulu-Natal ukuseka nokuthuthukisa uhambo lwethu lokucwaninga ngesiZulu ulimi lwezifundiswa. Mhlawumbe kafushane ngisekuso isingeniso nesendlalelo, kumele ngikubalule ukuthi mina nozakwethu sifunde khona lapha eNyuvesi yaKwaZulu-Natal iziqu zethu ezisemazingeni aphansi, lapho khona ezinye izifundo besizifunda ngolimi lwesiNgisi, bese sifunda ngesiZulu lezo ifundo eziqondene ngesiZulu kuphela. Kodwa sithe uma ngabe sesifika kwiziqu eziphakeme, sabe sesikwazi ukuba nenkululeko yokuthi sikwazi ukwenza lezo ziqu noma sifunde lezo ziqu ngolimi lwesiZulu. Yingakho-ke sibone ukuthi kuyithuba elihle ukuthi uma ngabe kubungazwa iqhaza lenqubomgomo yolimi emva kwesikhathi eside kangaka, ebese-ke nathi sisabona kukuhle ukuthi sininge ukuthi ingabe sesikuphi. Inhloso nqangi yalolu cwaningo ukuninga ngenqubomgomo yolimi yeNyuvesi yaKwaZulu-Natal njengesisekelo ekuthuthukiseni izincwaningo ngesiZulu ulimi lwezifundiswa. Ngoba sinenkolelo yokuthi ukuba beyingekho inqubomgomo ecace kahle, ngabe asikwazi namhlanje ukubhala sethule izincwaningo njengoba sethula izincwaningo nje ngolimi lwesiZulu. Lokho konke kusukela kuyo inqubomgomo ebhale yahlelwa yacaca yaba nezimiso futhi ezilandelekayo. Lolu cwaningo lungoluhlaziyayo lobunjalo botho. Lapha sibuyekeza esidlule kukho ohambweni lwethu locwaningo lweziqu zobudokotela olwenziwe ngesiZulu eNyuvesi yaKwaZulu-Natal, isikole sezemfundo. Lolu cwaningo luninga ngesidlule kukho bese lethula izindikimba ezikhombisa iqhaza lenqubomgomo yeNyuvesi yaKwaZulu-Natal ekusekeleni nasekuthuthukiseni izincwaningo ngesiZulu ulimi lwezifundiswa. Kulolu cwaningo sisebenzise indlela yokuhlaziya okuqukethwe kanye nendlela yokuninga, ukuhlaziya nokuhlozinga ngesidlule kukho ezincwaningweni zethu zeziqu zobudokotela eNyuvesi yaKwaZulu-Natal esikoleni sezemfundo. Lapha sihlonze ubumqoka benqubomgomo ukusekela nokuthuthukisa izincwaningo ngesiZulu ulimi lwezifundiswa. Sabe sesihlonza amaphethini sakha amaqoqo. Sibeke sesihlaziya okutholakele sasesikuhlela ngezindikimba. Ukuhlaziya okutholakele sisebenzise isifanisela senjulalwazi kaGibbs. Injulalwazi kaGibbs imayelana nokuninga ngalokho odlule kukho ekufundeni, kanye nokuhlolisisa ukuthi ngesikhathi sokufunda kwenzekeni futhi kwenzeke kanjani lokho. Lapha kusuke kunenqubeko yokuzibuka kanye nokuzihlozinga ngokuthi ucabange ngondlule kukho. Ubeke usuphenya ngezenzeko ezikufundise okuthile, ebese uyabheka ukuthi yikuphi okukufundisile futhi kukufundiseni, ebese uyabheka amabala amahle namabi kulokho okufundile. Nasi isifanisela senjulalwazi kaGibbs esinezinyathelo eziyisithupha zokuninga ngodlula kukho lapho ufunda noma ufundisa. Isinyathelo sokuqala simayelana nokuchaza ngesenzeko ukuthi yikuphi okwenzekile, kwenzeke kanjani. Ebese-ke kuba isinyathelo sesibili mayelana nemizwa yakho ngokwenzekile. Uzizwe kanjani emva kwalokho okwenzekile? Ebese kuba isinyathelo sesithathu esimayelana nokuhlozinga ngokuphumelela kanye nezingqinamba kulokho okwenzekile. Ebese kuba isinyathelo sesine esimayelana nokuhlaziya lokho okwenzekile ukuthi lokho okwenzekile kwenzeke kanjani. Kukhona okufundile noma akukho okufundile. Kukhona ongakuthuthukisa kanjani. Kukhona ongakushintsha kanjani. Ebese kuba ukusonga nezincomo kulokho okufundile ezimweni odlule kuzo. Uma ngabe kungathiwa ke kukhona okufundile, yikuphi ongakulungisa ukuze uzilungiselele kangcono ngokulandelayo noma wenze kangcono ngokulandelayo. Ebese kuba uhlelo lwesenzeko lapho kukhombisa khona ukuthi yikuphi ozokwenza ngemiphumela oyitholile. Nakho okutholakele esikunikeze ngezindikimba sakubeka ngethebula kulesi slide. Sikuhlukanise kanje. Kukhona icolumn ekhuluma ngokuphumelela, kube khona icolumn ekhuluma ngezingqinamba. Ngicela ukuqala ngokuphumelela. Sikhuluma ngamandla nokukhululeka ekuhleleni imicabango yocwaningo jikelele ngokusebenzisa ulimi lwesiZulu ukusungula imicabango emisha. Njengoba bengikade ngishilo ukuthi kulolu cwaningo sininga ngesidlule kuko ezincwaningweni zethu zeziqu zobudokotela. Sisebenzisa noma sicwaninga ngolimi lwesiZulu, ulimi lwezifundiswa. Kuvelile ukuthi ukusebenzisa ulimi lwesiZulu, ulimi lwezifundiswa kusinike amandla nokukhululeka ukuthi sikwazi ukuhlela imicabango yethu yocwaningo jikelele. Ngikhuluma nge-conceptualization of study. Lapho khona esesikwazi ukukhululeka uma ngabe sihlela imicabango yethu ngesifuna ukucwaninga ngakho. Sivuleleke. Sikwazi nokuqhamuka nemicabango emisha ngaphandle kokuthi siqale ngokucabanga ngolimi lwasemzini ebese siyahumusha sihumushele olimini lwethu. Ukwethula kwethu izinsongozo ngesiZulu phambi kwezifundiswa futhi ezingabacwaningi kwasivula amehlo ukuthi singaziqinisa siphinde sizihlele kanjani izincwaningo zethu. Lapha sikhuluma ngokuthi sakwazi ukuphumelela ekuthaneni siqinise izincwaningo zethu zeziqu zobudokotela sisebenzisa lona belu ulimi lwesiZulu lwezifundiswa. Lapho sasethula khona izincwaningo zethu esizethulela ithimba elalisuke liqokiwe ukuba lilalele ebese liyahlolisisa ukuthi kungabe lezo zincwaningo zikulungele yini, zikulo yini izinga leziqu zobudokotela futhi yizincwaningo ezicwaningekayo yini kuleyo mkhakha esikuyo. Engifisa ukubalula lapha kulelo thimba kusuke kukhona nabasuke bemenyiwe. Kusuke kukhona izifundiswa ezisuke zimenyiwe eziqhamuka kweminye imikhakha ezisuke zingezukuchema ezizobheka nje zingathathi hlangothi zingachemi namuntu. Ukuhlolisisa ukuthi kungabe lezo zincwaningo zisebenzise ulimi ngendlela elindelekile yini ezingeni lenyuvesi. Ngakho nakho lokho sikushayela ihlombe sithi kungukuphumelela ekuthaneni inqubomgomo yenyuvesi yaKwaZulu-Natal iyakwazi ukweseka ebese iyakuhlinzeka lokho. Siphinde sabona ukuphumelela ukubalula kokuthola abahlanganyeli ngenxa yokuthi sasebenzisa ulimi lwesiZulu abaliqonda futhi nabo kangcono balisebenzise kangcono ukwethula imizwa yabo. Sasithi uma ngabe sifika ezikoleni lapho sasenza khona ucwaningo sisazoncenxa abacwaningi. Uma sibachazela ukuthi ucwaningo lumayelana nani, basukumele phezulu ngoba sasixoxa lokho ngolimi abaliqonda kangcono futhi ababekuthakasela nabo ukuba ingxenye yabo. Kwakungabanikeza inkinga kakhulu ukuthi sekufanele bacabange ngolunye ulimi okufana nesiNgisi. Sikubone ukuphumelela ukusebenzisa kwethu isiZulu ukukhiqiza imininingo kwasinika amandla kanye nabahlanganyeli okwabelana ngemicabango ngaphandle kwezithiyo, ngoba sikholelwa ukuthi uma kwenziwa ucwaningo kusuke kungekhona ukuthi loyo ocwaningayo noma kwakungekona ukuthi thina njengabacwaningi sithole iziqu zobudokotela kuphela, kepha kwakuwukuthi nabo abacwaningi bakwazi ukuthi kube khona abakufundayo kulolu cwaningo. Ngakho inqubeko yayihlanganisa ukushintshisana ngolwazi kanye nemicabango. Ngakho ngenxa yokuthi sasisebenzisa isiZulu futhi esesekwe inqubomgomo eNyuvesi yaKwaZulu-Natal, kwaba lula ukuthi sikwazi ukushintshana ngemicabango ngolimi futhi esiliqonda kangcono. Siphinde sathola ukuthi ukusungulwa kwebhange lamatemu kwasilekelela ngesikhathi sesibhala futhi sesethula imibiko yocwaningo. Ikakhulukazi lapho khona kusuke kulindeleke ukuthi sisebenzise ulimi olwamukelekile lwezifundiswa oluzokwazi futhi ukuthi luqondwe ngabanye abacwaningi noma kuthiwa abekho kulo mkhakha wethu wezemfundo. Ngenxa yokuthi ucwaningo luyafakwa kwi-internet ukuba lufundwe ngokuvuleleka, kusemqoka ukuthi noma silibhala ucwaningo lusebenzisa ulimi olwamukelekile lwesiZulu sezifundiswa ukuze nabanye abacwaningi abakweminye imikhakha kube ulimi abaliqondayo olusetshenziswe kulolu cwaningo. Kuthiwa-ke akukho soka lingenasici. Ngifisa ukungena kwizingqinamba esahlangabezana nazo. Okokuqala kwaba izihibe lapho sekuhanjiswa amadokhumenti ahunyushelwe esiNgisini ekomidini elihlola inkambiso elungileyo yocwaningo. Ngenxa yokuthi usuke umkhulu umthamo wabafundi abasuke befake izicelo zemvume zokuthi benze izingcwaningo. Kwesinye isikhathi bekuyaye kugcine sekuthatha isikhathi eside ukuthi kubuye impendulo. Bese mangabe uthola ukuthi mase kubuya impendulo ethi kufanele ukuhumusha lokho ukuhumushele esiNgisini ukuze kuzokwazi ukuthi kuqondakale kalula ukuthi kuthini noma kumayelana nani. Okwesibili okwaba ingqinamba ukwentuleka kwezingcwaningo esezenziwe emkhakheni esikuyo, okuholela ekutheni sisebenzise esezenziwe esiNgisini ebese siyazihumusha. Sahlangabezana nenkinga yokuthi nakuba zikhona izingcwaningo esezenziwe ngaphambilini zenziwa ngesiZulu, kodwa zazikweminye imikhakha engahlobene nalemkhakha esasicwaninga kuyo. Ebese kuphoqeleka ukuthi sithekele esiNgisini ebese siyahumusha ngokuhlobanisa ukuthi izingcwaningo esezibhaliwe ngesiNgisi zihlobona kanjani nalokho esikucwaningayo ngesiZulu. Bese ingqinamba yokugcina esitholile kwesidlule kukho insweleko yamatemu ebhange lamatemu emkhakheni yezingcwaningo zethu zesiZulu semfundo. Kwadala ukuthi sigcine sesiziqambela awethu amatemu angathekisiwe esasingenaso isiqiniseko sokuthi bayowaqonda yini abanye abacwaningi abakweminye imikhakha engaphandle kwesiZulu semfundo. Njengoba kade sengishilo ngaphambilini ukuthi ucwaningo kusuke kungelona olwabacwaningi abakuloyo mkhakha kuphela, kodwa kusuke kufanele ukuthi luvuleleke kusetshenziswe ulimi olwamukelekile ukuze nabanye abacwaningi abasuke benentshisekelo yokulufunda bakwazi ukuqonda lokho okubhalwe kwethulwa kulolu cwaningo. Ngakho-ke ukwentuleka kwamatemu sakubona kuyingqinamba ebhange lamatemu leNyuvesi yaKwaZulu-Natal ngoba kwagcina sekuholela ekuthaneni sifune ukuziqambela awethu amatemu angathekisiwe siyisikhoyinele ngoba sifuna ukuthi kuzwakale ngale ndlela okukunzika ndaweni wocwaningo lwethu. Uma sesikuhlaziya-ke lokhu okutholakele ohambweni lwethu lokucwaninga sisebenzisa ulimi lwesiZulu, sithole ukuthi ukusebenzisa kwethu isiZulu ekwenzeni ucwaningo lonke kwasivezela ukuthi isiZulu siyasebenziseka njengolimi locwaningo uma sisetshenziswa ngenkululeko futhi sinikwe amandla. Sithole nokuthi kuba khona ukuzethemba nogqozi lokwazi imfundo. Ekuthaneni ucwaninga ngolimi oluqonda kangcono futhi uyakwazi ukuqhamuka nemicabango emisha engakaze icatshangwe. Siphinde sathola ukuthi inqubomgomo yeNyuvesi yaKwaZulu-Natal yolimi isinike amandla nokukhululeka kokugeleza kwemicabango nzulu ekucwaningeni ngolimi esizikhethela lona. ngoba kusuke kunenkululeko yokuthi uma ngabe ukhetha ukubhala umbiko wocwaningo lakho noma ukulwenza ucwaningo lonke ngesiZulu unakho ukuzikhethela kanjalo. Uma ngabe ufisa futhi ukukwenza ngesingisi unakho ukuzikhethela kanjalo. Uma sewuliphothulile futhi ucwaningo lwakho uxolo njengesifundiswa unakho ukuzikhethela ukuthi uma sewufuna ukubhala ke amaphepha ocwaningo ungasebenzisa ukubhala ngolimi lwesingisi, ungasebenzisa futhi ukubhala ngolimi lwesiZulu. Kuye ngokuthi imicabango yakho izogeleza uma usebenzisa luphi ulimi. Uma ngabe ubona ukuthi imicabango yakho izozwakala kahle uma ngabe uyibeka ngolimi lwesingisi, inqubomgomo yenyuvesi iyakukhulula futhi iyakusekela sekuthaneni ukwenze kanjalo lokho. Isiphetho nezincomo. Sincoma ukuthi kuqokwe ikomidi elizobuyekeza izicelo zemvume yokwenza ucwaningo ezibhalwe ngesiZulu ulimi lwezifundiswa. Siphinde sincome ukusebenzisana ukuthi kube khona ukusebenzisana emkhakheni ehlukene ukuqoqela ndawonye amatemu azogunyazwa ukuba asetshenziswe embhalweni noma embikweni yezifundiswa. Kungabi umsebenzi wehhovisi lokuhlela ulimi kuphela, kepha kube umsebenzi wethu nathi thina zifundiswa ezikulowo mkhakha ukuthi sithathe isinyathelo sokuthi sikwazi ukuthuthukisa amatemu amukelekile naqondwa yizo zonke izifundiswa. Ukuqeqesha abafundi abazokwazi ukubhala besebenzisa ulimi lwesiZulu lwezifundiswa emkhakheni ehlukene. Ngizwile ngaphambilini ekseni uSolwazi Hlongwa esho ukuthi kukhona umfundi ozothweswa iziqu okokuqala kwi-School of Business and Law and Management obhale ngesiZulu. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi lokho kuyahambelana nalokho esikuncomayo ukuthi ukukwazi ukuqeqesha abafundi abazokwazi ukubhala ngesiZulu emkhakheni ehlukahlukene kungabe sekukhombisa ukuthi inqubomgomo umsebenzi wenqubomgomo impela sewuyafezeka sesiyabona lapho siya khona. Kanjalo nolimi lwethu lwesiZulu lwezifundiswa. Ngifisa ukuphetha ngokuthi silishayela ihlombe igxathu elathathwa yiNyuvesi yaKwaZulu-Natal ngokusungula inqubomgomo esebenza njengomthetho olawula ukusetshenziswa kolimi lwesiZulu nokusinika amandla alinganayo nawesingisi ukuba isiZulu singagcini ngokufundwa njengesifundo kodwa siphinde sibe ulimi lokucwaninga. Ngiyabonga kakhulu ngesikhathi eningiphe sona ukulalela lesi sethulo sethu. Siyabonga.
Kubonga thina nathi sinishayela ihlombe njengoba nishayela isikhungo ihlombe. Well, thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. And I see the first hand that is up. Professor Hlongwa, your hand is up before I can even say anything. Yeah, she must have been touched by this. So let me not waste any time. Professor Hlongwa.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu Solwazi Makhububane nohost, ngibonge kakhulu kodokotela bethu. Okungithokozisa kakhulu njena ukuthi njengoba le colloquium sihlele sihlanganisa ne-National Institute for Humanities and Social Sciences, kuyangijabulisa ukuthi udokotela uHlongwa anginaso isiqiniseko ke sanele ukuthi wawuyitholile yini uxhaso la kwa-NHSS, kodwa nginesiqiniseko sokuthi uDr. Hlongwa wayelitholile lelo xhaso olakwazi ukuthi nelumsize ekutheni enze iziqu zakhe azibhale futhi ngolimi lwesiZulu. Kuyajabulisa ke lokho. Siyabonga kakhulu isethulo senu esihle kakhulu. Ngicela nje ukuqala nje lapha ezincomeni zakho. Ukhulume ngesincomo sokuqala lapha sokuthi kube khona ikomidi lapho abafundi bekwazi content bethule ama proposals abo ngesiZulu. Kanjalo kuze kuyofika ekutheni uhlolwe ukuba umsebenzi uhamba kanjani ngasecaleni lenkambiso elungileyo. Lokhu sekuvele kuyenzeka Ngicabanga ukuthi ke kodwa ke izikole ezahlukene kuzomela zibhekisise le nto lesibona ukuthi sisebenzisana kanjani. Kodwa nje thina la esikoleni sezobuciko siyakwenza lokho. Inyuvesi ke lapha ya ehhovisini lelibhekele inkambiso elungileyo sekwaqashwa uzakwethu obhekelela ilokhuzana ama-proposals abafundi asuke esebhalwe ngesiZulu akwazi abuke inkambiso yabo ukuthi ihamba kanjani, ukuhamba ngendlela yini. Lokho kukhona mangabe ukuthi akwenzeki kahle ke esikoleni sezemfundo kuzomela sikubhekisise bese siyabonisana ukuthi sisebenza kanjani. Nayi ke inselelo ke engiyiphonsayo ikakhulukazi kuthina esibhale iziqu zethu ngesiZulu zobudokotela. Njengoba uthe nibe ney'ngqinamba ey'ningi ikakhulukazi ekutholeni iy'nsiza kusebenza ebezonisiza ekutheni nibhale. Nizobeke lokho ke ninake senikulungisa kanjani. Inselelo ke engiyiphonsayo yokuthi thina sonke esesidlulile la. Siyazi ukuthi imiqingo le yethu sithi mangabe sesiyibhalile iyathathwa iyofakwa kwigcina lwazi zamanyuvesi. Umuntu ongaphandle kwenyuvesi akakwazi ukuthi afinyelele kulowo mqingo leyo. Kodwa uma ngabe singakwazi ukuthi sibhale iy'ncwadi manje ezisuselwa kule misebenzi le yethu yeziqu zobudokotela, lokho kuzosiza ukuthi ke lolu lwazi ke lolu esilibhalile salifaka lapha kwilokhuzana ema-libraries ethu lufinyelele nakubantu abangekho emanyuvesi. Yila amanyuvesi khona ebengenzi khona kahle njengoba besilike sikhuluma ngokuthi nama-universities are ivory towers. We're talking about that ukuthi our libraries awuvalela ngaphandle umphakathi uyoze ube umfundi ukuze ukwazi ukuthi ufinyelele ekutheni abantu abenza iziqu ze-masters abenza iziqu zobudokotela bebhala ngani. Kumele uze ube umfundi uma ungayena umfundi uthi awukwazi ukufinyelela kulolu lwazi lolu. So ke siyazi ukuthi ke ngendlela esisebenza ngayo manje e-digital sesizokwazi ukuthi sikuthole konke lokhu. Kodwa nje ileso nje ileyo nzenselelo nje ngiyifaka kuthina sonke ukuthi asibhaleni ke manje sizikhiphe incwadi. Sezikhona izibonelo eseziphumile. Udokotela uDlamini ukhiphile yakhe incwadi, uSolwazi uMpume Zondi ePretoria uyibhalile yakhe incwadi, udokotela uBoni uZungu uyibhalile yakhe incwadi. So asike sizameni sonke sikwenze lokhu abe khona lama resources lawa in African languages. Angibonge.
Hayi siyabonga Solwazi. Angazi noma ulokhunjana iy'nselelo ey'phonsa kumina zizothathwa udokotela uHlongwa noma uzothi ukuphefumula nawe kuqala dokotela Mtsele noma uzodlulisela kuyena iy'ntambo ukuthi aphefumule.
Ngaphambi kokuthi ngidlulisele kudokotela uHlongwa ngifisa ukubonga kuSolwazi uHlongwa. Iyamukeleka inselelo.
The challenge is accepted. Bring it on. Hey, we are excited. We're looking forward to this. Ngicela ukuthi ningasivaleli ngaphandle nathi esingekho esikhungweni saKwaZulu-Natal. Siyafuna ukubona mangabe ke le inselelo le siyenzeka. Dokotela uHlongwa, your hand is up.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu dokotela. Ngicela ukuqale ngixolise nje ukuthi udokotela uNtsele ukhona khohliwe ukusho ukuthi isizathu sokuthi singabelani ngomsebenzi kwisethulo sethu ingenxa yokuthi angiphilile. Ngiyazama namanje ukucwecwa iphimbo lami ukuthi abantu bangabaleki ngiphethwe umkhuhlane onzima kakhulu. Kodwa engifuna ukusho nje siyayimukela inselelo kuSolwazi uHlongwa. Okusalile la sithathe lesi sinqumo bese kudlule insukwana impela kuvaliwe ukuthi kufakwe amaqoqa, kodwa sasithatha lesi sinqumo ngenxa yokuthi besifuna ukuzomela uSolwazi wethu osishiyile emhlabeni ensukwini edlule ensukwini ezimbalwa ezidlule okuwuSolwazi uThabisile Makhosazana Buthelezi. So babili sinodokotela uNtsele singabafundi bakhe, uye futhi oselekelelile ukuthi silishayele leli bhasi. bengifuna nje ukuphakamisa lokho ukuthi sobabili singabafundi bakhe nalezi ncwaningo nohambo esikhuluma ngalo besilihamba naye ukuze abantu bazi ukuthi siphumaphi beselekelelwa ubani. Okwesibili, mhlambe udokotela uNtsele ngingamkhulumeli, yebo akatholanga uxhaso lwezimali lwaka NIHSS kodwa walithola lwasenyuvesi. Kusho ukuthi sobabili besilitholile uxhaso ukuthi siqhube lezi zifundo zethu, kodwa yena ubethole lolu obelibizwa, ngicela ngilekelele igama layo kodwa yasenyuvesi.
Ngicela ukukulekelela Dr. Uhlongo, ngiyaxolisa ukungasabeli kumayelana nalokho kusolwazi. Ngicabanga ukuthi okwenza ukuthi ngingalithola olwa NIHSS ukuthi ngihlomule kaningi ngoba zihlobene lezikhwama. Lolu uxhaso engangilitholile lolu lwe-university olubizwa nge-Talent Management Equity Scholarship.
Okay. I know, siyabonga kakhulu. Academic writing iyadingeka, ikakhulukazi futhi ke njengoba manisho okungihluphayo nami ukuthi the turnaround time when you submit for ethical clearance and when you're doing your research in IsiZulu or in an African language, the turnaround time seems to be a challenge. But I'm excited that Professor Hlongo is indicating that, that has been addressed, because that has been the issue. And the good thing that you've also then highlighted that, at UKZN, in terms of the language policy implementation service, you are a true example. You are a living example. We are living it. Ngishayela ihlombe, ngiyabona ukuthi ke usolwazi uphinde futhi ke uyafuna kukhona akubhalile laphayana ku-chat group, and nanokuthi ke engishayela ihlombe ukuthi ke iy'ncwaningo zenziwe bakwethu ngolimi lwesiZulu, kuthuthukise ulimi lwesiZulu. Nani ucwaningo lwenu nilwenze ngalo ulimi lwesiZulu, and that is very good. And engikuthakaselayo ukuthi ke ukukhona ukusebenzisana nithema nibona ukuthi ke kunenkinga ku-UKZN Term Bank. By the way, colleagues, as Mr. Mgadi indicated earlier on, there is the UKZN Term Bank that is free of charge. All of us can access it. It is available online. So uDokotela Uhlongwa and uDokotela Unsele, when they were facing challenges with the terminology that was not available, they were able to coin, but the research became a success. So that is what we want, because language is not static, it is dynamic. So when you coin, kuyinto enhle, but mangabe senikoinile, please work with the University Language Planning and Development Office, so that that will guide you in terms of making sure that everything is done. I see also that there is other comments on the chat. I'm looking at the time we left with just 2 minutes before we go on to the next presentation. Siyabonga, okay, sengathi angaphumula, okay, uSolwazi uThabisile Buthelezi, she played a critical role in transforming UKZN and African languages in general. Impela kumina uma wami na siqhumeke engeqiwa ntwala kakhulu sisonke. Ngafikela kuyena eJudy. Bengingathandanga ukuthi ke ngikhulume ngalokhu ngoba bengahle nibone nami sekuhlengezela inyembezi. So you would have actually seen me. I literally cried when I received the message. So I'm still in shock myself, but may his soul rest in peace. And we in the language fraternity, we have really lost a true leader in the African languages. Siyabonga Solwazi Hlongo ukusikhumbula. And then the last comment before we go to the next speaker, siyabonga bo dokotela ngokusithobelela, niphinde niqwashise nabezayo ngobuhle kanye nezingqinamba ezingase zivele ekucwaningeni ngezilimi zomdabu. Thank you so much, Mrs. Bloom. I think that was just a comment. And then once more, siyabonga kakhulu. And despite the fact that, you know, you guys, we are still mourning the loss of our professor, so you managed to do justice to your presentation. You presented well. So ngaloko siyabonga kakhulu. May his soul rest in peace. Well, colleagues, let us now move on to our next presentation. I did see them earlier on. The next presentation is by Ms. Thabisile Mkhono and Dr. Dlamini. Are they here? Oh, they're here. Their presentation here is here. And then the title of their presentation, as you see it, it's Addition, Omission, and Deletion, Phenomena in the Translation of Subtitles in the Animated Film, The Lion King, from English into IsiZulu. Over to you, Dr. Dlamini. And Ms. Mkhono. Ms. Mkhono is at the University of South Africa, and Dr. Dlamini is at UKZN. Over to you, Dr.
Siyabonga kakhulu Solwazi. Ngibingelele bonke ozakwethu. Ngiyaxolisa nje ngizocela ukuthi ngiswitch off i-video yami because ngisendaweni enomoya manje kungenzeka ukuthi kube ne problem ye network. Thank you very much, Professor, for introducing us. Yes, it is me. I'm with Thabisile Mkhono, who was my master's student and is now working at UNISA. So we have made a little change in our topic, colleagues. As you can see, and as Professor has read it, we've added just one more phenomenon. So this is how it reads now. Okay, so I will start off the presentation, and then Thabisile is going to follow me later on. Right, as indicated, okay, now let me stop my video. As indicated, our topic is addition, omission, and deletion phenomena in the translation of subtitles in the animated film The Lion King from English into IsiZulu. We know that the revised language policy framework for public higher education institutions seeks to promote and strengthen the use of all official languages across all functional domains of public higher education, including scholarship, teaching, and learning. So that is what we get from the National Language Policy Framework. And fundamentally, this calls for intellectualization of indigenous languages. For us to promote and to strengthen these indigenous languages, we have to intellectualize them. And Khumalo says that, Khumalo 2017 gives us a definition of intellectualization. He says that intellectualization involves a carefully planned process of hastening the cultivation and growth of indigenous languages so that they effectively function in all higher domains as languages of teaching, learning, and research. So central to language intellectualization is translation. Translation is a process of transferring a text from one language into another language for various purposes. And what is important here, colleagues, is that Alexandra unequivocally proclaims that scholars working within intellectualization of languages unanimously concur that translation of both major literary and scientific works are critical in driving the process of intellectualization of languages. So this means that for intellectualization to happen, there should be growth in vocabulary and in literature, so that people can be exposed to literature in the languages that we are trying to grow. And one of the ways of increasing literature is by translating existing literature from other languages. In the translation process, then the translator is aided by translation techniques in order to faithfully translate the given text. By faithful, we mean faithful in terms of the brief that the translator is given, so that whatever the translator translates, it is according to the brief. Generally, translation techniques are used as tools to carry out a translation task. so that the translator can actually use them as the translator goes about translating. The translator can draw from these translation techniques and use them to solve translation problems. And they're also used by researchers to ascertain the quality of a translation. So now coming to our topic, which is about addition, omission, and deletion. So these three are actually some of them of the translation techniques, and they are the focus of our study, of our presentation today. So now it is therefore important that language practitioners and researchers working in the translation space, they take heed of the importance of the translation techniques as they contribute to better translation, leading to successful intellectualization. Coming to our objectives, our first objectives is to investigate how addition, omission, and deletion, called AOD, affect morphosyntactic and idiocultural dimensions of the meaning of the target text. The second objective is to foreground the role of AOD as a solution in the translation of literary works. In this instance, we're talking about subtitles taken from the translation of The Lion King. And the third one is to uncover further complexities in translation worthy of further research. Maybe here there are some people, just in case there are people who don't understand The Lion King or who don't know The Lion King, Abuna Matata. The definition of The Lion King is it is the first movie to be imported in South Africa and made into one of the indigenous language, which is IsiZulu. And our focus is on subtitles, and subtitles are words or captions that are displayed on screen, which are a translation of the dialogue that is broadcasting and which are always written in a different language from the one spoken in the program. So in this instance, the subtitles were in IsiZulu. So the methodology that we followed is a descriptive qualitative target. This study is actually a descriptive qualitative target-oriented study, which is conducted within the framework of Sharma's 2015 AOD techniques. The data that we use are subtitles taken from The Lion King. So what happened is the film was watched on YouTube, and utterances together with their subtitles were transcribed, they were coded and prepared as data for analysis. The data was analyzed and interpreted using the descriptive comparative analysis method. Instances of AOD were identified, they were counted and analyzed. But it is important for us to mention that in this presentation today, we've taken only a few to show as examples. We haven't used the entire data that is found in The Lion King. It is important, colleagues, to give definitions of AOD. AOD standing for addition, omission, and deletion. So addition as a as a translation technique, it's about insertion of linguistic, cultural, or textual elements in the target text that are not present in the source text. So normally used for the purpose of clarity and coherence. So we make those additions in order to provide clarity and coherence. That is what De La Bastista says. Omission is about leaving out words, phrases, sentences, sometimes even more consistent parts of the source text in order to adjust linguistically, pragmatically, culturally, or ideologically the translated text for the target audience. That is what Dimitri says. So omission is about removing all the clutter so that the meaning is not cluttered, it's clear and there is coherence. Deletion, on the other hand, it's where a source text item is not translated at all in the target text. Well, there are some critics who reject this procedure, arguing that the pruning of a source text is intolerable in translation. And there are scholars who say that omission and deletion are similar. Sometimes we find that when they are describing omission, they say omission is deletion. But Sharma argues that these two concepts are actually different, because when you omit something, you can omit it in that particular paragraph, but then later on, depending on the context, you leave it on. So it's not about completely leaving it out. Whereas deletion, it's actually a method that you decide that, okay, in this translation, we are not going to translate this chunk. Wherever it comes, we are just not going to translate it throughout the text. There are examples which Tabi is going to show here, where there are instances of deletion. So we are actually pro Sharma in this regard, because we see deletion and omission as actually different translation techniques. These translation techniques are actually not new. They have been proposed and even opposed by a number of scholars. And at times you find that the very same scholar that proposes this technique opposes it in another context. So it means that these techniques are actually contextual. In one context, let's say maybe when you're dealing with informative text, you will find that a scholar will say, you are not allowed to omit. So omission is not allowed when you're dealing with informative text. But when you're dealing with expressive text, then in that instance, you can omit so that you make sure that the language, the text sits well in the language that you're translating into. So the scholars that are pro-AYOT, they say that it depends on the context, but all these three techniques are important. I am now going to hand over to Tabi, who is going to give us examples, who's going to give us an analysis and discussion of based on these AYOT techniques. Over to you, Tabi.
Analysis and discussion. So there are instances of addition. There's a fair amount of addition in the percentage of it is higher than a number of other translators when translating.
Hi, isibambe ngakho sisiqhubeka. Proceed, please.
So right.
Yeah, no, thanks.
All right, thank you.
Tabi, I think you have a network
I'll be
problem.
making it one of the preferred. Oh, it must be. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Proceed.
Right, apologies for that. I'm in Pretoria, so the network is not good here. Okay.
With your permission, Chair, would you like me to just run through the entire presentation?
Mhlambe kuzosiza lo ngoba isikhathi sizosishaya. Tabi uyanenza sisi inetwork yasePitoli eTshwane ngathi ayihambi kahle. Asikuzwa wethu.
Okay, Tabi.
As for you.
Tabi. Hello, Tabi.
Tabi.
Yes, doctor. Yes, doctor.
There's a problem with your network that side. We can hardly hear you. But can you just allow me to run through the slides that are left, because we also have a problem with time, or maybe you would Chair.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, sorry, Tabi. Yeah, please proceed, Katilani.
Okay, and maybe Tabby can just add later on if there's something that I've left out. So now in terms of analysis and discussion, we did get instances of addition, and we just provided 2 examples of addition. The total number of additions that we found was 5.69%, which is higher than the number of other procedures that we found in the Lion King. So the first example that we got is A2 in terms of our coding. What do you want? And the IsiZulu is wenake ufunani, as for you, what do you want? So here we have added wenake, which is, we have observed that this addition of a phrase wenake adds an ideocultural dimension to the text. It actually makes it sit well, and it actually considers the context, because now this wenake means that there is something that is actually going on in the conversation. So it tells us more about what is going on in the discussion. The second one is don't worry, buddy, I'm here for you. Ungasahlupheki nami sengikhona, yonke into izohamba kahle. Same here, there's an addition of yonke into izohamba kahle, which is not there in the English version. So the entire phrase, yonke into izohamba kahle, is added. And this adds further information about context, and it also gives background. Coming to instances of omission, we've got this one, dead, we got to go wake up. Baba Vuga, dead, wake up. So here we got to go is omitted. And if it was not omitted, the text was going to be Baba Gumeles Hambe Vuga. So even though there is omission, the sense was not affected. And also because this is a film, some actions performed compensate for the omitted text, because you can actually see and follow the story. The second one is who cares? I can't go back. And there's omission of who cares. And however, there is also addition of a phrase that is not in the ST. So here you have omission as well as addition. So this was done by the translator to reshape the text so that it sits well and in the translation, in the target text, and adds value to the text. Now, coming to the instances of deletion, what we noticed here is that throughout the translated text, so it means that the translators actually took a decision not to not to use terms of address, and also not to use personal names. So this was a decision that was taken even before the translation. That is what we deduce from this text, that because whenever there is a mention of personal names, there is nothing like that in the target text. Whenever there is a mention of terms of address, there is nothing like that in the translated text. Like we've got 026 here, which says pouncing no sire. I think it says sire, which means umnumzane, and there's nothing like that in the translation. Same thing, Timon and Pumbaa. There's nothing that says uTimon no Pumbaa or Timon no Pumbaa. So throughout the text, we have noticed that the personal names and the terms of address are not used at all. So that is deletion. In conclusion, this paper casts light on the use of translation techniques, more specifically addition, omission, and deletion, which is called AOT by Sharma, in the translation of subtitles. Subtitles belong to literary works. Translation of literary works contribute to intellectualization, and intellectualization is key in language development. Thank you. Tabim?
Yes, Doctor.
Is there anything that you'd like to add? If maybe, I'm not sure whether we still have time. Chair?
No,
Yeah.
I think everything is fine.
And now you sound better.
I've changed my position.
Oh,
I was running away from the noise and the room.
Okay.
Okay, well, colleagues, thank you so much. I was supposed even to write to you how many minutes. I guess I got something there in your presentation. It is exciting. Thank you so much. And I think colleagues join me in applauding the presenters for the wonderful presentation. And, maybe a question, comment from my side would be that, would you think that the AOD had something to do with the functionalist versus the Scopus approach, or maybe the translation brief? So what do you think then were the issues in that regard? For the omissions and the deletions and the additions. And I'm not sure whether you would first respond to my question, or maybe you would want to have a question by Dr. Steinmeier first, and then you just respond to both. Okay, let's take your question, then you can, while you're thinking about how to respond and how you will share my one. Dr. Steinmeier.
Okay, I would be interested why you have decided to leave out personal names and a form of address like sir. And so what was your thinking behind that?
Okay, Professor Shonga is saying that excellent work. Doc, you would want to respond to that, to both the questions. I'm not sure if Dr. Steinmeier was following, but let me not respond on your behalf. You are here.
There is also Nombulelo, Prof.
Unombulelo's hand has been up forever.
Oh, ever since. Okay.
And I tried to say, can the technicians, the technical support assist us in lowering her hand? She had technical issues, but please do go ahead. Oh yes, her hand is down now. Thank you. Okay. Go ahead, Dr. Dlamini.
Thank you. And Tabi, please chip in. Professor, your question was what we believe is actually the driver of the translation, whether it's AOD or Scopus. Am I right? And I would say that
and functionalist, Scopus, and also the translation brief, maybe somewhere there. What's your views in that regard? Thank you.
Okay. If I can put it like this, Prof. Scopus, it's about the purpose. So I believe that the translators, they were given the purpose of the translation through the translation brief. So I think the way they translated this text was according to the translation brief, and the Scopus is always included in the translation brief. And now when it comes to AOD, we said that AOD are actually some of the translation techniques that are used by the translator. These are actually tools that assist the translator in translating a particular text. So this means that as the translators were translating according to the translation brief, following the Scopus, they used AOD. Now, coming to Dr. Steinmeier's question, whether leaving behind personal names and terms of address, unfortunately, I wish I was one of the translators, Doctor, but unfortunately, I was not. So the position that we're taking here is a position of a researcher. We're actually now using the translation techniques to check, to assess, to evaluate the quality of the translation. So now these translation techniques are actually assisting us as researchers to see what actually happened, how the translator translated, what tools were used. And hence we're saying that the translators, they used AOD. But as to the reason as to why they left this out, maybe it was in the translation brief. Because we know that when it comes to deletion is actually used mainly by people working in the news. And some people don't really like it because they see it as censorship. that, you know, you see it, a text, and then before you even translate, there's a brief that says, leave out this chunk, leave out the chunk. And in that way, then you see it as censorship. But now in this instance, because it's something that is happening throughout the text, we believe that it is, you know, it is surfacing as deletion, but unfortunately we're not privy to the actual translation brief. But as researchers, this is what we pick up. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Tabi?
Thank you so much for responding to that. I think please have a look at the chat, and colleagues, because we have another presentation, but Dr. Lamini, probably you might want to respond to this. I'll quickly read that because we seemingly do have another presentation that we would have to listen to before the question and answer session in general, before Professor Shlomo starts. So, and because of time, have a look at that. But it just says, thank you so much for this insightful and engaging presentations, colleagues. The question is, I found the edition process especially fascinating. Do you have any insight on how frequent editions are in the subtitles throughout the film? So, and the other, that is from Professor Tape, Heike Tape. And then Lumila Koza is saying, interesting and very exciting. And Professor Hlongwa, excellent presentation, Dr. Dlamini and Ms. Mkono. And then Tembegile Msibi says, I concur, Prof. So because in the interest of time, so maybe you can ponder over that and maybe respond to the chat while we take our last speaker for the day before Professor Hlongwa gives us, you know, her closing remarks. So I believe that we do have Professor Zulu, who will be doing his own presentation. And the presentation, it was, well, we'll include it in the chat box, colleagues, but the title of the presentation is from UKZN. Okay. I think I took the picture of the wrong. Okay, Professor Zulu, please a picture of the title of the presentation. But the title of your presentation. Thank you, Professor Zulu, as the professor in the African languages at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. And the title of his presentation is The Management of the Use of Official Language by the South African Government in Communicating COVID-19 Healthcare Messages. Over to you, Prof. Makeba.
Yebo, ake ngilungise nje la ngiyabona fanele kube no official languages. Nayo yebo.
Hayi bayabona Solwazi, siyabonga. Over to you.
Ngiyabonga na bengezwanga isikhathi ukuthi sihamba kanjani 30 minutes noma 20 minutes bengithi nje ngene seniphakathi.
Oh, siyasinikeza umuntu u20 minutes, u10 minutes ushiyele imibuzo uma ikhona.
Ngiyabonga ke. Hayi ke ake ngiye la isho kuzobonakala kahle ke.
Uyibambe ngakho ke.
Khona la kubuye kusitheke khona eceleni ngapha. Sorry.
Sibone iphelele weSolwazi ngithini ivela kahle kuwena ayiveli kahle.
Cha ayiveli kahle kubuye kuvela izithombe zenu eceleni ngapha.
Double click on it, Make. Double click on it. Yes, that's better.
Ya mhlawumbe ungenza kanje ngoba ifont inkulu Solwazi sizokwazi ukulandela. Izithombe ziselapha.
Zisekhona.
Uyazi Nsolwazi into ezokusiza yabona lapha phezulu on your right, top right corner kukhona into ethi view.
Kahle.
Hayi yazi Nsolwazi mhlambe into ongayenza kunokuthi silibele siyenza kanje. Asivele sithi ngoba i-font inkulu siyakwazi ukufunda ungaqhubeka upresent noma kukanje ngoba iyafundeka umbhalo wakho Solwazi.
Iyafundeka uma injena.
Iyafundeka ngoba i-font inkulu Solwazi.
Okay. Right. Ake ngithi nje isihloko engizokhuluma ngaso sithi the management of the use of official languages by the South African government in communicating COVID-19 healthcare messages. There's somebody who's interfering with
Dr. Dlamini, please mute yourself.
So I can't hear myself.
Everybody mute themselves. Okay, proceed.
All right. The provision of monolingual healthcare service in a multilingual society like South Africa is often overlooked. That is always the problem. When you speak many languages, we tend to get used to one language or certain languages. Yet linguistic diversity is a constitutionally acknowledged discourse. In South Africa, there's a constitution that says so many official languages. So this was the challenge largely exposed during the COVID-19 pandemic, in which important information was conveyed largely through the medium of English, without due consideration to the majority of the people of South Africa who are African language speakers. However, the monolingual approach, which privileged English at the expense of African languages, created language barriers between those who provide healthcare information and the general public, thus compromising the possibility of effective provision of healthcare services and high quality care. So there was a mismatch there. This paper explores language management issues in South Africa in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. Because of it, there were many other aspects that, aspects that came into the fore that were challenges. I'll come to what is called language management theory, just in brief. My point of departure is that the healthcare system in South Africa does not provide adequate language access service for the majority of citizens who are African languages speakers, or African language speakers. Most services and information is conveyed through the medium of English, a de facto language of communication in professional and government domains. So English has become a lingua franca. Whenever there's something that is supposed to be done, especially by government, it is announced in English only. Right, but let me mention also that the monolingual use of English in healthcare obtained despite the availability of important statutory instruments such as the National Health Act of 2003. There is a national language policy for the Department of Health that they should use at least 3 languages, and one of them should be an African language. So they have a policy, right? My approach, as I've said to you, would be language management theory. There's a little bit of flu that is getting in. And some of you will remember that language management theory was first developed by Genud and Ustupni. There have been other developments that I'm showing there on the screen. Right, the second section of my talk is the language situation in South Africa, and I'm concentrating on the issues that have been revealed by the way South Africa reacted to COVID-19. I think all of us, if not the majority of us, know that when we talk about language issues in South Africa, we are referring to Chapter 6 of the Constitution of South Africa. And it says quite a lot of how languages should be used. It says the languages that we use in the homelands, 9 of them, plus English and Afrikaans, should be official languages. But it also says in section 2 that African languages should be recognized as having a diminished, historical diminished status. Historically diminished status. So African languages should be advanced. They should be advanced. Right. My take is that all social domains must take practical and positive measures to elevate the status of African languages, because they were historically diminished. You remember that, and they were they were marginalized. And it is for that reason, the very same reason that they were marginalized, that some of us felt not good when the president, each time he was speaking about this lockdown, whether he was taking the lockdown to 5, then he was reducing it to 4 or to what, he spoke in English only, and thereafter, after his speech, there would be ministers, the cluster, then they'll speak in English only. I think the only minister I heard who was speaking an African language was Minister Nkosazana Zuma. At some stage, she seriously said things in IsiZulu, and we commended her highly for that. Some of us said, well, what if all of them were doing what she was doing, either in Sesotho or in IsiZulu? It was quite comprehensive the way she said it. So in other words, she was aware, I'm thinking so, or that the majority of speakers in this country are African languages. If you check in terms of home languages, South African national statistics show that a large percentage of people speak Zulu, but if you add isiXhosa, it's a high number. But in addition of that, if you look at this picture, let me say it's English and Afrikaans. What is not shaded there are speakers of African languages. So if the president had spoken in Zulu, he would have reached a big component, because these subjects are, they understand each other. There's a term that is used that I don't want to use intellectually, that's that they are mutual. We must also understand that according to Statistics South Africa, 58 million of people are African language speakers. And that is about 81%. So why would the president ignore 81% of his population? So given the very high population of speakers of African languages in South Africa, it makes sense, therefore, that lockdown healthcare requirements that were made by President were supposed to be in African languages as well. We are not saying in African languages only, but including African languages. If there could have been a group of Nguni language speakers, Sotho language speakers, then English, a great majority of South Africans could have been reached. Right, so when the president decided to speak only in English, because when they speak in English only, they hide behind this, they say where it is practical or the issue of expense. I don't know why you could ignore about 81% of your population at the expense of practicality and expense. So they hide behind that. But there's also another subsection there in the Constitution that says there should be the balance of the needs and preference of the population as a whole. I think that 80%, 81% talks to this, the needs of the population. 81% needs the South African population to be addressed in African languages. I'll skip this. So to me, the issue of the dominant use of English language, of the English language in post-colonial South Africa, creates inequality in the use of all languages. I mean, we are even worse than we were before 1994. Then the predominant language, the dominant language was Afrikaans. Now we see English becoming dominant. This unequal use of languages reflects social inequality in the sense that the African languages of South Africa have entered into another era of marginalization in a democratic dispensation. If you do not take my language seriously, you do not take me seriously. If you do not speak me in my language, you do not take me seriously. So it's either I'm marginalized or there's something else, but we see it as marginalization. And such inequality in a multilingual country such as South Africa talks into intercultural issues of who uses what language to who. If you can answer that question, I mean, you can write books who uses English to who. Why the majority of African language speakers use English to white people and Indians. Why is that? We should answer that question. And why is it not the other way around? So because of that, this excessive use of English, the majority of South Africans did not get the communication right. You know, there are issues of literacy in South Africa, and the majority of South Africans have the lower literacy level. In South Africa, you can tell how long somebody has been at school by the level of English they speak. That's where the issue of literacy speaks into. So there is a tendency for people to wait for the president to speak in academic English, and then they ask, what was the president saying? And then the answer would depend on where you are. Some would just say, I mean, that was the most frequent issue. He was announcing the shutdown of alcohol lockdown. Sorry. So people who were very worried, it would seem, those who were worried about Utwala. So if you did not listen, I had done this to myself several times. Said, I don't want to listen to the president's speech. I would ask somebody, what does the president say? They summarize it. Oh, actually sevuliwe. Oh, you know that one sentence summary, that's where the message got lost in most of the instances. And during the second shutdown, that issue was asked, president, but people were a bit, not a bit, I think they were angry then about the Sukuvala Uchwala now and then there was a question that was asked generally in KZN. Actually, what is Ramaphosa's problem with alcohol? It was almost personalized because they say when the closure is done, it is on a weekend, Friday evening, when the taverns have closed and they've not been told in advance to prepare. But they say the business sector has already been told. They have stacks and stacks of liquor in their houses. That's how the argument goes. And food and other things. And he just closes it on a Friday at 8. You can't get it on Saturday, then it's done. Right, so there is a second-hand information that people were getting. And if you remember during the first lockdown, I mean, people were so misinformed such that they got the information from the soldiers and the police that were patrolling. There was that issue of, what do you call it, wearing masks and enforcing masks. And if you're not wearing a mask, you're taken to a police station and charged. Many people were charged. And many people still have records because of that. But if they had heard from the mouth in the language that they understand, that would not be the case. Chairperson, let me stop it there. I think we have enough time for discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Prof, for your presentation. And I see Prof. Hlongwa's hand is up as usual, but before I take her hand, let me just comment and say, it would be interesting if another response that you get when you ask the question, President, but so about vaccination, so that should be an interesting one, and all the issues and the myths that are surrounding them. But thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. Prof. Hlongwa.
Thank you very much for your presentation. This is a subject that is of interest to me. Like how I'm engaging with each of the presentations. I'm listening to each and every one.
Yes.
Prof, like you have raised a very important subject, and And whilst we actually appreciate, for example, the presence of radio stations in presenting or in presenting in the news and information in the other African languages, but the speech of the president is usually prepared in advance, and it should be interpreted in the fund, because like he will be using one language, which is usually English that he usually uses. It should be interpreted in the other 5, either one of the Nguni languages, one of the Sotho languages, Chivenda, Tsonga, and Afrikaans. So each time that he is presenting or he is talking to the country, that is what he is supposed to do. But like what we usually see is only interpreting in the sign language, in the sign language. That is what we usually do. So sign language is always accommodated. So this is something that should change, because the president has a responsibility to all South Africans. And Pan South African Languages Board should advise the president about his linguistic and his social justice responsibility to the country. Addressing the South Africans in the language they know is a service delivery issue. And if it is also about the rights of the South Africans. So this is a challenge that we put into our president and the government, because the government doesn't lead, the president doesn't lead alone, but like the president is leading with his cabinet. And this is a challenge to them, that like we are challenging them in communicating a very serious matter as this one of health, as this one of COVID. Priority should have been given that messages, all the important messages are communicated in the different official languages as per policy of the country. So that will be my contribution, Makeba. Thank you very much for raising this.
Yes, thank you very much, Prof. Tonga. I think somehow the president was not well advised in terms of the language issue, but it's just that there's now a tendency, especially for the South African government, to hide behind English and hide behind the subsection practicality and expense. I mean, it's not a question of expense when you are addressing so many people. I mean, African language speakers, you don't say it, nothing. I mean, what we get is the irritating greeting, Apsheni, Molweni, Sani, Bonani, that is not speaking, it's greeting. You can't say when you've greeted people in those, maybe somebody prepares it for you, then you've said you've spoken in so many languages. So there is an issue there of being ill-advised, that you are greeting, you are not speaking.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, thank you so much. And sometimes, as I've noted, and I see Dr. Somlata want to say something, but before she says that, just as tongue-in-cheek, you say that, sometimes you can offer advice, but it depends whether the person wants to take your advice or not. So that's a different matter altogether, but I'll just leave it at that. Dr. Somlata, your hand is up.
Thank you very much, Prof, and thank you very much for this mouthful presentation, Prof. Zulu. You raised the two important aspects that are often used when our public representatives want to disservice the constituency, or they want to do disservice to the people of South Africa. The issue of practicality and the issue of expense.
Yeah.
In my view, I have a strong view that in terms of practicality, it was practicable that all the speeches of President regarding the COVID-19 should have been interpreted simultaneously you know, during the time when when he was presenting, because there were a lot of funds that were provided for the COVID-19, and we know how those funds were spent, you know. So for me, I think it has to do with the willingness, perhaps the political will, but for me, I think it has to start with the academic will, because as the universities, we have a responsibility to pave the direction of society in general. So the academic will is what is required also as to ensure that even the political will be there. It cannot just be there if there is no academic will, first and foremost. Thank you very much, Prof.
You, Somlatanyabong. Just a follow up on what you are saying. There is now I think they call it the interpretation service. That is almost similar to the one that is done in sign language. When the sign language person shows or speaks, let me use that language, there could be somebody who is on another mic, who is doing IsiZulu, somebody who is doing isiXhosa, all these languages. And before the president speaks, we are told, go to channel Banbani in KwaZulu-FM. You'll hear it being interpreted in isiZulu, in Sesotho, Lesedi FM. It will be interpreted in Sesotho, etc., etc. So you can close your TV and listen to the channels in your mother tongue. If that was done, then you can see that there's been attention given to the issue of languages being used equitably. Thank you.
No, I think we can talk until we are blue in our faces, but yeah, so the academic will and the political will. So, but yeah, thanks for reminding us, you know, that our country, what we need, if, you know, the person who is leading our country is not leading by example. And so, but anyway, so don't say that I don't speak other languages just because I say thank you in many languages. Well then, thank you, Prof. You can lower down your presentation. So colleagues, we
Stop
almost
sharing. Okay.
Yes, we're almost at the end of our session. Just before I give the comment on the chat, and please have a look at them. But there were several comments that were directed to them. I think they were directed to Dr. Dlamini. I'm not sure if they've seen them. That thank you, Dr. Dlamini. The study is very informative on the part of using translation in another, using translation as another strategy in language development and the intellectualization of indigenous language. That is that comment. And also, are there any guidelines in choosing or selecting the text to be translated, or you just choose any text or title from any genre? So that was just on the Q&A, and then I think maybe you can just respond to that on the chat, just for people in general to respond to that, because I'm running against time. Ikhundla ezingakhokhelwa bakwethu ziyabulalisa, angifuni ukuthi ngize ngiphelelwe umsebenzi. So let me just see on this general chat. Okay, Asante Sana. So this one is just commenting and saying thank you. And Dr. Dlamini has responded to all the questions that were on the chat. And then Ms. Mkono, so thank you so much. Dr. Mkono, I beg yours. So now we're coming towards the end of this session. But before we then do that, so Professor Shongwa will just reflect on what transpired today and also give the closing remarks. Over to you, Solwazi. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Prof. Makubu Badenost. Colleagues, it's almost 16:29. We were supposed to finish by 4 o'clock. So we apologize that we have taken already half an hour of your time. So I won't be taking much now time, maybe just 3 minutes or 4, just to thank you very much for those who are tuning in on YouTube and those who are here with us, and to all our presenters today. So I just want to thank you very much for all your contributions, from our DVC this morning who welcomed us, Prof. Mkize, who gave us a context from the African context coming down in terms of how our African languages have been neglected by our leaders, and what damage that it has done, and how we should pay attention in terms of addressing all those issues and all those challenges that have happened. And giving his keynote address, Prof. Siepe talk on the important subject of justice and social responsibility. And we learned so much from the welcoming presentations in the morning. And immediately after that, we received various presentations which were very robust and giving us clear examples in terms of how we have gone. For example, Mr. Ngadi took us through the journey of UKZN in terms of developing the language policy, implementing it, and we have also received various presentations from colleagues from the different universities, sharing their experiences and where they are currently with regard to implementing our language policy. So as we are saying that we have come up with this theme in such a way that we also kind of recognize and plan for the next 10 years in what we will be doing in terms of promoting, revitalizing and intellectualizing African languages. So this colloquium is the first at UKZN for a series of what will be happening during the course of the year and in the next 9 years. So there is quite a lot that will be happening. And I do want to thank all the presenters. We have been engaging with all your presentations, I think, since this morning, so I don't want to take your time. I do want to thank our team, our organizing team, our social media team, our PR team, who are actually assisting us in delivering this colloquium. So colleagues, tomorrow morning, please join us. Again, let's continue. And we will be having a keynote that will be presented by Professor Pedro Mosquera from Spain. So it will be nice to hear from the angle of another person in another country. What are their experiences in terms of multilingualism? How are they experiencing it? Is it same challenges that they're experiencing as the challenges that we have here? So it will be important to hear and also listen to all the other presentations that are coming tomorrow. So with those closing remarks then, colleagues, thank you very much. And let's meet again in this platform tomorrow morning. Thank you very much. Bye-bye now.
Hey. Thank you so much, Solwazi. I think then that calls it a day. And thanks for the opportunity and wishing you all the best.